Turn toward me and look so weak. I've never seen you with such tired eyes. And everything we said we'd be, we just traded for a suit coat and a tie. From underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. You're silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. You're silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. Follow me down, there's no one around. Lay back and take your socks and shoes right off. That natural light is so damn polite, can make you feel just like you were young again. Standing underneath the rows of trees, I can see where the ocean meets the sky. Under our clothes, a fire grows. We are ready for this life of running wild. We're running wild. Underneath the rows of trees, I will see you where the ocean meets the sky. Under your toes, the fire grows. You are ready for a different kind of life. Silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild. Silent for the wind is cold. You must return to the wild.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the last day of groups for the European University Rocketeers Championship. We have a full schedule of games for you tonight. I'm Nualeg. I'm joined by the lovely RW Dragon and the lovely Tylacto. And you might think at this point that most of it's been wrapped up. It's all over, just victory laps for some of these teams. But Tylacto, it is all to play for in a lot of these groups still.
It is all to play for in every single group, and that's why we've got matches from every single one. And of course, we do love Group C as always for some reason, and Group C has turned out to be quite the badly behaved group. I'm looking at the standings, and I think we could quite possibly have a 5-way tie on our hands.
Yeah,
just four?
Or
is it just 5?
I'm going to pull up the standings myself, and I'm going to
It's 4. I just double checked. Sure. It is 4, but I remember thinking that it could even have been 5, and in another universe, it probably could have been. Of course, our series from Group C today will be the Durham Defenders against Stuttgart, but that's our second series of the day. And in fact, RW Dragon, did you want to run us down the schedule and see what you're excited for in particular? And Nualeg, we've got the standings, and now both of us have a headache as well.
Yeah.
Well, to start us off, Beckett Bears facing off against Essex Blades. That's already started off on Twitter as they've been going at each other there. Essex, I'm pretty sure they started it though. So if you want to point fingers who actually got some entertainment rolling between two societies, thank you very much, Essex, for making our jobs easier rather than sort of trying to make up a rivalry. Yep, you started it. Thank you. Then the second game of tonight, it is the one that decides whether Group C descends into chaos once more, as Engine Stuttgart face off against Durham Defenders. It's first group is there for the taking for the Engines. They can wrestle it away from GEA Fair Play Martini with a win over Durham Defenders. I believe there's also certain permutations, meaning that they might either get third, and Durham Defenders, it's a must-win tonight for them to get through. Then we return to the Beckett Bears as they face off against Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons from, there we go, Group B. Just had to scroll up for a moment as I'm looking at the Wikipedia page. So Beckett Bears, they have the ability to take second in the group off them as long as they win the 2 games tonight. And end up getting reasonably close to Erasmus Esports Rotterdam at the top of the group. But I think head-to-head is against them in that situation. So I think they will end up coming second, if anything. Then our fourth game of tonight, University of Birmingham Badgers facing off against Berlin Basilisk. Berlin Basilisk been a little bit of a surprise during the season. I think they've outperformed a lot of expectations going from a few of the casters. They've done pretty well this competition. They're currently sitting in 4th with Birmingham Badgers just behind them in 5th. If Berlin Basilisk win, that is sort of moving on sealed for them, whereas the Birmingham Badgers have something to play for tonight. And Kiel Krakens against York Pun named to finish off the stream. All UK competition there, as that will be occurring in the big Group A to end things off. Kiel Krakens, they will be going through. I think the teams that are there and still have games to play in Group A are going to be going through to the next stage of the competition. As at the moment, at least, I think Kiel Krakens might have a little bit of a difficulties trying to get ahead, but I think they could be just about okay. But you still have to think, despite any sort of result tonight, Kiel would love to take 2 wins from their remaining games and get a little bit more comfortable in their group.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, let's just dive back into that Group A. It does feature, I think, the team that we haven't seen a huge amount on stream, but the Berlin Phoenixes, they've dropped 1 game so far in groups. I mean, absolute titans coming into these playoffs. Terrifying. But you run down it as well. FHDW Esports came into the week looking very strong. Did drop both of their matches this week, so, a little bit shaky heading into playoffs, but I think still have secured themselves that top 3. And then the 2 big teams, Kiel Krakens, 2 games left to play, both of them tonight. They'll be coming up against the NUIG Griffins off stream. But, assuming they win that, and I'll be totally honest, as much as my Irish pride would love me to say that NUIG absolutely take that series, it's pretty likely Kiel win that. And then we head into Kiel versus York as our last game of the evening, with Kiel versus York just deciding second in the group. That'll be it. Whoever wins that manages to get second place. And Tylacto, I mean, that's a lot to play for.
Yeah, it certainly is. I'm trying to think of the scenario where Kiel could somehow get FHCW out of top 3. I'm thinking that they'd
Spent
have to
ages looking
sweep.
for it.
I think they'd just have to sweep and then lose to York in game 5. I think it is possible for FHCW to miss out, but realistically,
I
they
think
really
that
shouldn't.
has FHDW and Kiel tying on 5
then the
games apiece,
tiebreaker.
and then the tiebreaker is FHDW winning on
It is.
head-to-head.
So
So
they
I actually
should
don't think
be in green.
FHCW can drop out of the top 3, which is, look, we
No,
spent a while looking
no.
at it, and one of the things that comes up tonight, and that will come up repeatedly over the night, is game score and series score could potentially matter, because that is one of our tiebreakers. And I think that's a good excuse to jump over to the mayhem that is Group C, where we only have 1 game left to play, but that 1 game is going to decide positions for 5 out of the 8 teams in the group. Durham versus Engine Stuttgart. If Durham lose, they're just out. If they win, ULB are out. But not only that, if Durham loses in game 5, Martini will top the group. Any other loss for Durham, if Stuttgart win 3-0 or 3-1, then Stuttgart will top the group. And I mean, RW Dragons, that is just, it's chaos. It's madness. I mean, like, how is this happening in the last week, the last game, the last series of this group? And there's so much left to play for.
I just want to point out that last week that Cloud was running a little bit late. So it was literally 5 seconds. 5 seconds could have decided that the group could have been in more chaos. If Bournemouth took the win over Martini, that's Martini moving down a spot. And then there's like this entire just set of teams battling out to try and say, no, I want to go through. No, I want to go through. It could have been even crazier. I mean, Group C has had an addiction this entire split with being in chaos. At one point, having 5 teams joined together on 3 and 2, I believe the record was. And now we're at the stage where there could be 4 teams stuck together on 4 and 3. So Group C has been the chaotic one this entire split.
It's been our problem child the entire way through. I mean, it's been a little bit rough.
Sorry, lads.
Just making it difficult for us.
Bournemouth have definitely had a hand playing in that one with their couple of times. They've ended up using a particular sub. They've thrown a couple spanners in the work. Don't know who could that be.
Listen,
you know what
I only
I know whoever the sub was. I know that
what
much.
I've noticed is that Durham can't finish 4th or 5th. They can't go into the lower bracket. They're either top 3 or they're 6th. That's the most Durham thing ever.
Look, that's coming up in game 2. That means we'll come back to it later, okay? It doesn't matter. But let's jump over just, last on our whistle stop tour before we get to our first match of the night is going to be Group D. And that's going to be game 4 of the night, Badgers versus Basilisks. And this is, again, the Badgers must-win scenario for them as well. Another game that just decides whether one team makes it through to the knockouts or is just going home. That's it. Your run is done in the EURC. If Badgers win over the Berlin Basilisks, then they are just through. That's it. No questions asked. But Tylacto, I mean, that's going to be a big ask. Berlin Basilisks, I mean, teams from Berlin, they seem to be ripping it up this tournament.
They really do. In fact, if Berlin Basilisks were to win that series in a 3-0 sweep, and then, say, Portsmouth were to lose to Jyväskylä, then Basilisks would actually be top of Group D. Now, obviously, that's highly unlikely for Portsmouth, I think, to lose to Jyväskylä team that is already eliminated. But Basilisks could go easily as high as 2nd with a sweep, and they certainly go into the top 3 with any win at all. But yeah, Badgers, unfortunately for them, even if they lose in a sweep, they may have the better game differential against Esports Team 20, but they will not have that head-to-head after them 3 overtimes they lost, including the 4-minute one in Game 5, and that would be a painful way to miss out of the playoff stage.
I mean, it's not what you want to do, but I mean, that's kind of the nature of these single round robin group stages in general. It's tough, and sometimes teams just do miss out. As you say, like, those long overtimes make it a little bit more bittersweet, make it a little bit more heartbreaking if you do miss out at the last second, because there's so many what ifs. But that's what's going to happen tonight. It's going to happen to someone. We were just talking about ULB, which we jump back to see for a second. ULB have the chance to go out, and I mean, I think they've played at a level that was well deserving compared to some of the other teams in the tournament of going through to that playoff stage. But there's a chance that they just don't quite manage to sneak it through. But hey, let's jump over now to Group B. And this is going to be where our first matchup of the night is happening. We're going to see Beckett twice tonight. They have both of their series to play. We're going to see them in games 1 and we're going to see them in game 3. And it's basically all of these teams that we're going to see are locked for playoff with the Beckett Bears, with Essex Blades, and with Dusseldorf Dragons, locked for playoffs. But it's really RW Dragon down to Beckett and their form tonight to decide who goes into that upper bracket and who goes into the lower bracket. There is one lower bracket spot in this group that someone has to fill.
It has been commented before that Beckett Bears have been one of the hardest working teams in the entirety of the UK. Not only to come, I believe they came top of the North playoffs back in the winter split of NSC, and now they sort of rose up the ranks, and they were challenging for the championship bracket in NSC this split, and now they've come into EURC, and now they're challenging for top of the group, or at least in the situation where they sit currently third. 2 games to go, they could move up above Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons, who've been tearing up this entire split, and I believe their only loss coming from the very top of the group so far. A 3-2 loss coming from Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. So Beckett Bears, they have their work cut out. They have a huge contest against Essex for bragging rights from that Twitter beef to try and take away. But not only that, they have the entire Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons that they have to take down if they do want to move on. So, do move on with the slightly higher seed from the group. So there's so much excitement for Beckett Bears. I just hope that excitement doesn't get to them as it comes to the game. They are so close to having just a fantastic record against some of the best teams. And I have to say, it would be a huge statement if they took both games tonight as they move on to playoffs.
It'd definitely be feeling good, but just to mention the team that is the top of this group at the moment, Rotterdam, the only team to have beaten Beckett Bears so far in this group as well, and also one of only 2 teams so far in the group stage to just have guaranteed locked themselves first. They're in pretty rarefied air at the moment, along with the Berlin Phoenixes, who, as we mentioned, have only dropped a single game across all of the group stages. Rotterdam, Thylacto, have had a little bit of a tougher time getting there, but they've locked their first seed. They're now just sitting back and watching what plays out around them.
Yeah, I mean, really, we have to give a lot of credit to the Dutch side there. I mean, in a group that is so stacked that the Loughborough Lions are locked down in 5th, they have had the most valuable tie-break wins here that have mattered so much that they are indeed locked into first, and massive props to them, and we'll have to see just how far they can go. Of course, champions from EUR summer season, even if only one of that roster is now still at the university. I mean, just really massive credit to them. But when you think about Beckett Bears in this matchup, and you think about the excitement that RW Dragon was mentioning, that certainly could be a factor. If they can take this win against the Essex Blades, they will secure themselves top 3, no matter what. Whereas then their Dusseldorf series will just be playing who gets second, who gets third. But if they were to lose this series against, their fellow UK university, that Dusseldorf series will have so much pressure riding on it.
Yeah, so as neutral spectators, and I'm assuming we're all neutral here, nobody's ever coached any of these teams or anything, so there'd be no affiliations going on with anything there.
Oh, definitely not.
No, absolutely not. Thylacto, this is a chance for you to plug your coaching services, I think, by the way. No, we'll keep going. Thylacto, though, I mean, look, I'm going to keep it rolling. I'm going to keep you rolling, though. Because, look, Beckett are doing better than Essex domestically, but, Essex, they seem to have been taking Europe a bit more seriously than they have been taking NSE. Ever since kind of a slow start to their season, they've really put a lot of their focus onto this EU scene.
Yeah, it took all of about 1 or 2 weeks for their entire NSE season to pretty much capsize. And hence, as you say, they've had nothing but any choice to put all their eggs in the European basket. And do that they have with, head-to-head wins against the likes of Loughborough. The lowest they'll be finishing in this group is 4th. And I believe they came into the group as, the 5th or 6th pool seed. So either way, this group has been a success for them. And with the credit we do have to give to them, obviously they get plenty of memes in the fact that their Game 5 record is definitely questionable. And they certainly have had quite a few downs as a team, but that's also, from our failure to mention the ups, and this group stage certainly has been one. And if they can take this win here and then get a favour from Dusseldorf, they'll be top 3, and that would be a massive statement from the guys from Essex.
Absolutely huge. I mean, if they manage to sneak their way in there. But of course, RW Dragon, for Essex to sneak their way into this top 3, it would mean that Beckett have to kind of sneak their way back out. They'll fall down into that 4th position. They won't be starting in the upper bracket. It'll be straight to lower bracket for them. And as one of 3 teams tied with Rotterdam and Dusseldorf coming into this week on 4-1, they were just the clear top 3 in this group. That'd be a huge blow for them to not start this playoffs in the upper bracket.
after all the work they've put in, Beckett would be so frustrated that it hasn't fully paid off in terms of the European competition. And I think that even if the excitement gets to them, they can be proud with, in fact, how the past split in NSC has gone, how this entire European competition has gone. They qualified, and now they're going to move on to the playoff brackets no matter what. But to drop down into the lower bracket is going to be something they'll go, wait, we don't deserve that. And to be honest, as a caster watching them go through that entire process, no, they don't. Of course they don't. With the amount of hard work, I really hope for them it pays off. And they can move on, stay in the upper bracket, maybe take down Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons and take that number 2 seed from Group B and just run with it. Seeing hard work pay off in terms of a university Rocket League esports is marvelous to see, and it's great to see teams putting in those hours when they have to balance it with university and making sure they get good enough grades, of course. So it's good stuff.
That's it. Listen, I struggle enough myself with actually, just balancing everything that I have going on, and I'm not playing in University Rocket League anyway. But look, with that said, speaking of casters as well, we're going to move on to predictions because we are rapidly approaching game time here tonight. And I'm going to kick things off, and I'm going to say, look, as much as Essex have been focusing on Europe, I think Beckett have been putting in the work as well. And to me, I think Beckett have it. I think they have it in them to make top 3, and I think it would be very cruel if they don't make that top 3. I think Beckett are going to take it over Essex. RW Dragon, I'd love to hear what you have to think about it. After, you've kind of talked up how cruel it would be for Beckett to not make it.
I think I am going to stick with Beckett. I think hard work is going to pay off now. They're going to get those hours and bring it forward. I'm not sure I haven't actually checked the NSC bracket. I've been a bit worried about my Bournemouth side going into the playoffs and completely skipped over the fact that I'm actually casting the teams. But I definitely think that hard work is going to pay off. Maybe it's a game 5 and Essex, well, we kind of know how Essex are with game 5s, don't we? Yeah.
Look, fingers crossed Essex can even get to that game 5. But Tylacto, we now have 2 votes for Beckett. We're going to come to you. Is it going to be Essex or is it going to be the 3-0 for Beckett on the desk?
I really don't know. I think the best chance for Essex is to slap them in the face with a quick 3-0. I think it's fair to say that in terms of the mental game, Beckett Bears definitely stronger. The longer that series goes on, the more it favours Beckett Bears. I could very much see Essex here, who on paper are just as strong as a team. They might not be as practiced, they may not be as informed, but at the end of the day, they're still in the semis of the 3rd Div playoffs, even if the Beckett Bears are in the semis of the Challenger playoffs. Their form at the moment is similar. The quality of the players is very similar, but we've seen Beckett Bears do it time and time again. And for their sake, I do hope they win, but for our Dusseldorf series to be even more important, I also kind of hope they lose. And, maybe to curse Essex, I'm going to predict Essex, actually. I could see them winning the series quickly, and if Beckett Bears get off to a slow start and they don't get time to ramp up that engine, then Essex can definitely take it, and we may be in for a close game, but of course, certainly eyes out if we do get to that game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. And so with that, 2-1 for Beckett on the desk, but I'm going to remove myself for this cast, and so it'll be 1-1 on the cast between the 2 of you, and I'll leave you to it. Good luck with the cast, and we hope, honestly, that Essex can at least make it interesting, and make it interesting for the rest of the evening as well.
Oh, thank you very much, Neolaic, but I'm not quite sure about making it 1-1 on the casting desk. I mean, literally, Tylacto, your reasoning for saying Essex was to hopefully curse them to Beckett win. So I'm not sure.
I can see it happening, but yeah. It definitely is the textbook choice to go with Beckett here. And it's definitely the safe choice, I agree. But I think we both understand that Essex certainly have a very valid chance right now. If I check the Twitch channel points predictions, let's see which way it goes. It is about as you'd expect. It's currently 68%. Beckett Bears. It's actually on the way down. It's now down to 58. I was hoping they could get up one more, but now they're way off the magic number. And so Utopia Coliseum will have to be hosts of Game 1, RW Dragon. And I don't know about you, but I'm a little bit nervous going into this.
I'm not. I didn't coach one of the teams. I've got nothing really riding on this series. I can watch, relax, give the best performance I can on the casting desk as Switch, I'm sure he'll be hoping to bring his side, bring a little bit of luck into Europe that the team haven't really been able to bring this entire season of NSC forward. Mostly trying to bring it out to the halfway line. Luxno challenging early. This is kind of what you were saying. Essex want to take this quickly. They want to be very quick on the pitch. They want to be very quick on trying to get the sweep. So Beckett Bears just fall back and maybe get worried. These games might fly by. Switch, go to back George Burke. Oh. And that is such a simple yet beautiful play to kick off the scoring.
Essex non-stop on the front foot this first minute, and Beckett with their backs to the ball, and George Burke, what a striker he is going to find the far side of the net and is going to give Essex the first lead here. And we know that they're fast start as well compared to their Game 5 finishing form, but I feel like this just looked like it was coming for that entire minute.
It really was, but as soon as there was a kickoff, there seems to be a mental refresh for the entire Beckett Bears. It was a player a while ago that you'd sort of joke about him yelling reset. I think it was a Mongstar. I think that's what's been going on in the entire comms chat. Just scream out the reset, then it happens. But Essex once again had a brief moment of leads Beckett coming forwards, but now Essex are back at it again. Beckett just about clear the lines on that occasion, but they're still 1-0 behind with 3:30 left on the clock, and Essex still coming forward, but still putting some pressure on, still trying to get shots on target and push Beckett Bears onto the back line. A switch clears that from the center. Rahu down towards the center, like Snow. Out to the diagonal, mostly is there on the backboard. Straight there, and George Burke making the clearance.
I've just watched Rahu absolutely headbutt the holy hell out of the Essex goalpost. I need that clipped. I need that framed on my wall forevermore. That was quite the performances. Yeah, you think Beckett may have certainly had the better season so far, but maybe that's going to put even more pressure on their shoulders, as it certainly could seem to be affecting here in Game 1, as Essex have been the better team so far the first half, though. You know, as you say, Beckett are certainly starting to warm up and get more possession and more pressure, although maybe cursed by this face that is in Matty ET's username. Like, what even is that emotion? He's got like it's got a nose, it's got a winky eye, and then just a straight line. What's going on with that?
I don't see it. You're really just talking nonsense at the moment.
Look at the end of Matty ET's name.
No, it's not there.
You have it turned off or something?
No.
No, you're crazy.
I tell you what is there. Switch's shot. Getting it on targets. There we go. 2-0 up. I'm sure when you're coaching them later, I'm sure we'll be talking about Rahu getting the concussion a little bit earlier. And maybe you need to get checked, because I can assure you there is nothing there.
It's not on the stream either. I'm taking a screenshot. You don't believe me, man. I just one time, you know, the Beckett Bears needed their season turning around after that big reverse sweep by Newcastle, and 2 shots going over the bar is not what they'd like to see. That one on target, though. George Burke with the save, as Beckett Bears, they stand alone right now, as Matty will look for the touchdown. He's not quite going to find that. Mostly he's going to keep up the pressure, but really Essex can just sort of sit behind and park themselves on this one if they want to.
They can be patient, they can be calm, which is really unlike Essex considering the past experience of the entire team. This mostly goes to the ceiling. Can't get past Essex. Like I was saying, they're usually the very fast-paced. I mean, we started this entire game and series with them sort of showcasing that skill and ability, going forward as quickly as possible. And at the moment, yeah, you're right. They're sort of parking the bus. They're realizing, well, we'll probably get another opportunity as George Burke brings that forward. This should be a double touch. Yes, it is. There we go. 3-0 Essex are starting off this series rather simply and rather easily.
Yeah, easy for Essex is the saying of the day. George Burke's going to put another one away. 600 points for him. He's not missed a shot, and neither has Switch. As the more they turtle up, the more impatient Beckett could get, and the more vulnerable they are to the counter-attack. And while there was nothing standing in the way of George Burke's attempt there, as Beckett, pretty much out of time, need a slightly miraculous comeback. They're going to get back into this Game 1, and it's what we talked about before the series, why we think Essex can certainly take this if they take it quick. And Beckett are going to start to, they're really going to start needing to get games on the board if they want to, get Essex well and truly out of their comfort zone.
There is the alternative thought process that maybe Essex are just the kryptonite of Beckett Bears. Maybe they're bringing a play style that Beckett just, it doesn't quite work out with. As Beckett Bears are bringing forward, putting in towards center, and they do find another goal back. Finding a way through is Essex finally showing a little bit of impatience, as they would, as Lexno moving towards the corner just before he needs to. And I think it actually might be. I feel like Essex come forward very quickly, and that can really break down some structured defense. If you start to pass it around, start to move it, bring it forward a little bit chaotically sometimes, but with enough chaos that you can still know what you're doing, know what the team are doing. I genuinely feel that's how Essex sort of structure themselves. Bring it forward as quickly as possible, mess around with it, and see what happens. And that seems to be taking apart this Beckett Bears sides who have a little bit of a structure about them. They have a little bit of responsibility, and maybe that was what comes with Ty Lacto's special coaching to bring it forward. But
it's just one time with Maddie, man. So it was a life-changing event that certainly, I think, influenced the Beckett Bears, but there's no extended coaching going on. I will not take responsibility for the loss that is about to happen, as they appear to be playing crossbar challenge in that first game. I mean, the nice play from Mosley, close and quarters in the corner. A good shot from Rahu underneath. It's nice they get that goal, right, as a potential momentum going into the second game. Sort of chip the armor of the Essex Blades, but I don't know, they've certainly come here to fight, and if they can keep their initial first minute of form up for a second game as well, then they could be in for a massive result here.
They'll still look to continue that play. I mean, crossbar challenge for Beckett Bears. 10 shots. 10 shots to their name, exactly double what Essex put on towards the goal. Just not clinical enough from Beckett Bears. They've had the opportunities. Where are the goals? Saw one just come through from Rahu just at the end, with a slight misplay in terms of positioning by Essex. But really nothing else coming from the team from the north. Rahu coming off the backboard, getting the clearance upfield, which will need to win that as it does. Move slightly upfield, like Snow look for the challenge first. Mosley will get there. Matty shot, redirect. Was dropping down on target. Was saved out towards the side. Essex come forward again.
Different first minute compared to last time, though. It's immediately Beckett Bears piling on the offense as Essex just looking to break out, but again, Beckett will end up with the ball.
I think that's also the question mark about Essex is, if it's a quick sweep, then yes, Essex dominate and they're fantastic. But as soon as the team sort of comes back and sort of goes, all right, it's Essex. Game 5, anyone? just take a few for yourself. Take a game as mostly. Oh, could have been better from Switch. Getting a little bit close there by Essex, but it sort of feels like Essex lose a little bit of their shine when they lose out on the sweep. Seem to lose it for a moment as Essex maintaining a bit more possession, going back forward. As he holds it up, Rahu bringing it back deep into the Essex half. Lexno pinching. Matty's shot on target, but George Burke is there on the line to make the save. As neither Essex or Beckett Bears can get a goal in the first 2 minutes of this match too.
Indeed, I mean, it was a very good save from George Burke, to be fair to him. If he pushed any further in from that back post, it would have been nearly impossible for him. But a good ground shot it was, and a good sign for Leeds Beckett, as Essex yet to have really conjured up anything. This might be their best chance so far, though the pass a little bit off the mark. It's still going to force a good save out of Mosley as well. Yeah, that was a great shot from Lexno, and Beckett are going to have to try and respond, but Essex maybe starting to turn the tide here as we approach half-time. That whiff won't exactly be helpful, though. Lexano winning a big win in the midfield. It's off that Beckett backboard and uncontested.
Beckett?
Essex finding themselves a little bit on top right now, though no boost to put together anything that's going to change over again and leave Beckett. It's all a little bit scared in the midfield, and the nerves, I think, are certainly on show right now as a big touch from Switch. It just about stays out of the Essex net.
I think the teams have both agreed to play a little bit weird for this game too, is just try and confuse as much as possible. That was very weird from Becky Affairs. Didn't have had a moment to attack upfield again. Switch missing the open. George Burke long boost, so that's all he can provide in terms of a shot. That moves out to the side, but Lexano follows up. Pressure Essex towards the end, but this feels so confusing from both teams. It's a weirdly tentative competition in this game too. Both teams have had opportunities to move forward. They've had opportunities to score, and just nothing yet.
I mean, to be fair, the best chance did fall to Essex, but Switch just couldn't quite reach the rebound for the net, which was open, though far harder to actually take as maybe a chance. No, I think the nerves are just massively on display, as with a goal this late could easily be the decider, and Essex are so desperate to not give up a goal and the game as such. Should they find the opener here? The shot will come through from Lexano. The backboard read was not there, and Essex take the lead with just a minute left on the clock.
I feel like Switch had a part of that when it seemed like he faked out a flip reset. It looked like that touch towards the ceiling, towards the backboard. It looked so much like a flip reset to me, which is why I sort of yelled out, Switch? Is he going for that? As Massey ET tried to come through. So I think man in net, I believe it was Rahu just expecting something else, but no, just drops down straight away. Lexano comes through. Essex, 1 goal lead with the last 45 seconds to tick down. Beckett Bears trying to find their way through. Not taking their time for a moment. They had so much more time than that, though. It's not rushing, you're just getting to the ball to get control.
The pressure is just definitely on show, but it doesn't matter because Essex could be about to get their second game in a row as well. Switch, he's going to get beat, and he's actually going to beat out Rahu in the midfield and leads Beckett. They're running out of time. They're going to have to reverse sweep at this rate. And Essex, despite limited number of chances, have converted when it mattered, and they're pinning Leeds Beckett in their end, and it's a shambles at the moment. The defensive confidence is not there. They may have been the team expected to win, but they are on the ropes right now. The Essex Blade have got the blade to their throat, and they are ready to get that sweep that we talked about before the series even started.
I really think you should have made that Essex prediction with a little bit more chest.
I mean, I said it with logic. I said it with logic. If they lose the next game, I think they're getting reverse swept. Truly. It's just a fact.
Well, I mean, including the part where you said, I'm just saying it, so I think it will curse them, so Beckett Bears actually win.
I mean, that's just
you
how
have to say it with chest next time. You're a smart man, Tyler, though. Say it with chest.
All my predictions are there to curse the team to win. My prediction correction rate is actually terrible. It really is. So
I think it's my prediction rate which is terrible, because I said it before. I feel like I'm the most cursed caster there is. Every team, it feels like I think, yes, I reckon this team is going to win. Nah, they just don't end up not forming.
Clearly,
I think pretty much. I think it all stems from when I first predicted Northern Gaming would win season 3 of RLCS. Ever since then, predictions haven't been the thing. Yeah. You get one big one, and then the rest of it is just...
It's like gambling. You've got a gambling problem when it comes to predictions. Maybe Twitch does too, and the channel points, and I don't know.
It's not a problem. I can quit anytime.
Again?
I can quit anytime I want.
Oh my goodness, Rahu! That save at the far post to stop an early goal for Essex in Game 3. Think about what that could have done for the series as a whole.
starting off with such an insane play might have messed with Beckett Bears. Just their miscommunications are messing with them right now. Like Snow just about gets a touch on that as that drops down towards the center. George Burke towards the backboard. Mostly can't get the clearance. Switch as the shot. Rahu rotating in time to push out towards the side like Snow into diagonal corner. So that move towards center cleared out by Beckett Bears, but they're getting good enough clearances, but the transitions are just not quite there. And until Essex get a little bit stuck in their own half. And then that's when Beckett Bears realize, all right, now it is perfectly safe that we can move up to the midfield line. That seems to be how Beckett Bears are working. It's far too careful. It's far too tentative when you're 2 down in the series and have only had 1 goal come off your plays. Rahu brings it forward in the dribble. Matty E looking for a double demo, and neither comes to fruition. Like Snow blocked out by Mosley. George Burke out towards the side. Someone from Beckett Bears needs to come through, as Rahu does. Bouncing in towards the center. Mosley is there. Shot saved by Like Snow as Essex clear the lines out to the midfield.
It's a big save from Lexano once again, as it's the dream for Essex right now. Not once in this entire series have they actually been losing a game. So the mental is still strong, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that is the, Leeds Beckett are trying to be the bull in the china shop, and they want to smash that mentality. If they can get an opening goal here, that will be the first step to doing that. But now they will find it off an infield passing play, and no big save this time from the Essex defense. They'll be flat-footed, and the shot will be anything but. Leeds Beckett will strike first, and that really is exactly what they needed.
Far too tentative on the clearance by Essex, and I've said it that entire first part of the game. Beckett Bears are playing off Essex mistakes. There's the first one of Essex's big ones to allow the lead to come through for Beckett Bears, but it's too much dependence on the continued usage of them. Matty gets in the way. Rahu blocked out into the center. Switch taking past 1. That's a double commit coming through from Essex. Only George Burke back. The angle doesn't come through from Mosley. Rahu taking it slow and high, looking for the bump, but Switch. Oh, Switch doesn't come through for the clearance. And the air dribble sort of bump attempt works out.
The Essex fall from grace may have started here, as that is not the most impressive defense we've seen in the competition so far. Rahu is going to completely mind game them by doing approximately nothing, and it will be a second for Leeds Beckett. Though with time on the clock, there is still time for Essex Blades to stem that bleeding, to get back into the game. And if they don't show signs of it, I do worry for them for the remainder of this series. And Rahu has just shown up with 3 shots, 3 goals, 3 saves, but more impressively, 696 points currently. And that is a nice way to get your hat-trick. 3-0 is the scoreline, and Essex Blades are definitely not out of play right now in this game.
Only takes 1 misplayed game by Essex to start tick down, but huge clearance upfield. This is the moment for Essex to push upfield. Like Snow can't block that out fully. George Burke is up. Both him and Matty E.T. out of the way of the ball. Rahu flicking over 1, looking for a 4th one. He doesn't get a 4th himself. It does set up the 4th for the Beckett Bears.
Oh my goodness, like Ronaldinho going down the pitch there with the rainbow flick over 2 players. It's Ronaldinho. The question is, can he keep it up for the rest of the series? I mean, what a performance so far in this 3rd game has pretty much put Beckett Bears back on the map, as they were nowhere to be seen until now. I really think Essex could do with a consolation goal of their own, and they could maybe get one here, but Maddie is going to be the one to make that block that time, as Essex really need to get this one, and they will. Switch will get one back off a great play indeed, and that's a nice goal for Essex to keep their momentum going.
Kind of like Beckett Bears, I think 1st or 2nd goal in this game. Far too much tentative play on the defensive side of things from Beckett Bears, and Essex make the most of it. 2 is planted in net. That's a perfect time to use the backboard start off the kickoff with a little bit of miscommunication. It does work out for a moment. George Burke keeping the pressure in Beckett Bear's half by turning around and getting a challenge on. At the moment, it's still Beckett Bears leading by a lot. I would say Essex need a few more to sort of help reset everything, go into the next game with a little bit of a fresher mentality than they have got possibly at the moment. Lex No shot is on target. Matty E.T. though will make the easy save. Essex continue with possession deep in the Beckett Bears half, and it yields another goal. 4-2, 46 seconds to go.
Nice swing for Essex right now. George Burke is going to find the net again, not to mention the Kung Fu karate kick from Switch, completely removing the Beckett defense. That's an emphatic bump, and Essex, they're reminding themselves that they're not just still here in the series, but they might even be in this game.
40 seconds to go. It is a tall order in the last few moments to get back those 2 goals, especially at this standard, but Essex might give it a good go. As Lex No can't drop it down. Matty E.T. will block. George Burke allows Switch to come forward, maybe a little bit too close to the ball. I reckon Switch would have had a better go, better tackled it if just cleared the way a little bit more whilst rotating back, but Switch needs to get back in time. Mosley won't allow that. 2 goals won't be coming in for Essex, but 1 more will be added by Beckett Bears. 13 seconds to go.
Indeed it will, as Mosley gonna kill off the game there, though they could easily have had more than a game on their hands if not for the pre-jump save from Rahu. A ridiculous save that I can't even believe he attempted, but it was a hugely clutch play that is going to see out this 3rd game for Leeds Beckett. And I said that I was worried about the Essex getting reverse swept if they lost this game, but they've shown quite a lot of fight there towards the end of that game, and it was certainly seemingly out of their reach, and that's not something we've always seen out of Essex. And Beckett Bears, they still have a long road ahead of them.
I think I just had a game crash. My goodness.
Your game's crashed. F. I mean,
Yes,
Rahu had 986 points to win that game. I think it's fair to say if Beckett Bears do come all the way back, then you have to look at this individual game performance as a true standout one. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic to see. Credit to him to have a ceiling that high, even if they lose the series. But Essex Blades, they want to be winning every game they can as well to see out this series, as if they don't do it in this next one, they will be heading to the 5 game as not their favourite place, it's fair to say, but maybe where they want to consult their demons face to face.
Yeah, the game has yes, it's interesting situation with the Rocket.
You chilling?
I think I'll have to use the producer feed going into this last one, but it is completely locked, completely frozen, and Steam is not exactly helping at the moment, but we still have something to go off.
That's
considering things crashing and burning a little bit. Essex during that last one, they seem to have a tricky one. Beckett Bears found a work through.
Yeah, it's kind of strange sometimes, Rocket League, when it freezes, you have to press Windows and Tab, then open a new desktop and kill it in the task manager in the new desktop. Quick life hack anytime that's happened to you. I'm not sure if it's Zach's issue. I know that Essex don't want to have to consult their issue of Game 5 if they don't have to, as it will be Leeds Beckett opening up with the offense here in Game 4. Not something, as an Essex fan, you would like to see, as Maddie is going to find the back ball again, but Lexano, his touch not going to be as convincing as last game, though George Burke around to help out. The ball is only returned to Leeds Beckett, though a good interception from Lexano. Going to put Essex certainly back in contention. Double demo on the switch from Maddie, and then a demo from George Burke. It's a little bit of a war zone here in Game 4 on DFH, as Essex working that ball around wide nicely. Switch up for the double touch. He's put it towards the net, but Mosley way far ahead of that one, and indeed a lovely block as well. Rahu is now up towards the backboard. So is Maddie. No, quite on the double touch. A difficult shot, though, one he'll certainly want back, as Essex is their defense will hold, and Leeds Beckett, their first chance of the game, it's just gone a little bit wayward.
Yeah, sorry, Tarlac, I might have to have a complete restart. It's
the Windows tab problem. Yeah, you're right. It's the one. If you click the Windows key and the tab key at the same time, and it sort of lets you create a new desktop, you might be able to get the chance to close it in Task Manager. As Rahu doesn't want to close the potential reverse sweep, he has turned this one downfield and forced it in off Lexano. Rahu with the performance of his lifetime right now, but he's going to have to somehow keep it up if Beckett Bears could somehow come back in this series. Still plenty of time left in this game, for plenty of time to Essex to prove that they deserve this more. And George Burke, he's going to control it. He's going to whisk it down, and here he goes. Just a little bit rushed on the touch. Now Mosley in control. He's getting a little bit dunked out there. George Burke from the wall switches up. Does he get the double touch? No, but Lexano's there, maybe baiting in the Beckett Bears defense. But to be fair to them, they have been patient, and to be honest, at times too patient on defense. But hoping that Essex will overplay their hand is certainly an option, maybe in game 5. But Essex, I'm being so harsh on them, but oh my goodness, maybe there would have been a reason for it there. But no, the crossbar going to come to aid, and it will stay at 1. And maybe the infield, maybe the shot, it's above the bar, but the rebound, no, Maddie will get the block that was required. And Lexano, his shot going to have to be saved by Mosley. George Burke now shoots it towards the net, but Mosley again, all 3 players back from Leeds Beckett, and a save required by Switch. I think Lexano may have had it anyway, though. Rahu, his shot is going to be able to punish once again. And who is it once again? It's Rahu. He cannot stop scoring right now. Essex's defense, just a slight inefficiency, and yet he punishes again. One small double commit, one loose touch, and he's there. It's 2-0 Leeds Beckett, and I don't want to say it, but you all know what we're all thinking. Lexano is going to get beaten out in the midfield. Rahu is going to be there to control it, but limited boost supply. He's going to get a good 50 though. Mosley gets that touch, and Essex are still on this defensive play though. Maddie with a complete width might give them some breathing room. A nice pinch though, going to force them to have to turn this one over, and Leeds Beckett just refusing to leave the red half right now. Rahu refusing to stop scoring. He's got another hat trick. The delayed flip from the wall. He reversed up there with his parking lights on, and Switch is going to get beaten out by the second touch. I mean, look at that cat in his profile picture. It's just us right now. We're speechless. I don't know what else we can say right now, and Essex they're just stun-locked. They truly are. If it was a MOBA, they're just getting CC'd all over the shop by this Beckett. Okay, no, it's just Rahu, really. I mean, his touch from the defense from Maddie is going to get another redirect out of him, but I mean, Essex, it's been their problem so often as a team that once they start losing, they just can't stop. And Maddie with a shot towards the top corner. He's going to get himself on the board as well, and it's so painful to watch as an Essex fan. They just cannot stem the bleeding. Backs to the ball, and the shot is an absolute rifle. I mean, yeah, it was a homing missile by the looks of the goal explosion. 4-0, and there's still nearly 2 minutes to be played, and it is looking painful as Essex are almost certainly going to have to be confronting their demons, though. I have to say it, they have won Game 5s before. We meme about it non-stop because of their slight habit of losing them, but regardless of that, they have won them in the past, and what a way it would be to do it here. What a way to prove that they have learned from previous mistakes, that they have developed as a team, and that they do deserve the respect as one of the best teams in the UK, despite their unfortunate season domestically. They have performed fantastically here in Europe. Regardless of this series, though, you know how desperately they will be wanting this series. A potential reverse sweep. How do you shut down Beckett? How do you shut down Rahu? Maybe you shut down his PC, like RW Dragon had to do. Take a page out of his book. Try and DDoS him. Maybe not the most sportsmanlike behaviour, but maybe the one that's required right now, as Lexano is going to try and build from the defence, but you can see the confidence in this Leeds Beckett team. Rahu, with the easiest chance he's had all day, is actually going to miss that one and put it onto the backboard so that Mosley can pad his own stats as nice one, Rahu. How do you manage to score all of them and not that one? Not quite sure, as George Burke will great pass himself. Hopefully the tilt is not there, as Essex were so far the better team here in the first game, yet they've only put up one shot in 4.5 minutes. Meanwhile, Beckett Bears have 11.
Hello, Tylacta. You always seem to find yourself in this position, and I find myself joining more often than not when you're here. And
No
look,
problem.
the series has kind of flipped on its head while I've been watching from the sidelines.
It's strange. It's almost like we talked about this being a possibility before the series even started, though.
Isn't it, though? I was actually so impressed. I was looking forward to bringing it up on the desk. You know, you said it. Essex needed to win in 3 quick games, and here we are in Game 4, and they haven't managed to do so.
No, they're going straight up, face to face, in the mirror with Game 5. And can they get a consolation goal? I don't think so. They actually had one had a couple in the previous game, Game 3, but I mean, that man Rahu, have you seen what he's been doing across the field?
Yeah, I mean, just ridiculous things. The touches to the ball. It's going places that it probably shouldn't be allowed to go. And Rahu directing it there every single time. And Essex, I mean, they're on the back foot. They have quality players. We know that they're capable of actually winning out when, you know, in these tight situations. But I mean, this is a Game 5 where when you lose Game 4, 5-0, it starts to look very, very difficult. And of course, this loss here has implications for the group. If they lose in Game 5, Essex now are just down into the lower bracket for playoffs. This is not the start that they'll want in game number 5.
Indeed, it
I'm
certainly
watching
is.
a replay.
Yeah, you're watching a replay, yeah. I was like, hang on, am I that far behind? I'm in game and Game 5's already started? No,
Nope.
Game 5 is about to start, and I imagine we will be on Champions Field for it. And just the pressure, the momentum, the odds right now are stacked so far against Essex that I just feel bad for them at this point. I genuinely just want them to win. At least I'd get a prediction right as well, although not in the way we said so, as Champions Field is loading up. And how do you deal with this Beckett momentum right now?
With great difficulty is probably going to be the answer, and I think it starts with just, you know, getting something going in the midfield. As is so often the answer in Rocket League, if you can just keep the other team from, if you can keep Beckett here from actually getting towards your goal, prevent Rahu from just getting these shots on target and giving him the space to do something ridiculous. That's so close already. That's too much space already, Tylacta.
I mean, maybe, but the sort of play that might kill off the confidence of the Beckett players, and Lexano is going to get a shot, but a save on the goal line from Matty ET is going to somehow keep our first 20 seconds without a goal. Mosley nearly with a fantastic double touch to open the scoreline, though. Essex going to get away with that one. Rahu, though, they're not going to get away with it if he's on the shot, but Lexano with the save of the season right now. What on earth was that?
Oh, this is Essex. I mean, they've come back to play here, and look, I mean, it's a big 5-0 scoreline, but sometimes that's what you need to reset the mental between games, because you're not taking the rest of that Game 4 seriously, really. You're already looking towards the Game 5. That's so nearly the own goal by George Burke, but Lexano has gotten it off the line for the time being, and it's Lexano now mounting the attack from midfield. Not a huge amount of boost to do anything with it. It's back across the face of the field, and Rahu in control. What can he do? Won't manage to win that race to the corner, and this is both teams looking threatening underneath that one. Switch on goal. It's just saves at both ends of the pitch.
Yeah, you have to think that this momentum might have been stalled right there for Leeds Beckett. How they haven't scored, I don't know. Some incredible saves from Essex with Demo there to deny, but Lexano, his shot is not going to quite find the mark. But the Essex defense and the Essex goalpost and just the Abrai and everything have been already called into play. And we're not even halfway through this game. A Switch is going to try and make a play happen in the corner without no boost, though. Essex unable to punish through Lexano. George Burke looking nervous on the backflip. The shot will come through and Demo, but the shot just off target. Rahu is going to turn, though. He forces the 50. It's off the ceiling. Mosley with the shot, but the save comes out from Switch. And the longer this 0-0 goes on, the more and more scared I think us and both teams get.
Absolutely. I mean, it feels a little bit like, you know, whoever scores first has that mental edge and potentially start to open the floodgates a little. But I have to say, it's really nice seeing Rahu create not just on the ball, but off the ball as well. If that shot had been on target, Rahu with a big Demo would have potentially allowed that one to roll in. And that's what you love to see in these high-pressure situations, players still using their brains.
Indeed. That's just such an easy thing that goes out the window when you're under such pressure, but maybe that will be what makes the difference, as a big whiff from Switch allows another shot. And oh my goodness gracious me! whip out the Excel spreadsheet because he's just auto-filled and read so far ahead. George Burke has just been dunked on like nobody's business.
Oh, and I mean, you can see the missiles coming through, blowing up, and I think that's a representative Essex mental state. Could be a little bit boom after that one as well. They need to come back quick, and they need to come back hard, because that was an insane dunk, and that was the chance. You can see it. That was potentially an open net right there for Essex to score on, and just couldn't quite put it away.
They couldn't quite, as the ghosts and demons of their past are trying to rear their ugly head, and a big backboard clear is going to ensure they don't get another clean-cut chance, though they are looking to respond, and Beckett have to try themselves, but some loose touches give Essex possession, though Lexano rushing and switch likewise. When actually had a second of time, the potential pressure is seemingly starting to get to them, but they do still have 2 minutes on the clock, though for how long? Maddie is going to whiff, Mosley is going to be there, and he's going to put it away, and it's salt in the wound for Essex right now. They've got 2 minutes, but they're still now 2 down.
The big redirect attempt from Matty. He comes through, couldn't quite make contact, but with 2 Essex players up in the air to defend it, it just leaves it open for Mosley to slam one home. And Essex are just looking too shaky in the middle of the field right now. Even when they manage to make contact with the ball, which isn't a guarantee with how they're playing, the touches aren't getting them forward momentum into the opposite half. And they're just finding themselves on this back foot, on their goal line all too often because of it.
Indeed they are. Beckett just doing the simple things, even if they're feeling the pressure too. They've now got that lead to work with. Essex haven't scored since game 3, and that has got to sting, as Maddie is gonna strike again. 1v2, it just doesn't matter, and those floodgates, they are pouring right now as Maddie has taken over the mantle, and I just don't think Beckett Bears are gonna stop scoring.
This is what happens sometimes in big high-pressure situations in those game 5s when you have 0-0 for so long. It took 2 minutes for the first goal to be scored, but once you slip off that knife's edge, it's just blood on the ground everywhere, honestly. Dialacto is, right now, Beckett are ripping Essex apart in defence.
They really are, as the Twitter game is certainly looking a lot like Beckett's reply to the original Essex instigator of said things, but I just feel so bad for Essex. We meme them so hard, and yet they really are just a meme at this point. This performance is just Essex in a nutshell. We shouldn't be able to say with such confidence that if Beckett win game 3, they just reverse sweep, and yet that literally has been the thing. Essex without a game, or goal I should say, in game 4 or 5. Maybe they can get one here. A lovely drop down. George Burke will score. And can they start to turn the tide here? A massive pass from Switch. A massive goal from George Burke. They've got 43 seconds, but the mountain still looms high.
And it starts, like I said at the start of this game, like I just said a minute ago, in the middle of the pitch. That's a much better touch from Lexano, and he carried it forward from there. They need to tighten it up in the middle of the pitch. Here's another good touch onto the back wall. George Burke now following. Much better. It's nearly gone in. The follow-up isn't quite going to be there, though. But this is much better from Essex. They maybe, though, have just left it a little bit too late, as there are only 30 seconds left. That's rolling towards their goal. They'll get it clear, but it feels like too little too late.
Oh, that had to be it. A huge double touch with 2 goals in no time. Maybe a chance here, though. Lexano, oh, he's going to whip contact on it. He maybe was looking for the return pass. Essex are going to get dunked out by Mosey. They're not going to have enough time. They've been reverse swept. It's been game 5 again, and Beckett Bears on the back of Rahu, who now just cruises in this game 5, bottom of the scoreboard, have pulled off the reverse sweep, confirmed themselves upper bracket in playoffs, and they could still even get second in the group.
They could, and that'll all come down to game 3 tonight, Beckett versus the Dusseldorf Dragons, and that'll just decide game 2 that'll just decide second place in the group. But I mean, look, that's it for Essex. Their group stage run over. They have managed to secure themselves that qualifier berth, but they'll drop down to that lower bracket, and honestly, Tylacto, they will do it in the most Essex way possible.
Yeah, the most Essex way possible indeed. At the end of the day, it's the group stage. They would have loved to get top 3, but they would have need a favour in order to do so. If they're going to lose a game 5 here, and it makes them win a game 5 or even a game 7 in playoffs, then so be it. That is where they have to look. I'm sure they've got more than enough game 5 throws in terms of replays that they can look over at this point. They've got plenty of resources in that department, and I'm sure it's still something that they're working on. They showed at times, certainly earlier on in that series, that they were by far the better team, and it's just about bringing that out more often, as something in particular, Rahu really lit a fire underneath the Beckett Bears heart right there, and it showed, and it's great to see for them, and they of course get that upper bracket now, but when playoffs roll around, who knows how far both these two teams could go.
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a reason we play best of fives instead of best of threes, and it's because, the more games you have, the more likely you are to see which team is actually better on the day. And maybe the answer is, if that was a best of seven, Essex would have come back and won 6 and 7, I mean, who knows? Hard to say, and at least they've made it to the playoffs. At least we'll get a chance to see them there.
Indeed we will. It was a fantastic series regardless of the result and the manner of which it happened. I found it certainly very entertaining, as our next match is straight out of the problem child. Group C, Engine Stuttgart against Durham Defenders. We've set that one up as fast as we can, and we'll be with you with it after the break.
It's murder. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. 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 I killed it. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
welcome back to the desk, where I'm joined by Tylacto and Achnal to break down what was a very Essex way Tylacto, as we were saying at the end of that cast, to knock themselves down into the lower bracket of the EURC.
Yeah, it was painfully Essex, is definitely fair to say. I just don't think I should ever be able to say with such confidence that a team taking a game 3 means a nearly certain reverse sweep, though it was proven quite correct. Though annoyingly, they did show lives even in said game 5, and I think there were some good signs for them in that series. Maybe some things haven't changed, but others certainly have, and they looked fantastic early on in that series and at various points throughout. So I hope they don't get their head too down about that series. I mean, speaking about painfully like a university that I believe, Achnal, you're quite a bit of an expert on. Now, Durham, coming into this series, guys, we call Group C the problem child, but mainly it's because of Durham defenders being themselves quite the problem university. And that's because they can't even finish 4th or 5th in this group. They cannot just go into the playoff bracket in lowers. No, that would be too much like a normal team. We're talking about the Durham defenders here. No, they're either top 3 or they're out. And it all comes down to this series, doesn't it?
So, not a fantastic situation for, a team that's, I think they won't mind me saying, fairly notoriously hot and cold. Basically, it comes down to what temperature they're arriving at on the pitch tonight to decide their entire EUR season. One of those, insane permutations of all of our tiebreakers. Not really helping them out, but it just, like you say, it is all down to this series that they'll have today against Stuttgart. It
absolutely is. So a reminder of the stakes. Whatever happens, there's going to be a lot of ties in this Group C. Either we have 2 3-way ties, one at the top of the group with 3 teams on 5-2 and 3 teams on 4-3 just below them, or we will have 2 teams tied on 5-2 and 4 teams tied on 4-3 at the end of this. Either Durham will be in and ULB will be out, or ULB will be in and Durham will be out. And it all comes down to this. Not only that, as Tylacto mentioned, there will be some series score in it. Durham can finish second if they sweep this series. All they have to do is take Stuttgart down in 3 games. If they don't do that, they will be below Stuttgart in the top 3, I believe, but still be, or they'll be in the top 3, but still, whatever. It doesn't matter. We'll figure it out. I know that if Stuttgart manage to win, but they do it in 5 games, Martini top the group. And look, if we focus over on Stuttgart for a second as well, part of the reason they're in this situation, I think they're a very strong team. They have had to play with a sub a couple of times in this group. They gave up a loss to the TUD Apes because of that, potentially. And I mean, they'll definitely be looking to make sure that they get that top 3 right now.
Indeed, I don't think Durham can get second. If they sweep, they will get third, though. And Stuttgart, as you say, can get top of the group with a 3-1 win or better. But a game 5 will mean that the Martinis top the group. So if you're a Martini, if you're coming out of the Netherlands right now, you are absolutely loving the Durham defenders. Whereas if you're coming out of Belgium, you are absolutely hating the Durham defenders. How do you sit on the matter, actually? You've got quite a mixed relationship with them.
I wouldn't go that far. I was chatting with these guys earlier about their prospects for the series. They've worked it all out themselves. They're no longer in the dark about what all of these results mean, and they're ready. They elected not to do any scrims to prepare for the series. At least that was the last I heard. So we'll see if that was an inspired decision or not. My opinion may be bleeding through in the fact that I've brought it up, but these guys, it's just one of them. I think they can turn up without scrims and play like one of the best teams in Europe, or they could spend 3 days doing scrims beforehand and still not quite manage it on the night. So maybe they were right, and like you say, it just, it's so interesting to me that they've managed to find themselves, of all the teams in the EURC, that it's them who've ended up here.
And I think with the game fast approaching, we're going to move on to predictions. And hearing that as well, I'm going to paraphrase Dodgeball and say, look, no scrims. It's a bold move, Cotton. I don't think it'll pay off. I think Engine Stuttgart have what it takes to beat Durham defenders in this series. I think Durham defenders, this is unfortunately for me the last we're going to see of them in EURC. And Atch, I'm going to bring it back. I'm going to send it straight back your way. You're saying maybe the lack of scrims is going to pay off for them, but do you in your heart of hearts truly believe that?
I have to back them. I have to back them only because they won't speak to me again if I don't. And, it's going to be, I think it's going to be a close series. One way or the other, I think it will be a close series. And I do have a horrible feeling that it may be one of those series that we see decided by some pivotal mistake rather than some pivotal, key play that's actually enjoyable to watch. So we'll have to see about that. My prediction would be probably, I think Durham will leave it to the very last and take it in 5.
I mean, that'd be the exciting way for it to happen, and I'd be fully on board for it, and I'm sure any Martinis fans would as well. And so that's it. 1-1 on the desk so far. Tylacto, round us out. Durham or Stuttgart?
Oh, I mean, I'm worried that Adgersfield has made a fulfilling prophecy with the terrible mistake, but I don't know. I wanted to talk more about this Stuttgart team, which, as you say, half their losses came when using a sub anyway. I think there's a reason why they're in contention for top of the group. I think they're the far better team. I cannot put faith in a Durham side that is almost like only half the time are they even a good team at all. And the fact is that I do want them to win, but I just don't see it happening, and I'm not even sure it will be close either. My prediction has to go to the German side coming out of Stuttgart, and I do hope we have a series of it, but I am worried it might not even be pretty.
Well, there you have it. On the desk, it's going to be 2-1 for Stuttgart, and we're going to head over to the cast, which is going to feature 2 familiar faces, but that means that there is no room for me. So I guess I'm a just head out. Take it away, boys.
Okay. Well, we've got New Alaic successfully removed from around here, Ash, so I think it's fair to say the mood has just drastically increased. I think it's fair to say that despite my prediction, we're both massive Durham fans coming in. We're completely biased towards the UK, despite no matter how much we have to blind ourselves to do so.
Well, yeah, perhaps some rose or maybe lilac tinted glasses in the case of the defenders here that we've both got on. If nothing else, I would love to see them come out and play well, even if they don't take the series. Just to make a series of it is, at least half the battle. And you've got to remember, of course, these guys, in typical Durham fashion, again, left it to the very last to qualify. So
true.
If they make it out of the groups, I think they can be really, really chuffed with that.
I mean, I think they can be more than chuffed. I think it'd be absolutely incredible coming out of pot 6 in terms of the seeds. Weren't expected to, and honestly snuck into the competition as a whole. And also, hang on a minute, could that still be converted? No. It was Desired who's whiffed there on a technically quite open net, though maybe the pressure and maybe the lack of warm-up, who knows? Maybe Stuttgart opted for the zero scrim strategy as well, as they are certainly on the offense, but game 1 still with the feelers out, and maybe an absolute clang from Obop. I mean, it really was a bop once again. He just can't seem to stop himself.
Perhaps slightly inadvertent ground pinch coming out of the robot there. I mean, as much as I love giving them the benefit of the doubt, I think he did just need to catch that on the bounce. He did catch, I think it was Desired out as the last man back for Engine Stuttgart. And, doesn't really matter how you score them. Top left it goes, and the defenders are 1-0 up.
Maybe good Durham have turned up, and maybe I'll be absolutely wrong in terms of prediction. But to be honest, I would absolutely love to be, and usually I am anyway, so... Off that backboard, the ball will go. Durham with a slight double commit, though the defenders used to doing just that, and they have a goal to work with and sit behind. So a happy place for them to be in right now. I just want to alert you to the channel points prediction, Atch. Over 18,000 went in favour of Durham. That was 82% in their favour. And despite that first goal, do you think that's a little bit rash, or is there maybe the confidence should be in them at this point?
Oh, that's a good question. I can't vote. I would have upped that ratio if I could, but I'm banned from using my channel points to make predictions. So we'll just have to see. I think 82% is a level of confidence I'm not sure is warranted. I'd expected them maybe to tip the balance, particularly. I think a lot of our UK friends watching at home tonight sort of tipping that balance for them. But
I think so.
People need to back Stuttgart a little more when they're putting on offense like this.
2 clean-cut shots. Engine Stuttgart have worked for themselves well, but the first was Desired, the second, and now a third. Couple for Tivolix, and the third chance now blocked by Zouch, and Durham are defending and sometimes just not and getting away with it. Stuttgart probably kicking themselves at this point as Desired on the turn has put it in the midfield, but Zouch will get back in time, and Adgos can't find that angle on the pass or the shot. Whatever he was going for there, and Durham, surely this can't keep up. Surely they will concede as, oh my goodness, Desired is going to catch it on the wall as Adgo's shot wasn't quite on target in game one. Isn't very back and forth. It's just attack versus defense, but Stuttgart just can't seem to break through.
Yeah, the defenders earning their name here in game one, must be said. Certainly sat back most of the start, but they have that lead. You know, Zouch getting a dunk might transition them onto some offense, but they don't need it. It would be better for my general health and well-being if they tried to sort of sit back a little less, but they think it's going to work. So far it has. It might not have looked particularly under control at times, but so far it's been under control enough.
I just refuse to believe it. There's still 2 minutes on the clock, though you could definitely see them getting a counter-attack goal against the run of play, which from watching them is certainly where I think they thrive. Also, that touch from Adgoes was absolutely ridiculous, so credit to him on that. Passes the ball back inside as well. Desired is up, and it's onto the backboard. The shot, though, again off target. Tivolix finding that same post for the third time. The poor guy has got a toxic relationship with the poor thing, and Durham are absolutely loving it.
They are, and I mean, you know, there's only so many times you can sort of write that off as a sort of an anomaly from Stuttgart. You know, it's maybe 4 chances now, proper decent ones. Like a good save from Mordisha. The shot seems to be coming in a little bit more accurately now, and it's worrying going into the last minute for the defenders because, like you say, they look most likely to score on the counter, but they've only really had 2. So, you know, if this is how the series is going to go, it's going to be, seat in pants, I think.
That goes with the shot towards the net, but the double commits out. Going to get credit for that one. Stuttgart refusing to give up to the end of another block by Durham on defense, and Adgoes cannot find that angle again. Tivolix, though, with a great touch, but Zouch is there again, and he seems to be making so many big stops. Could that one goal from Bob be the difference here? Or will Stuttgart strike Mordisha now with the huge block on defense? Stuttgart have had 12 shots. Durham have had 3, and now Durham could maybe strike a second, though another double commit. They're getting away with so much. Stuttgart must be moulding right now. I can only imagine what it is like to play against these guys right now. Mordisha trying to pop it past, though. Tivolix, he will stand their ground, though. They need to get the ball downfield again. There's less than 10 seconds on the clock, and Bob, he's going to put it into the corner. The possession is Durham's, though. The bounce is dangerous. It's so dangerous, but the block from Zouch, the ball will be down, and Jose Mourinho is the proudest father right now of this Durham defenders team. They have seen that one out 1-0. And are you ready for 2 more games of the same?
No. Definitely not. No. If I was a slightly more conspiratorial man, I might say that the defenders have done this deliberately in order to give me some kind of heart problem on stream. It worked. You know, at the end of the day, I'm sure that's what they'll be saying. I think they would rather not do that again once, let alone twice. So hoping for them that they can get some more offense together, because what they did have looked pretty good. You know, when they managed to get out on the counter-attack, it looked perfectly decent from them. But yeah, like you say, you know, they can only be defenders for so long.
Yeah, I mean, some good defending coming out per se, but you have to say Stuttgart could have got 3, if not 4, had their shooting have been any better, and that is not something that Durham have a hand in, though I could say that they've tilted the engines Stuttgart, though once them engines get kicked into gear, I think it could spell a lot of trouble for Durham as we head on to Forbidden Temple for Game 2, as Durham going to try and keep this flowing, though I would say momentum wasn't exactly theirs anyway, though a huge clinical play from Bob was the difference, and if they can keep making clutch plays at both ends of the field, then you certainly can't count them out. It's currently 1-0 Durham. We head into Game 2.
We'll say, I think, for those who are inexperienced in the ways of the Durham defenders, those of you watching at home may not have seen them before. I've never seen them win a series and look confident simultaneously in my life. I don't think. Looking calm is not what they do.
Yeah,
but
the 2 great saves already.
Yeah, but it's dangerous, but it's working. You know, so far they haven't conceded. Well, and yet it keeps going, doesn't it? You know, there's only so long it shouldn't be working for before clearly something is working. And thus far, I don't want to jinx it for the guys. Thus far.
Oh my goodness, the rule one. Oh, it's been broken.
Yeah.
I think that was Mordisha backing out, and that is how you break it. If it stops working, that is how. That is Mordisha's fault if Durham end up losing this series. I think that is a fact of the matter, right?
I mean, potentially, backing out of a rule 1 is dangerous at the best of times. Did look kind of like both players weren't that invested in it, but
True.
you have to say Mordisha was definitely the one to initiate the removal of the rule on.
The release clause.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And Bop's got a bump, but it's not going to stop Adgo's getting up to this. Where's the shot? There it is, and it's too low for the squishy save. The dams have been breached. Can they be reconstructed in time? Stuttgart have their first.
Who's at fault? It's Mordisha with the pre-jump, following him breaking of the rule, and a simple pre-jump there. Easy enough getting outplayed. Adgo's will get the credit, though. It's not exactly the most powerful of shots, and probably the most savable they had to save was the one that ended up finding the back of the net. And now Stuttgart probably don't really have anything to worry about, as Durham haven't really made themselves look actually competent of putting up lasting pressure, though that shot certainly dangerous, as maybe they're going to come out of their shell with confidence. They've got 3 minutes to work with, though Stuttgart massively on top right now in game 2.
But I think one thing that we might see, seems to be starting already for them, is that actually in the first game, Durham got a goal that was a gift even for them, and you know, they perhaps weren't expecting it to be that simple, and then they sat back and protected that lead because it was there. You know, they didn't, and now they have to attack because obviously they can't protect a 1-0 deficit in quite the same way. So it's going to be interesting. I think now they will play with a bit more passion and attack, and that was very close to being the equaliser. You just don't want to see them get the equaliser and then sit back all over again.
I'm worried that they might overcommit, though, to add on to that, as they were double committing even when they had the lead. Hopefully, impatience not getting the better of them. But Stuttgart, yeah, they're looking composed. They're rotating properly. They've got the lead to work with. They've been the better team so far, and they're forcing another big save out of that man. Mordisha as a double commit. We'll see the ball downfield, though. A lovely interception from Adgo's, who's going to be on the backboard to make another touch, and do it he does. Desired looking for the counter, and Durham do have to focus on their defense one more. Desired on that wall, looking for the infield, but the shot is blocked by Zouch, and more saves come out of the side from the UK. Zouch up on that wall here, trying to pop it out, but Desired, he's read the script by now, though. A slight double commit from Engine Stuttgart. Will it be profitable? Not quite. Another save coming out, but realistically, if Durham can't break out here, then the time is just going to keep ticking down.
Yeah, it is. You know, they do need to break out sooner rather than later. The shots are more even in this game than they were in the last, but I think a lot of Durham's shots have just been sort of inaccurately registered long clears that you can't really count as sustained offensive pressure. They had one spell in the middle of this game where they were doing actually some attacking, and now with time ticking down, I'm worried, as you were earlier, that the overcommits might be a problem.
I just can't believe that's something we're saying about a team doing actually some attacking
When
they're down a goal. Only Durham, as they're all free jumping in the net. Here's hot potato being played on the goal line, and Tivlix will find the mark this time. Fires past that defense and makes them look silly. It's 2-0 to Stuttgart in game 2, and I think they should be able to see this one out comfortably.
It was, you know, good play from Stuttgart there, just keeping on faking the shot and going for the backboard time and again, making them hop. And after a while, they just weren't able to hop anymore. And unless they can get one back very quickly, the defenders might well be stitched here in game 2. But of course, I think we established on the desk after some protracted calculating that it doesn't matter how they win this series, they will end up in the top 3 if they win it, whether it's a 3-0 sweep or if it's a game 5 overtime that lasts a week. So for them, losing game 2 isn't so worrying. You know, they just need to keep it calm and you know, carry it into game 3.
Worrying in the sense that they cannot afford to lose this series, and they haven't looked like the team on top in either of the 2 games so far, though. For the likes of the Liberal University of Brussels, they are desperate for Durham to get one more game, as that's all and I know I'm dumb, it's the Mojitos that need them to take one more game at the top of the group, as Stuttgart can go top, and they need to win it 3-1. They need the next 2 games straight. As we say, Durham just need any win. And hang on a minute, Adgo, he's got no more boost to get over that one, though. Tivlix with a fiery shot to the near post, and I think it's fair to say the clinicalness has been turned up to 100 if it was 0 last game, and Stuttgart with a very confident 3-0 scoreline.
Yeah, that was sort of more, I think, what you guys on the desk were envisioning, making your predictions. It was what was keeping me up at night. over the past couple of days. Yeah. It's less than stellar from the defenders. You know, they put up 5 shots, but like I was saying, I think a lot of those weren't really sustained pressure, more just sort of lofted long balls. So they'll be looking to get some offense, because when they have got offense, it's looked good, and it's actually looked, for the most part, almost instantly threatening. You know, a lot of it's been very purposeful and very direct. Like you say, particularly being caught on the counter, Stuttgart have looked vulnerable at times. So there's hope, but I think Stuttgart will feel a lot more confident after that performance.
Yeah, nice to get that win on the board to, you know, after game 1, they're like, how is this working? How do we deal with this? And then game 2 happens, and they're like, oh yeah, we do like just deal with it very, very simply. As I don't know about you, but unless something changes for Durham, unless effectively they have a massive identity crisis, I personally cannot see them winning a game this series where they don't get the first goal and use it to park themselves behind.
Interesting. I kind of back you, but at the same time, you're right. It would take a big shift, but we have seen Durham before put on the kind of offense that would win them games on its own merits. You know, and at times it's been sort of, the offense has been outweighing defensive problems for them, you know, and for the neutral, of course, that kind of, well, we'll just score more than you kind of approach is very interesting to watch. So we can hope for that, but they will need something more sustained than they got in game 2.
So thanks to New LA, we are aware that Durham can finish in the lower bracket spot in 4th. If they do win in game 5, they actually are 1 game differential down on Stuttgart, of all people. And they'll actually miss out on the upper bracket. So both teams with serious motivation to win this in 4 games, though only the winner of this next one will have the luxury of trying to do that.
Yeah, and you know, like you say, coming out of pool 6, I don't think Durham can be that upset to end up in lowers, and you've got to think as well, in a best of 5 format, whoever wins this game 3, it'll change the mentality for the other team coming into game 4. And Durham can't really afford to get much more cagey than they currently are. So for their sake, I kind of hope that they manage to turn things around. That is not what I meant by turning anything around.
No, that's just sort of fallen off a cliff there. Tivolix walking it through the Durham defense that held on so huge in game 1, and that is 58 seconds on the clock. If anything we've seen so far is anything to go by, then game 3 is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Engine Stuttgart taking it comfortably with 4 minutes left on the clock. Do Durham want to forfeit, or will they keep playing?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that sort of problematic just yet. 1 goal is doable. The problem is, I think Durham are equally likely to equalise or overcommit trying to equalise and concede again. So, they just need to make sure that they've got plenty of time left on the clock. It's not panic stations just yet. And if they can get plays like this into, the opposing corner, get some demos, something that's worked very well for them, but yet they still use relatively uncommonly. So perhaps some more of that would help. That's a big thing.
Yeah. At times this group stage, they've looked really, really effective when the play has been made physical, as they clearly thrive in close quarters, even if the ball is right in front of their goal. As need to sort of make Stuttgart play their games. When Stuttgart are in the driver's seat, they have walked away with it, though this shot is going to walk all the way downfield, and Mordisha will strike back, and it's actually Stuttgart who are the ones getting impatient and overcommitting, and that's huge. You think maybe Durham have just frustrated them so much that they wanted that game all done and wrapped up, and it may be their first shot of the game, but damn, did Durham make it count.
Yeah, they do, and I'm a little bit confused still, even after having seen that goal twice, as to what actually happened to the Stuttgart defense. It just sort of went on holiday a bit. But, they'll take it on the side of the defenders. It doesn't matter how you score them, and in fact, perhaps if you can throw in a little element of anger at conceding, it might help. Mordisha's upfield for that. Does he have a second touch? Oh, he does! It's so close. That is the kind of play that can really shift momentum in a series, and the fact that Durham are confident enough to go for it in this game 3 is a promising sign in itself.
Indeed, maybe that sort of goal against the runner play really opening up said confidence, as we saw likewise a big double touch in the NSE playoffs, though that was from Loughborough, and they're in Group D's out. We won't talk about what happened there on that wall.
Oh, no.
He's going to miss his touch as well. Likewise, Mordisha looking for that touch, doesn't quite find it. Obop is going to leave it for Zouch. So a miss on the boost collection could maybe give Stuttgart a counter-attack, though. Mordisha Another big block coming out of the Durham defense, and we're used to saying it at this point as the tension desired. His shot's going to be slightly off target. Not sure if Mordisha would have had that save, though we won't get to find out. As another shot, though, that one over the bar, and Durham, so used to defending, they just know it at that point. They look composed there, despite 3 players in a similar place and less than 2 minutes on the clock. The next goal in Game 3 will be crucial, and I dare say Durham are starting to look the more confident team.
They are. Stuttgart have had some good periods of offense in the last minute or 90 seconds, but they've not had the end product yet. Shots have been high, wide, and on the whole... Okay.
I mean, you could
still wasn't very handsome. That was going to be the end of my sentence. I would argue that was, fortuitous, somewhat, from Tviliks there, but what can you do? It goes both ways. Doesn't matter how you score them, and Stuttgart have the lead again in Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, Tviliks' shot initially off target, though it's not going to matter. The double rebound happening, and Durham once again going to have to find an answer. But they have already found one this game, but can Stuttgart keep their foot on the pedal? No, not quite. Save this time from Bot. Big touch from Zouch, who has a demo right next to his ear. He's probably deaf for the rest of the game in that one ear, but he's going to have to play on no wonder in this final minute. He's looking for the double touch. He won't quite find it, but Mordisha going to get 50'd on the defense. Anyway, Stuttgart, they're holding on strong as here it comes out of the defense. Zouch is there, but can't work the angle, though. Maybe a slight double commit. Stuttgart have the numbers back. All 3. The green wall, not quite Optic Gaming. This is Engine Stuttgart, the much bigger brand, it's fair to say. There's Bob coming back there. Zouch controlling. They've got to get the ball down the length of the pitch, but they have 3 players all the way back, and they've got to get 3 players past this ball. Bob will be on the end of the infield. It is a nice play, but Stuttgart are back. They're ready for it. It's calm, and a double commit is certainly far from calm, as nearly a double touch from Bob. Durham still asking questions, though they're more like elementary school ones. Engine Stuttgart, they're sort of making them look easy, and they've done basic arithmetic. I think they're not really struggling with 10 seconds left on the clock. They're starting to look for a third, though. That was their weakness last time. Durham nearly out of time here, and it doesn't look like they're going to use what they've got left. The ball can no longer touch the floor. Mordisha will get it inside to Bob. He will pop it, though the shot off target, and no, it's kept up. Surely not. Engine Stuttgart have poked it out, but Durham have kept it in, and now the 50 will kill that game off, and Durham not without their chances this time, but they will still find themselves second best for a second time in a row.
Yeah, you can read that both ways. I think it's one of those. They were unfortunate at times. They did put together some good work at times. Some of that offense, I think the best we've seen from them in the series, comfortably, which is a promising sign of sorts. But the fact that they went down again, first and conceded what was really quite a simple goal to concede is less promising. But Stuttgart did it too. They both teams proved there that mistakes happen. And Durham just need to try and sort of wait a bit for Stuttgart to make them, because it doesn't look like they're infallible at the moment, the German side.
No, indeed it doesn't. Let's not forget, though, that if Stuttgart can take this next game, they top Group C. They get the bye in the winner's bracket. Sure, you can say Bournemouth through their chances of that by using a sub, and sure, you may have a point, but don't forget that Stuttgart have also used substitutes during this group stage, and in fact, if they can see this out in 3 despite the frustrations of that first game, then why wouldn't they deserve it? As Durham can no longer make the upper bracket top 3, they can get 4th if they win it in 5, and speaking of them getting games, that's of course what the Mojitos are desperate for them to do.
Yep.
Because they are so desperate in order to keep their spot at the top and get their bye. So Stuttgart will have to see how hungry they are for this game 4.
They will, and I can't help but notice that more Dishwasher is making an appearance here in game 4. The name change might help them. He's made 2 crucial defensive plays already. He's going upfield looking for a big touch here. He nearly scored that fantastic double earlier on in this series, and it's those kind of plays that Durham are normally known for, the sort of mechanics-intensive plays. That's another good save from Zouch off his own backboard. Bops up. Bop tries to loft it long, but the Stuttgart defense very ready for that. High it goes. Back down it comes. Stuttgart again seem to have the answers so far.
Indeed, it's just both teams have such a solid defense that every time it gets past them, it's either a painful mistake, something bizarre, or just a fantastic play. It's nothing really in between as well. Tivolic is up and he's going to get a nice touch to get it past Zouch. Desired to meet it in the midfield as Durham seem to always be reserving 2 players back and hoping for a mistake. Out of engine Stuttgart, and Tivolic looked like he may have had an incredible double to open up the scoring, and so far that would have been the game at that point. Durham have come from behind though last game, so something still tells me they'd much rather get the opening goal, though they haven't looked like getting it just yet. Stuttgart capable of putting together them plays. They seem to be a little bit angry too. A couple demo attempts that Durham have still managed to evade, and maybe an air dribble from more Dishwasher, though Ad goes with a nice block, sees that ball back out to midfield at the big backflip, this time from Bot, but Ad goes, he couldn't get around it, though he can get the 50. The shot will now be blocked by Zouch. The counter attack, Bop is there. Can he work the angle? He can, and once again Durham are gonna get a goal that makes the entire of Germany just wince in pain, as it's another runaway goal, and Bop will strike again.
Scored a goal that you wouldn't smash your controller over your desk at conceding. I think that's the best way you can phrase their offense this season, is every goal that Stuttgart have conceded there, they would have had to have fought themselves not to slam their fist through their monitor.
Painful.
Yeah, they've been really painful goals to concede, but Durham won't care. They might actually concede one here. Tivolic is up. There it is. They don't seem to care that much on Stuttgart's side either, as they've tied it up very fast here in game 4.
Simple play there. Nice infield touch, though, that Zouch couldn't get back for, and neither the more Dishwasher. Stuttgart going to be very happy to get a quick response there, as no parking the bus was allowed. The Mourinho tactics were only on ultra defensive for a few seconds. They immediately reset, and Durham wait for their next open net runaway goal.
I'm hoping that's not their mentality as much as it might be yours and mine. That's a
my
great
goodness!
touch from Odisha. That's all the way in, and that is exactly what you want to see the defenders doing a bit more of.
It's fantastic. How many tablets was in on that one? Look at this shot. Tivolic just getting beaten out, as, well, I'm afraid Stuttgart were left out to dry on defense. That one, the more Dishwasher just a little bit too fast, and Stuttgart gonna have to find another response.
Yeah, that was much more like it from the defenders. They'll be looking at, and that is exactly what I want to see them do a bit more of. That physical play, we were talking about it in the previous game, seems to help them a lot. They walked out a bit there, but there was the physical play. It seemed to get them out of that sticky situation somewhat, although the pass from the Stuttgart players could have been a little better. Pop has boost, does he? No, it's dropping straight down. He might not need any boost. Zouch is up, and Desired makes the save. Stuttgart managed to keep the lead at 1, but at the moment it's the defenders looking most likely to score. Off the corner it goes. Is that the pressure gone with that touch from Bot? It just might be.
Bit of role reversal.
Yeah, defenders having all the pressure here at the minute in game 4.
Lovely shot at that. Desired a big save from him, though, and more demos coming out. Durham trying to be the most tilting team to ever watch, let alone play against. They're playing big up here. Another demo from Mordisha. As poor engine Stuttgart, as you say, they are moulding, you can imagine, unless they're absolute Zen Buddhist monks at this point. They would have to be, not to be even slightly frustrated at this series, as 2-1 is the scoreline for the defenders, as they've still got 90 seconds to hold on, but they've had a taste of the German half, and I think they might quite like it, though the response could be painful. Zouch holds his ground. A big stop. Bop for the infield. The net is open, and the shot is taken. Zouch punishes, and Durham do once again on the counter-attack.
I was really worried there that Bot would try and do too much and just backflip it towards the goal, and it would have been a really weak and simple clear, but does the simple thing, puts it hard off the backboard, and Zouch was ready for it and got there first. And this is the kind of play that you want to see from the defenders going into this crucial game 5 if they get there.
Stuttgart looking to respond, as again they need this game to get top of the group. I'm afraid if it goes to game 5, they'll be missing out and have to console themselves with, I think, maybe even just third, though, because they don't have the tiebreaker with Bournemouth, unless I'm mistaken. I'll double check that, because Bob is up looking for the double touch. And Bob will not quite find it. Finds the crossbar instead, as Stuttgart will hold on, as the role reversal seems to be complete. We could be headed for game 5, and although Durham cannot get the upper bracket playoffs, they can get themselves into them, which is an upset in itself, even to say, as more Dishwasher gets the ball past one. Stuttgart been the better team. I think it's fair to say for most of it. Yet when it's mattered most, Durham have made the plays. They've been more clinical and their defense has stood up for the most part, though. Not in that game too, it's fair to say, but Adgoes is up. He is popping it, and there is a play. Maybe Stuttgart with an Omega pinch. I thought the double commit. And you could imagine the speed on that one if that found the back of the net, though. It did not, as past the player with the flip reset. The time is all out, and I think Durham may just have forced the second Game 5 in a row of the day.
Well, my predictions, I would say about 50% of the way to being correct. We've left it late. We've done some Durham things in the opening 4 games of this series. We've got to Game 5. We need to just keep it. Game 4, I would argue, probably their most promising showing yet. I think it's the only time they've outshot Stuttgart at any stage in this series. So good for them. Like you say, the role reversal, they had lots of offense in that, and they just need to be careful not to get panicked and stretch it too far going into this Game 5.
Yeah, it was just very, very nice for them, as once again, they do get the opening goal and they do turn it into the win. It seems to be a trend that's prophesized so far, but I mean, I'm just worried that based off that, and with Durham probably being the team that was more so on top, what on earth do you make of Game 5? Because I don't know personally what on earth to expect. I mean, Mojitos, they're partying right now. Sorry, the Martinis are partying right now at the top of the group. Stuttgart, the best they can do is third. In fact, I mean, just kind of unfortunate for them. That means they'll be playing the second place in Group A, which is, of course, yet to be decided. That'll be our last series of the day deciding that one, though. Stuttgart can get top 3, and in fact, now that I think about it, no matter which way this game goes, Stuttgart are third. No matter what. No matter what.
If anyone in Stuttgart is now watching the stream, Steve and our mate Tylacto here has just told you that nothing you do in Game 5 matters. So, if that doesn't encourage you to just concede 6, I don't know what.
The whole Liberal University of Brussels is riding on their shoulders right now. They still want to get that win on the board. They still want to get that 5-2 record, as they can put the Durham defenders out. And I'm afraid you could say they'd let Durham win, but would you want a team that has played like that? Would you let them win? Think about how much frustration they've just put you in against over the past 20 minutes.
True.
I would absolutely hate this Durham defenders team on a personal level if I was on Engine Stuttgart right now. And going into Game 5, I think that will be the feeling at the forefront of their minds.
Yeah, having played a couple of series against the defenders myself, I can sympathise with any emotions that the Stuttgart players may be feeling at this point. It can be, a test of your sort of mental fortitude as much as your mechanical aptitude playing against the defenders, but, it's a valid sort of set of strategies. If it works, it works. Defenders need to be getting some more of that offense we saw in Game 4 for me to calm down a bit here in Game 5.
Free jump passing play, oh my goodness, Tiddlix has just opened the gates of hell with that shot. 125, Adgoes finds him. I think he was pre-jumping. Zouch wouldn't be able to get fast enough up to that one if he tried. 20 seconds is all it took, and I'm afraid to say, Adge, that Durham have not got the first goal in Game 5. Are you terrified, or are you terrified?
Yeah, I'll take option A. It's not looking good for the defenders, but at the end of the day, I'm sure they'd rather have conceded now than at any stage much later on in the game. Time on the clock, and again, my sort of message from earlier on still applies. They just need to not stretch too far chasing just a 1-goal lead.
Yeah.
And make sure that they don't inadvertently turn it into 2 themselves.
Desired from the wall is going to slap that one away. Durham happy to pick it up, and time still over 4 minutes right now, though. Durham yet to take a game where they haven't got the first goal. Mordisha big clear from the backboard. Zouch is going to chase but get beat to the ball once more. He will be, as Adgoes and Tivlix linking up nicely. Stuttgart, they want more. They're in the corner. They're trying to pop it past Mordisha, though. Tivlix is backwards. The breathing room is there, but how much boost does Zouch have? And it's not enough. Tivlix will stand his ground. Also finds Desired on the wall. Stuttgart looking very composed right now in Game 5.
They are, but then they have looked composed for the vast majority of this series. It must be said, they've played brilliantly. And Durham have looked fairly let's say, unstable. Yeah, that's the noise that I would use exactly. But it hasn't stopped them making a series out of this. You know, it's not been pretty or particularly sort of calming for me to watch on my Wednesday
Demos?
night. Their demos, what we want to see from them, I think, it's got to be a way into the Stuttgart defense through those physical plays. Dishes up, doesn't quite get the shot, but they're getting some more sustained offense here, the defenders.
They are, though. Not getting the boost grabs means that Stuttgart are going to end up with the ball, though. A loose touch from Tivelix. A bit of panic, but Adgoes is going to see it away. Mordisha had to back off his touch. Not what he wanted. Zouch will come in. Can he get the pop pass? No, Adgoes stands his ground. Puts that one away to the side. Bob off the corner, but Adgoes again making that read as desired. His touch now going to help Engine Stuttgart transition into the Durham half on half-time. The shot from Tivelix, though, this time going high as Durham will get away with that one. The touch away to the side. This Mordisha racing Tivelix to the ball. It's loose in the midfield. Adgoes is first to it, though. Bob is awkward, though, make the touch.
Wow.
A nice one, in fact, off that rebound to keep Durham still just one down, though that 4 minutes that was on the clock is now just 2, and Durham had a bit of offense, but they've had no clear-cut chances.
Yeah, it's time is ticking down now. Panic maybe starting to set in on the purple side at the minute, and obviously Stuttgart have it all in the palm of their hand right now. They've got the offense. Durham have no boost. The shot is in. The shot is wide again. If Stuttgart do end up not taking this series, their shooting is going to be a prime candidate.
Indeed it will be. But all 3 players in the Durham goal mouth in Game 5 when they're down less than 2 minutes left is not what they need right now, and it's exactly what Stuttgart will love to see. And of course, if you're from Belgium, you will love it too, as Mordisha putting the ball away to the left-hand side. Adgoes is there in the corner, and he's going to rotate around. More pressure coming out. It's off the backboard. It's down. It's in the net. Tivelix strikes again, and it's 2 for Stuttgart.
Yeah, they've been playing much better in Game 5 here. Defenders, I think, looking a little bit more stretched on defense than usual. Big occasion, obviously, for them. And Stuttgart have really dominated so far in this Game 5. And now, with time really against them, a 2-goal lead is going to be a real challenge.
More dishwasher around that corner. Still just 1 shot on the board for the Durham defenders. They're going to backflip on that challenge boost. A scarce resource. Bob not finding his challenge, and Stuttgart so comfortable, so happy to sit behind this ball. Do a Durham to Durham. Probably the most satisfying way to end this series, and maybe they'll even get a third. They're stretching their defense, as you say. Mordisha's touch loose off the corner. Tivelix unselfishly not looking for the hat-trick, though this pass fell on deaf ears as Engines, they don't even have to try and get the 3rd goal. The time is ticking out, and Durham moving together as a unit so unspaced out that every single loose ball is ending up in the hands or the wheels of Stuttgart. Durham are just so compact and close together, but they really need not to be right now. And this is their first offense since the past 3 minutes or so, and the time is already running out. They won't get the shot, and it could be too late. Desired on the counter is gonna whiff. Bob has to make the stop, and at this point, Durham are going to need 1 and a kickoff goal because Adgoes is going to take the 50. The time still ticking down. Durham had such a great time in this group at different points, but it is all over for them. And Tivelix is going to get his hat-trick. 3 seconds left, but it's 3-0. Durham showed up big at times, but it is an unfortunate tragedy for them. They will be out of the group, and that really is just the most Durham thing it could be.
Yeah, they had our hopes up at times in this series. They did play well at times in this series, but unfortunately for them, their last one just not quite there. Stuttgart, deserved winners in the end of that series, and they will go forward into the playoffs. And if they can play like that, I think they might get a fair way.
Just 1 shot on the board for the Durham defenders in that entire Game 5, and it really is quite sad to see. They're going to drop to a +2 game differential, and yet they won't be above the ULB, who are a -1 despite their positive series win differential. And because of that, the UK, more European disappointment. Durham and UEA both out of Group C. The less we talk about that, the better, I think. As congratulations to Engine Stuttgart. They may not have won 3-1. They may not have got top of the group, but they will be in the upper bracket of the playoffs come next week. Fair play, Martini. Fair play to them. They get the throne and the crown of Group C as we'll be moving on to our third series of the day. And Beckett Bears will be back on stream trying to get second in the group and knock down the Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. So with that being said, we'll head to a break and we'll see you for that series right after it.
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Tonight, we gonna let it out. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it has happened. From the jaws of a potential massive shakeup in Group C, both the Durham and Engine Stuttgart have managed to snatch out nothing. Nothing has changed in this group because Stuttgart have taken down Game 5. They will lock themselves into that third place. Martini top the group, and Durham will go home. It means ULB will be the only team, Tylacto, to go through from the group stage on a negative game win-loss record.
Just don't quite know how they've figured it out, but in terms of diversity in the playoff stage, it is nice to see, and Belgium being represented in the playoff stage is very exciting. And to be honest, when I've watched them play, it has been just that. As Durham in Game 1 certainly weren't the most exciting team. I mean, I can appreciate some fantastic park the bus, and I do love the guys on Durham, and personally, I did wish that they just won. But in fairness, I'm celebrating for Brussels, really, is that well, not the expected way that we thought Group C was going to turn out with the likes of Durham and mainly UEA being down so far, but that is the way it's turned out indeed, and I can only imagine that the chaos will continue into the playoff stage.
Absolutely. I think based on how this entire tournament has gone, everyone is bringing a little bit of chaotic energy in, except possibly the Berlin Phoenixes. But also, they managed to drop a game to NUIG Griffin. So, a little bit of chaos in and of itself right there. Sigmund, I mean, it's exciting. Have you ever seen a series with so much potential go all the way to Game 5 in a very exciting series, just for nothing to really happen out of it?
It's kind of disappointing, isn't it? I guess we could have hoped for a lot more. We were hoping for a lot more backstage. We did also think it would be very funny if we baited you all in with the temptation of a very exciting series only for nothing to happen.
Absolutely. And look, but that's fine. Group C, it's gone, it's done, it's gone. It's let us down, but it can't let us down anymore. So let me introduce you instead to my friends over in Group D. And now this is where it gets a little bit spicier, okay? Because let me tell you about the Berlin Basilisks. They come into this series right now. I believe that's Game 4. We're going into Game 3 only. My God, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let me go back to Beckett Bears versus Dusseldorf Dragons. This is much less exciting. We'll get to the Basilisks later. Keep that on the back of your head. That's the back burner because that's going to be an exciting series. But Beckett Bears versus Dusseldorf Dragons. Beckett have beaten Essex already this evening, Tylacto. That means they will lock the top 3. We are now just playing for seeding in the top 2. Both of these teams locked upper bracket either way. It's a victory lap for both of these teams, essentially.
Yeah, it really is. To be fair, you know that both of them have taken this tournament incredibly serious. I remember we got Limbo on for an interview after he won, and all he could talk about was what they did wrong. So clearly trying to get the most efficiency out of his team there, as I know Beckett working hard as well, though certainly didn't do things the easy way against Essex, as I think both these teams are pretty damn wanting that second place in the group. And of course, like we say, Dusseldorf could get a fantastic game differential, but none of them can get that head-to-head against Erasmus Esports Rotterdam. And at least by getting second in the group, you ensure yourself an, in theory, easier game for the playoff stage. So maybe it's not as monumental as our series after this, but there's still quite a lot of riding on this one.
Yeah, and Dusseldorf, of course, Sigmund will be coming in with a sub. Timur is going to be out, Mr. Nice Guy in, but it's not really the end of the world. This is a roster that they've run before.
Yeah, they've run this roster like most games in the group stage now, and if they've gone 5-1 so far, it shouldn't take too much to make a close series of this one.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting, and we're saying close series, but hey, this is the analyst desk, and that means we have to do predictions. It's super up in the air, right? We saw Essex and Beckett go nearly, they went the full distance on it. And so if I had to start us off, I think, look, I've been super impressed by the German teams the entire way through. I think I'd have to go with Dusseldorf Dragons. Coming in, I think they've got this energy, they've got it down. And honestly, who doesn't love betting against the UK from time to time? And I'm going to pass it to you on that note to make a prediction.
I mean, to be there, that's interesting because we actually agreed for like the first time nearly ever in the last series. And we actually turned out both to be right.
Yeah.
Engine Stuttgart and betting against.
We should do it again.
I mean, I did bet against Beckett last time, and it did make them win. So yes, I will predict the Dusseldorf Dragons. But to be fair, I do think on paper they are the stronger team. Unless we get very strong Beckett Bears, I'm not sure they'll be able to take it. Though I know, regardless, they will put a fight up before they go down. Dusseldorf, I think, have just looked a little bit too good when they have been playing at their best, and just have to see how the series goes, but stick with them, I will.
Absolutely, and I mean, it's a Tylacto classic, Sigmund, isn't it? He bets on the team he doesn't actually want to win. I mean, what's your strategy here? Are you going to be doing the same thing, trying to jinx the Beckett Bears into winning?
I was really hoping he'd say Beckett just so I can pick on him like he always picks on Loughborough, but sadly that opportunity isn't arising this time around.
Fifth, currently.
Yeah, fifth.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yeah,
Matthew.
where's
Sorry,
Lancaster?
I'd nearly forgotten about
Thought
them,
so.
actually. I actually had nearly forgotten they were still in the competition. Thought they might have gotten eliminated, but yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I'm also going to side with Dusseldorf. I don't think Beckett have quite got it in them to drag this one over the line. I'm sure they'd love a 6 on scoreline, but Dusseldorf, even with Timorak, have been looking like a much stronger team throughout this group stage.
I mean, there you have it. The desk think it's going to go 3-0 in favour of Dusseldorf. Not necessarily game scores, that's just our predictions. Beckett hopefully will manage to get at least one game, despite what we're saying over here. But we are going to cast it over to the stars of the show. It's our casters. It's going to be Astral and Atch. And Astral, how's it looking over there pitch side?
It's going to be an interesting one, I think. And to add to what you said, Timor is actually on the field. So Mr. Nice Guy isn't going to be playing after all. Timor, they've managed to find him. And it looks like he's going to be getting involved, Atch. So it might be a little bit more interesting than what we thought.
It's it's going to be an interesting one for them. They just have to sort of try and make it as much of a series as they can. Obviously, both teams will be eyeing up that playoff bracket, but will actually be entirely unable at this stage to figure out who it is they'll be playing on either end, because Group D completely up in the air as well in these second and third spots.
Yeah, I think as well, I've not done the maths perfectly, but I think Beckett Bears have to win in a 3-1. I think if it goes to a game 5, then Dusseldorf are going to be in trouble. Although I could be wrong on that. Actually, no, they're both 5-1, aren't they? So it doesn't matter. Ignore me.
No, record
the team will get the record ahead. I was too busy looking at the game advantage in there, but it's because the bracket hasn't been updated yet. Because of course, Beckett Bears took down Essex Blades in that reverse sweep earlier on. So they're going to be up for it, aren't they? They're going to be fired up after a reverse sweep. They've got to be feeling better than they ever will be. So it's going to be an interesting game.
Like you say, they did all that work against Essex, and this is as much as the people on the panel were saying, it's a victory lap of sorts. They can't really be trying to eye up that playoff spot because Group D isn't fully decided yet, so they won't know. Both teams will end up playing Salford Lions or Berlin Basilisks or the Fair Play Mojitos. One of those three teams, I think, will end up in second and third in Group D. So yeah, this game, just a sort of almost a warm-up for playoffs, really. They just have to sort of try and make it. And I think coming in on a 6-1 record is obviously going to be quite the sort of confidence boost.
Yeah, Timor's going to open up the scoring for Dusseldorf. Second shot of the game coming in. Beckett Bears were under a lot of pressure to begin with, and then that once found itself straight into the top corner. Yeah,
Matty, I think just cheating a little bit too far, gets caught out at the front post, and it's an early start that's going to favour this side quite well, but Beckett Bears, they won't mind too much, I don't think, that Dusseldorf have scored this early on.
I can't believe that all of the casting desk going against Beckett Bears. We've got to back the British team, haven't we? And they're going to get one back. Matty ET, taking just 40 seconds. They've got their answer.
They have straight away. It was relatively simple. It was well executed. The shot right into the bottom right there. Just adding some tilt with that goal explosion. Beckett Bears know what they're about here, and it's all they need. Simple plays like that could well take them the distance here.
I think this could be really an end-to-end game, and I think game 1 will definitely give us a good showing of what the series is going to be about. I think Dusseldorf, of course, are going to be that aggressive side, but it depends how well Beckett Bears can defend, and if they can get forward with counter-attack shots like that, it's going to go down a treat, especially with these demolitions coming in as well. That could be a really big factor.
It definitely could. It's the kind of aggressive play that some people don't really like to see, but I personally love it. The fact that that's a valid strategy in this current sort of iteration of this high level play is fantastic to me. And like you say, I think this could really be both teams exhibiting some of the offense that perhaps we were missing in the earlier match.
Yeah, see if Beckett Bears can get rid of this one. Another demo is going to come in, but they should get it clear. And then Little Pony can't get it past Matty T and Ram, who either that shot's going to go on target as well. Yeah, and then Timo will quickly turn it away. But it's a very aggressive, scrappy game from both teams at the minute, and it seems very, very end-to-end.
Yeah, for those without a stake in this, which it must be said, unlike in the last game where group permutations went haywire, no other teams are watching with crossed fingers. Everyone else is practically set in this group now, so everyone can just sit back and enjoy the series, and thankfully it looks to be a very entertaining one so far.
Timor going to get a touch, try and get this one well clear. Looks like Dusseldorf might have a good chance of a counter if he can get the end of that pass. That shot is very good, but Mosley save equal to it. Beckett Bears though need to get something going with the clearance. There's 2 whiffs looking like from the Dusseldorf side, and Little Pony will have to cover off from both of them. So Beckett Bears looking dangerous on these counter-attacks, and both teams with 5 shots. I don't think we could have much more of an even start.
Definitely not. Mostly must be feeling very confident after that. That was a pre-jump save that very nearly turned into a solo play goal. So Beckett Bears clearly still riding that high after turning the series around against Essex earlier on tonight. And Dusseldorf as well, coming out of the gates really hot. Like you say, it's going to be a fantastic watch.
Halfway through the game gone. Matt E.T. is going to try and break out into this Dusseldorf half. His shot is going to be wide though, unfortunately, and now they're going to try and break upfield with a lovely bit of a passing play, but it was a bit too far ahead of Timor, I think, to really get a proper touch on that one. And again, I think this midfield battle is going to be very, very important because there's a lot of aerial play happening, trying to shut down these passing plays that are coming towards the midfield. And whoever's going to be quickest and first onto that and getting control of the boost is going to be a big advantage. There's a double commit there, but Mosley, again, fantastic with the defending.
Yeah, been a rock for the Beckett Bears so far, has Mosley, and they really needed to be then. Like you say, that double commit really opened up a chance for Dusseldorf, and it was a good, perfectly good shot, you know. It wasn't like they could have really done hugely better in that department. It's just, again, Beckett Bears, when the defence is needed, the defence is there, and they look to be the complete package in terms of their play so far. Both teams have this game on. Oh! I cursed them. I said it just a second too soon.
Perfectly timed curse. Something had to break, didn't it? That pinch came across into the middle. Rahu should have got a touch on that one. Mosley was just rotating to the back post as well. Couldn't stop it in time. And Limbo just in the right place at the right time to get the tap in.
Yeah, and that's twice, it must be said, for all that Beckett Bears have done well in this game. That has been twice already for 2 goals that they've been caught out at their own front post and been unable to save what was a relatively simple procedure for Dusseldorf. So something to work on going into the second game and further on. But must be said, on the offensive half, both teams have really, there's very little to fault from them.
Yeah, they just need to step that finishing up a little bit, I think, the Beckett Bears, because now they're going to be kicking themselves if they lose by a single goal to that tap-in that came through that he definitely should have read. But they're going to go forward again. They're going to try and get something towards the middle, struggling for boost, though. And once again, Dusseldorf quickest to it on the clearance as Timor perhaps didn't get the best touch he wanted, and Mosley trying to get it back up towards the opposition's half. Demos, once again, we see one. We saw a few at the start of the game, and now it's kind of slowed down a little bit. But I think it's going to be really important. If Beckett can get some, they could really get a goal back.
Yeah, I think you're right. From what we've seen of these teams so far, Dusseldorf, who seem to be quite susceptible to having their rotation quite literally blown apart. And yeah, Beckett, I think they're, it's something that they have, it's not something that they'd sort of have to crowbar into their play style. It's something that they can already do quite well and could work to great effect here.
Mosley trying to play this one to the middle as the Bears got just over 10 seconds to try and get a goal back. It's in their own half as well. They're going to need a big clearance right now, and they're still under pressure. Limbo's going to get the fake. He's flicked over another. Matty T should get it clear into the corner, but I don't think they're going to be able to keep this one up. And Dusseldorf are going to take game 1 by a single goal.
Yeah, it was very close, end-to-end stuff like we were predicting right from the offing there, but I think Beckett Bears will feel like they, perhaps the quality of the goals they conceded wasn't really what they'd be hoping for. They did some fantastic defensive work at times, and then some of the more simple Dusseldorf plays were the ones that managed to get through.
It seemed like the speed of the game towards the end just kind of became a little bit too much for Beckett Bears, and Dusseldorf got better and they came at it more and more aggressive. They finished off with 10 shots as well as they started to pin Beckett Bears in their half, and I think it showed. And like you say, the quality of the goal wasn't very good, but eventually the pressure can be too much, and they cracked, unfortunately, as we saw quite a few double commits as well, which they need to iron out for game 2.
It's one of those, it's taking nothing away from Dusseldorf, because when you get a goal like that, the work, the good play has been done in the build-up, to get all of the boosts sort of starved out of the other team, to get them stretched out of position defensively. That's where the intelligent, clever play comes, and the goal might not look very pretty, but they've done a lot of hard work to get it there. So credit to them, they managed to capitalise on that one sort of passage of play where Beckett just couldn't quite manage to get it out, and that's what turned their game in their favour.
Yeah, I think it's going to be important now for Beckett Bears to start strong in game 2, really get on the offense early, because after being in the defensive side of things for so long, it can really, I think, affect your morale if they're once again pinned in their own half. So if they can get an early goal, start things up strong, I think it can certainly catch Dusseldorf out. But if they make any early mistakes, any more double commits, I think it's going to put them in a very bad position, because Dusseldorf, they look good in the offense, and they will definitely pounce on any mistakes that are given to them.
Yeah, they will, and Beckett, they do have that kind of consolation that they have managed to already reverse sweep a series tonight. You know, I think it will help their mental a bit, knowing that when they go 2 games down, it's not a situation that's been fatal for them before. And in fact, we saw them coming into game 3 and 4 against Essex, scoring for fun. You know, I think they got 10 goals across those 2 games put together. So offense isn't a problem for them. Like you say, they just need to sort of maybe iron out that defense and just make sure that the offense is well timed as much as anything, not stretching too much for opportunities that aren't really there.
They had a good few chances in the opening few seconds. They forced some saves out of Dusseldorf, that's for sure, but that counter-attack nearly found its way in as well from the Dusseldorf side. We'll see if Beckett's can get a little bit of time, but Timur's not going to give Matiti any time at all, and he demos it for getting his way. But then Limbo, still quickest man up to find it back to Pony in the middle, and there's another whiff coming in, this time from Dusseldorf, so maybe some nerves starting to set in from this orange team as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, both teams, obviously, there's not that much to play for, but when you're on stream, lots of people watching at home, and just the kind of, you know, the overall sort of relative inexperience, particularly of these 2 teams, must be said, newcomers, obviously, to the EURC. So, you know, they've had their group stage matches, of course, they've had time to bed in, but it looks like the little mistakes are still there, and this time again, it's Dusseldorf who capitalise, get that word out eventually, on the mistake. Rahu cheating up a little too far, and he gifts them a 1-goal lead.
He was not sure what Matty was doing though. Matty all the way up in the far corner of the Dusseldorf side, trying to still boost, and then got demoed for his troubles. Got back to the net quicker than he would have expected, but obviously he couldn't help out in any way, shape or form. Little Pony should have put that one in the back of the net and put Dusseldorf 2-0 up. They're very, very lucky right now, Beckett Bears, because that's been a shaky last 30 seconds, that's for certain.
It has, and like you say, I think Pony would want that one back, because that was, you know, he, again, done most of the hard work, you know, judging that off the corner, flying up, and he just failed to connect with it. Unfortunate for them, but like you say, breath of relief perhaps from the Beckett Bears, that they didn't go 2 down in a flash. Again, touch from Mosley, he's been, you know, really good on defence for them pretty much the whole way through. He might get some chance to transition up here. Off the backboard it'll come. Is there a Dusseldorf player there? Yes, Timur makes a brilliant read. And he's managed to dunk them all. Is he going to get back to this in time? It looks like he will. Becky Bears defense vanishing into thin air once again as Dusseldorf double their lead.
Yeah, nobody home. Matty's challenging, and it's Rahu again. He's too high up as last man. Mosley was all the way on the far side getting boost. I don't know what's happened there with the 3rd man just wanting to. They want to get goals back. They want to get forward, and we appreciate it. It's credit to them, but they've got to watch the defense. They conceded some sloppy goals last game as well, and they can't be doing the same thing now. 2 goals down already, and they've only managed to score 1 so far in this series. It's a lot to ask for them to come back in this game so far.
It is, and like you say, you know, I felt like a broken record in the last series, just telling the defenders, not that they would probably listen, but saying over and over again that when they go 1 goal down, it's a real worry for me that they'll just push it too far and then end up conceding 2, trying to chase that 1 back. It seems like the Beckett Bears weren't really listening to me either, because they seem to have been, you know, fallen into that trap a couple of times so far, just pushing a little too far in their haste to get something going. And again, perhaps another case of it there. Whatever it was, My Little Pony capitalises once more, and Dusseldorf taking a commanding control of game 2.
Yeah, that pinch came off of 2 players meeting in the midfield, and Mosley was put in a horrible spot to try and save that one, unfortunately for him, and the shot was pretty good as well. And Dusseldorf with a 3-0 lead, now looking better and better. They continued that momentum from the end of the previous game, and Beckett Bears have been non-existent, to be honest. The defense has crumbled apart. They've left too many gaps, and to get forward now is going to be important, but to get 3 goals back in 2 minutes, it's a mountain to climb.
It is, you know, it's going to be hard for them. Might be a sort of early case of, you know, go next for them. That's a good touch though. Off the backboard it comes. My Little Pony's completely missed it. Is that 1 back? Rahu does get 1 back. If they can shift the momentum, even if they don't fully catch up here in this game too, if they manage to get the sort of last laugh in terms of defensive pressure, they can really leverage that going forward.
Yeah, that whiff from Pony, uncharacteristic on the backboard, but given Bears a chance, a lifeline they've been offered. The question is, can they reach out and snatch it now? If they can get another goal, they're certainly going to put themselves in a good position. Rahu's the one with most of the shots, 3 for the team out of a total of 4. But the passes have got to be a little bit better than that and a bit further away from the Dusseldorf defenders if they want to try anything going forward in the future to try and get another goal.
But again, I think it was sort of equal parts. The pass was too close, and the person who was going to receive the pass was also just a bit too close, you know. They're getting really keen to try and score and be really, you know, tight on each other, get some good plays going, but Timor is disconnected here. We've had goals in game 2 already, so ruling will be that they continue, and this could be a chance for Beckett to capitalise, and try and turn this game around. A 3v2 for Dusseldorf at the minute, and it's not working out well for them so far. Rahu taking no prisoners as he cuts the lead to 1.
Yeah, they got that goal from a mistake, and now they're going to get another one thanks to a DC. The lifeline has definitely been handed, and Dusseldorf are going to have to do what they can. We've seen crazier things than a team hold on for a minute with a goal lead, but Beckett Bears, they're going to be feeling that this is the best position now for them to try and turn around the series. Matty ET, it's only going to take him 5 seconds, and Beckett Bears the level.
They are, and yeah, it's unclear quite what's happened to Dusseldorf with this disconnect. I would imagine obviously just some kind of generic internet issue. Whether it might take a while for this Dusseldorf defender to come back is obviously another issue. I believe ruling would be at the end of this game they get 5 minutes, I think, or it might even be 10 in fact. Oh, doesn't even matter. Timo's back already, seen all his hard work evaporated unfortunately for him. So, but a 3-on-3, this final minute's going to be interesting now.
Yeah, it's going to make a really great final minute. Beckett Bears with the momentum as well, scoring all the previous goals, and they're on the offense again. Mosley's got a good ball onto the backboard. The follow-up is not quite good enough, but it goes well wide, and you've got to think that's another great chance wasted for Beckett Bears.
Yeah, it was really, I think, one of those that perhaps Rahu wasn't expecting to come out to him so cleanly. It was a very interesting touch from Mosley, who I think bumped Limbo into the backboard, and therefore got the ball a lot faster out than he was expecting to, but final seconds tick down. It looks like Dusseldorf with the pressure. My Little Pony up, trying to get it off the sidewall, which he has, and Limbo gets a very interesting continuation, but it's not come to very much. Beckett up. Timo manages to get a crucial clear, and again, the pressure quickly turned in Dusseldorf's favour. End-to-end stuff as this game comes to a close, and it looks like, unless there's some miracles, we'll get an overtime here in game 2.
Yeah, I think they want to touch this one down. Not much boost on the side of Beckett Bears. I don't think it was a good idea to keep it up with Dusseldorf on the offensive, but a big game now. Dusseldorf can put themselves 2-0 in the series if they get a win here, and Beckett Bears will not want to see that happen. That shot is going to get turned away just as it was about to hit the post, and Beckett Bears once again scrambled to get the ball away. A little bit panicked, I think, but they've dealt with the defense for now.
They haven't. Now it seems, you know, the overtime even maybe forcing this Dusseldorf side into a couple of uncharacteristic mistakes. Timo missed off the backboard. Limbo manages to get up in time. This needs to go long from Rahu. It does, but perhaps only to My Little Pony. Yeah, beaten out mostly. Rahu has to get back to that again, and he has done so. And again, a great dunk from him. But again, Dusseldorf seems to have most of the pressure. That's a great touch, mostly again on the defense. It does seem to be that the white side here are doing most of the pushing.
Yeah, let's see if they can do something about it. They finally get forward, and then immediately Dusseldorf are trying to come the other way, but the pass is going to find nobody in the middle. And Beckett Bears might have a shot. It's gone off the bar. The follow-up from Matty ET will find the back of the net, and Beckett Bears will take game 2, 4-3.
Incredible shot from Rahu. And this from Matty. My Little Pony's jumping at that. I have no idea why. Matty was never going to get that far across the middle, not with any power. Just slots it behind. Good sportsmanship, it must be said. You know, Beckett Bears, while you won't have seen it at home, did, I think, you know, they were sort of reserved a little about carrying on after Timo disconnected there, and they have now just apologised once again for, you know, the fact that it did end up that way. It's not what you want to see, of course, but at the end of the day, they sort of have to play with what they're given.
Yeah, they have to make use of the opportunity as well. They weren't looking very good, were they, before Timo disconnected? So they were in quite a bit of trouble, so they got themselves out of it with a goal, and once again got an equaliser just as he rejoined, and they got that final goal. I think there could have been a save there from Pony on the line, like you were saying. Matty T's shot wasn't the most powerful, but they're not going to care. They got the win. They've leveled the series back up again, but I think we're going to have to see a bit more from Beckett Bears, because obviously I think without that disconnect they probably would have lost this game as well, so we're still going to need to see an improvement from them in the next game.
Right, and I think, you know, in that overtime, as a sort of isolated experience, it was perfectly good from them. They were, you know, soaking up defensive pressure, and obviously they probably wouldn't like to be on the defensive side that much, but they managed to get through it without too many sort of dodgy moments, and then turn it through, get some good offensive pressure up, and, you know, convert it. So that was promising from the Bears. Like you say, obviously they can't be relying on some of their fans at home DDoSing Timor every single game, so they'll be looking to get some early pressure and maybe get even, you know, an early goal or two. They have been coming from behind a lot this series.
That's suggesting some foul play at work here to get Beckett Bears back into the series.
I'm
Let's see if
watching
Dusseldorf...
in chat. you've got Beckett in your name. I know what you're up to.
Dusseldorf looked like they had this starting offense there, but Beckett Bears going to come back the other way very quickly. Rahu going to try and turn this one towards the middle. Pony's clearance is pretty good though, to say he had no boost, and it finds Limbo in the middle. And once again, Dusseldorf just seemed to be much more, I would want to say, perfect with their clears in a way. They seem much more precise, they get them in the right places and they get them away from the danger zone. Beckett seem to scramble in their defense a little bit more, and it takes them much longer to deal with the ball when they're under pressure.
Yeah, exactly, you know, spot on there, I think. And it must be said that early clear, as you were saying that, from My Little Pony was very precise. As if it was any different, I think he would have just double touched it into his own goal, but managed to avoid that. And yeah, like you say, it has just been the playing out, the outplay from defense from Dusseldorf has been much more controlled, much more, I think, directional. You know, Beckett have just sort of been, at sometimes they've been sort of, you know, at a sort of get the ball out at any cost kind of stage, and Dusseldorf seem to be quite happy to have the pressure and then still quite able to pick their ways out, you know, find the space downfield and turn it into some offensive pressure.
Rahu was looking for a demo on the goal line there when Beckett Bears had a chance. That's gone all the way through. There's nobody back. It's going to go in. Mosley's going to get the first goal.
To say that was a fake, I can't see why the Dusseldorf defender would have launched himself at that. Matty might not have meant it as a fake, having watched that again, fairly convinced he did mean to hit that instant corner. But a fake it ended up being, and you know, if there's a casting mantra I've adopted, it doesn't matter how you score them. Beckett Bears proving that as they go up in game 3.
Limbo so nearly got it clear as well, but Mosley got a pre-flip touch just to get enough direction on it to put it towards the net, and he's going again looking for another. But Rahu looks like he's going to sit back a little bit and leave it, opting to not make the same mistakes he made earlier on of committing as last man. And once again, the Beckett Bears DDoS is back in action. Timor is out the game, and Dusseldorf put down to 2 players.
This is it's almost a good thing at this stage now that this series won't mean too much for their overall placement, because Timor's straight back this time, to be fair. He's managed to make it back much quicker than last time, and Beckett haven't scored 2 in the interval, so that's better for them. But yeah, this is, you know, of all the matches that could be experiencing internet issues tonight, perhaps this one the best. As like you say, both teams locked into their second or third, so not the end of the world for Dusseldorf, but of course I'm sure they'd like to play with a full complement of players.
Yeah, both upper bracket, isn't it? Which is the main thing about getting through, and that's where they want to be. And who knows? The seeding might actually favour finishing third. You just never know what's going to happen.
It would be such a, you know, an ironic twist, and one that's very much within the realms of possibilities. And Limbo manages not to make contact with that. That yeah, somehow, you know, Salford end up in third in that group perhaps, and I would personally perhaps rather play someone like the Basilisks going out of this group. So yeah, there's no reason not to, you know, give it your best shot. But at the end of the day, like you say, even if you don't end up taking that second spot, it could all the while, we'll see of course later tonight how it does end up working out, and it could work out better for the side who ends up in third.
Yeah, Dusseldorf not really found their rhythm since Timor's reconnected, and they're in trouble again here. Mosley should have a free shot, but he's put it over the bar, well over the bar as well. Yeah, Matty E.T. got beat on that 50-50 too. So Beckett Bears, I think they're looking in an okay position. Dusseldorf are not really refinding that rotation just yet. As a double commit comes in again, there's got to be a follow-up, but there's nobody there from Beckett Bears. They've wasted this opportunity. There's a pass towards the middle, and Dusseldorf have time to get it away. Beckett Bears have wasted a big chance there to go 2-0 up.
I think they've done more than that. My goodness. Limbo just psyched out the entire defense there. Mostly, I think, just needed to throw himself at that, but he goes for the slow play. He's Rahu in an awkward situation that he couldn't quite weasel his way out of. With just about 80 seconds left in this game, we're tied at 1.
Committing both his jumps too early like that just made it so easy for Limbo, didn't it? And Rahu was just a passenger on the back line trying to scramble across to get it clear, but not much he could do about it. And that's going to give Dusseldorf some confidence, which is exactly not what Beckett Bears wanted, because they could have scored. They could clear and put the game to bed at 2-0, and all of a sudden it's back 1-1, and they've got a lot of work to do now, because Dusseldorf are going to probably be at their strongest point so far as from this game.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's just given that crucial shift in momentum for them, and a key bump there breaks up that Beckett offense and might indeed turn it again into some Dusseldorf one. Out it goes. That's really good work from My Little Pony with no boost. Matty might get to this, you know, he does. Shot manageable for Timor. That shot's brilliant from Rahu. Yeah, finally some, you know, some clinical shooting on the opportunities. Now had a couple of half chances gone awry, but this one, perhaps the hardest of them all, manages to find the net. Rahu gets that touch, and Beckett are back in the lead.
Absolutely, I think it was the most difficult one they've had, but they found it in the back of the net regardless. Timor's clearance wasn't the best. He gifted them that opportunity, and they finally took it. The question is, 30 seconds, can they hold on, Atcha? Will they concede once again, as Dusseldorf seem to just find goals out of nowhere when they need them most? But it's looking pretty bleak with 20 seconds, that's for sure.
And that's a brilliant touch from Mosley. In fact, I think that might seal it. This is coming down a little bit. Rahu's going to be there. Rahu's going to get beaten up by his own teammate, but Matty converts it, so they won't mind. That should seal up game 3 here in favour of the Beckett Bears.
Yeah, well played from Matty coming across the goal line to try and put this one in the far corner away from Limbo. Finished off nicely by the Beckett Bears. They made it difficult at times. It looked like they were going to be... the game was going to go the other way, but they swung it back in their favour in the last 30 seconds. 2 good goals and finished it out. And Dusseldorf only getting 4 shots in this game, but I have to say, I think Timor disconnecting halfway through has probably affected them, and they've struggled to refocus because of that. It could definitely be a possibility.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, especially the fact that it's happened twice in quick succession. Limbo was reminded, as everyone at home was, there we go, Matty gets a 4th for the road. Limbo was reminded that mid-series substitutions are allowed in this EURC, so maybe, potentially, they'll be looking at, you know, this is sort of a weighing up, isn't it, now, for the Dusseldorf guys, as to whether it's worth sort of fielding a suboptimal team with more, you know, reliable internet, one that's going to be there the whole time, or sticking with Timor, who's done some brilliant work in this series, but unfortunately seems to be being let down by his connection at the minute.
This is the thing, isn't it? We thought Mr. Nice Guy was going to be playing and that Timor wasn't going to be playing today, and then all of a sudden he appeared in the lobby, but now it appears he has left again. Whether that's a disconnect or a potential sub that you just called out, we'll find out, I'm sure, in the next 30 seconds or so, but I think it might be a good idea, honestly, to make the substitution. If it's going to keep happening, it's probably going to cost them the series, so their best hope is probably making that substitution, you got to say.
Yeah, and, you know, for what it's worth for Dusseldorf, they've got to 5-1, and it won't be the first time that Mr. Nice Guy's made an appearance on that route, I don't believe, so clearly not a sort of, you know, yeah, there we go, Limbo confirms it, will sub, he says, and I think, someone will correct me, I'm sure, if I'm wrong, I think that means Timor is not allowed to sub back in. Unless I'm wrong, if it's a disconnect issue, maybe he will be allowed to sub back in if he becomes suddenly more reliable, but obviously you don't want to be throwing in players too often, subbing them in and out all the time. It disrupts your synergy quite a lot, so Dusseldorf might just stick out the remainder of the series this way.
Yeah, it definitely does, and the thing is now they're down to series point, and they've got to win the next game as well, so they need an instant impact from Mr. Nice Guy if they're going to try and turn this series around. We thought they were going to be the stronger team. They took the first game. Since then, it's been all downhill, and Beckett Bears, they're just riding their luck train at the minute, aren't they, to try and get the second spot in the group.
To be fair, though, it must be said that in the period that Timor was out in game 2, Beckett Bears really turned things around. You know, that was definitely, you can put that quite sort of directly down to the fact that Dusseldorf did have to play a chunk of that game with only 2 people. This last game, though, Beckett, I don't believe, I may well be wrong, but I think they had their 1-goal lead. Timor disconnected. They didn't score again in that time while Timor was out. Dusseldorf did seem to sort of take a while to re-gel after Timor came back, but Beckett didn't quite capitalise in the same way as they did in game 2. It wasn't so sort of directly down to that disconnecting effect.
Yeah, I think that can definitely be the case. It was more that Dusseldorf didn't seem to find their rhythm again.
Yeah.
Whether that was exactly from the disconnect, we're not sure. But I was impressed by that reaction, like you say, in game 2, how quickly they scored after the player was gone. It was 2 goals within like 30 seconds, and all of a sudden they were back in it, got the overtime, and won it. And that's not difficult, just because they're against 2 players. Those 2 players can still be defending very well and put up a real fight.
Well, exactly. And it must be said that I feel like Dusseldorf perhaps went about it the wrong way. I was expecting them to kind of turtle up and wait for Timor to come back. They did seem to try and push their luck a little bit in that 2v3. Beckett did really well to capitalise, and like you say, then in the overtime, of course, it was 3 against 3 and, you know, completely fair game, and Beckett did take it in the end. So match point now, and Mr. Nice Guy looking for the bump, and he just gets the touch as well. That is so harsh. Dusseldorf again putting together the fantastic offense, but couldn't quite manage to convert it this time.
That would have been instant impact from Mr. Nice Guy, which is what they needed from him. If that bump would have come off, they're all going to get it clear, I think, but Mosley's going to try and pull this one off. If he can drop it down, the touch is there. The follow-up from Matty ET, and Beckett Bears take the lead.
Mosley seemed to hang in the air during that one. just sitting there. Yeah, look, there you go, using no boost. And he had some left, which I think he could have employed to get that below the crossbar. But in the end, you know, perhaps they called it out. Matty seemed very ready to receive that off the backboard. He was right there, so maybe it was premeditated. And either way, Beckett one up. Beckett no longer one up. There's the impact we were after from Mr. Nice Guy, and Dusseldorf tie the game off the kickoff.
I was just going to say, it's great to see Beckett getting clinical and taking their chances early on, but Mosley a cross on the post, and Nice Guy putting it right in the far corner.
Yeah.
Second shot of the game for Dusseldorf. 2 shots apiece, to be fair, on both teams, and already found the back of the net within a minute. It certainly looks like the game's going to start heating up now, just as we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we go hopefully back to a return of that kind of end-to-end action. Fantastic for us as neutrals, obviously, to watch. So we'll have to see. Both teams hinting at that kind of power play, that kind of touch from Matty as well. Absolutely fantastic work from him. Mosley gets a touch that's not ideal, and Matty just manages to turn it round but keep the angle. Rahu has one of the easiest shots of his life. Beckett get the 3rd goal within the first minute of this game 4, and it's all they need to take the series.
That was really well played from Matty, because that touch from Mosley was a very strange one, but he switched himself onto it and read it immediately and got there in the nick of time. He's really stepped up, hasn't he, in the last game or two to try and give Beckett Bears a chance in this series, and it's looking like they're going to have the best part of it at the minute, unless they're going to concede right here. They've been struggling in the defense. That has been a big problem for them, so it's good to see them making some saves. But I think if they want to win this game, they're going to have to keep the ball more upfield in that Dusseldorf half, because the defensive rotation at times has been very shaky. And there's the miss in the air, and Limbo's going to slam it in, and the equaliser didn't take too long at all.
Yeah, or a reverse caster's curse there. You've been proved right live on stream. Rahu doesn't quite manage to get there. And yeah, like you say, I think for Beckett, a good defense consists of lots and lots of attacking, because it pins Dusseldorf back quite well, and they do convert on a regular basis. Their chances, their opportunities, they're not just idle. They have had problems at times with shooting, but they seem to iron them out. So the more time that the ball spends in this half, obviously, the better for Beckett, but they're not the kind of team you want to see sitting back and soaking up pressure with a lead.
Yeah, we've not even had 2 minutes gone yet. I think we could see more goals coming in from both teams. That's a great clearance from Mosley, that upfield to Rahu, but it was off target. But Beckett are going to have another chance with Matty in front of goal. Rahu is going to get back in time, which is one thing that they've been struggling to do, and it's good to see him in the right place this time and not being too far upfield. Yeah,
it was good. It was good. You know, he was positioned aggressively, but not so aggressively that the long clear was just going to go straight over his head. And that's perfectly, you know, what the kind of thing they're probably looking for on Beckett. I would say they sort of base themselves around the offense, and if they want to position that aggressively, then, you know, all the credit to them, because it seems to be working. They're getting a lot of chances, putting together some great passes, physical aggression again. We saw a bit of it in game 1. It's interesting how these teams seem to be slightly adapting their playstyle almost in each game of this series.
Yeah, the infield passing from Beckett Bears has been really good. They're starting to play as a team very well. They got some backboard passes coming in as well. They did get denied by Dusseldorf. I think they need to be a little bit quicker sending that second man in to try and take the chance. But other than that, they're playing well. They're creating chances. They're up in the orange half once again, and they're putting the pressure under Dusseldorf and really seeing if they're going to crack. And obviously, Dusseldorf's just trying to find their rhythm with Mr. Nice Guy. And Little Pony's not really had much of an impact in this game, I don't think, has he, Ash?
Not so much. It is interesting as well. I think obviously Beckett changing, you know, just their play style in general. Dusseldorf have changed their personnel, obviously, coming into this game 4, which has, I think, had a knock-on effect on how they're playing. It does seem to be that Little Pony taking a bit more of a sort of back seat in this game so far. I'm not sure if it's a conscious decision or just one that's sort of working out like that. That's a great pass from him. Limbo had plenty of boost, but wasn't quite alert to the opportunity. But, you know, it's end-to-end stuff here. It's fantastic work. Both teams really heating up on their passing at the minute.
Yeah, we love to see a good passing play, and there's plenty coming out right now. Some of them have been hard to reach. That's going to go through. Mosley with a brilliant touch past the goalkeeper to give Beckett Bears the lead.
That was absolutely fantastic from Mosley. Look at that touch. He flips out from the wall and just pokes it into the inside of Mr. Nice Guy's rotation in at the near post. And that could be the winning goal in this series. It did take a lull after the first flurry in the opening minute or so. So Dusseldorf behind again, but that hasn't seemed to faze them too much so far.
Yeah, Beckett Bears have had more offense. They've got 9 shots. Dusseldorf 7th is going to be a good one. Every time Beckett Bears score, Dusseldorf find one back within 30 seconds.
Yeah, because Beckett just sits. Beckett get the lead and they go, yeah, we can hold this, but no, they can't. Not if they sit back like that. Their best asset is the offensive plays that they've been generating, just keeping up that pressure. Thankfully, now that they're level again, we'll get to see some more of it, but not great from them that, you know, like you say, so quickly after scoring, they tend to concede.
Well, I said that we'd see at least a couple more goals from each team. We've got that. Matty's in a good spot. He can't turn it in. There's not enough power, and Mosley's gone all the way back. Downfield, Rahu will cut it out, but now I feel like Dusseldorf are going to have a spell of their own. That's a brilliant bump onto Mr. Nice Guy, as you just spotted, but Dusseldorf, I think, still going to have the best attack in the next 20 seconds or so, and Beckett are going to have to deal with this one.
There they are, and like you say, the bump did a great job of temporarily relieving that pressure, but it didn't seem to transition into anything more permanent. That will. Big double commit. Mosley herring down the right-hand side. Doesn't have much boost. Going off the ceiling, he gets it. Don't think Rahu was expecting it, but the pressure is now with the Beckett Bears. The save comes out from My Little Pony. Mosley needs to get up to that quickly. He does, just about gets a piece of it, and it was a good piece of it as well. Rahu beaten out. Doesn't matter. Matty has the ball. Down the left this time come the Beckett Bears. A demo onto Limbo leaves them temporarily short-staffed in the Dusseldorf defense. The shot, the save from Mr. Nice Guy. The ball's up in the air. No one is going for it, and we'll have overtime in game number 4.
Yeah, they needed that follow-up from Mosley, I think, to try and take a shot. It was worth it with the 0 seconds looming, but they didn't want to take the risk, Beckett Bears, although that's what they need to be doing. They need to be getting the offense. That's where they shine. 1 goal, and they see this series out and get second in the group, so why not throw everything forward now and see if they can do just that? The demo's coming out once again, and you mentioned it last game as well. It nearly found them a goal. Now they're looking to do it again, but it's going to go high and above the crossbar, and now Dusseldorf might have a chance of their own.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, it's tempting from Beckett Bears' point of view to see this, you know, well, they're kind of liberated in that they'll have another chance at this if this overtime doesn't go their way. So Dusseldorf have to play this a little bit more cagey, and I think Beckett can really just stick to the script that they've been writing for themselves so far, you know? Like you say, keep up all of that offense, all of that fantastic work we've seen from them. Mostly going to get a chance to start one off here. Off the backboard it goes, the pinch across, but again, like you say, reticence, committing the second man is coming a bit slowly here from the Bears. Rahu's in this time, but Matty chose to go solo and didn't quite make it.
Yeah, interesting decision that. Matty had Rahu in a very good position, and I think he could have got that pass across pretty well, but he opted not to go for it, went for the solo play, and they do lose pressure for a little bit. A double whiff, I think, from 2 players, one on each side, of one on each team, and that might open things up completely. If Matty can take it away, it's going to find the back of the net. Beckett Bears will get the job done.
Yeah, and, you know, we were saying all along that the physical plays, when they come out from this side, they've been, you know, really effective. They've been picking their moments, not trying too hard to get those plays. You know, you can sort of overstretch yourself as a team going for demos constantly, but they've just kept it small but effective, and that was the most effective of them all.
Yeah, very impressed with Matt E.T.'s performance when they needed it most. Constantly working things in the offense. He got that great assist as well, and then scored 2 goals, 5 shots, and still made two saves in the defense, nearly 600 points. The game gave him the MVP, and I think it was well deserved. I'd give him the MVP as well. He really, really made a big difference and a star performer for the Beckett Bears.
Yeah, he did. I think, you know, a lot of these guys have had their sort of individual moments, you know, across this series. They've all sort of had moments where you could say they've been carrying a little bit, perhaps, but that's, you know, that's what it's like playing on a team at the top level. They've just, you know, they've all filled in really well for each other. There were jitters on defense at times, but at the end of the day, the offense was so good that it doesn't matter if you concede a couple.
Well, Dusseldorf weren't as good as we expected, but do you think that's just because of the sub change and Timor disconnecting, and that was that whole drama situation really caused them to not play at their best and gave Beckett the opportunity which they took?
It's really interesting, isn't it? Without the sort of, you know, the insight into the players' comms and what their mentality is like, it's very hard to say whether Dusseldorf genuinely did get a little bit sort of thrown by that disconnect and the subsequent need to make a substitution, but it's really hard to say. You know, on a different day, obviously, I think most series in this EURC could go either way, but Beckett managed to turn up on the night and take it. Yes, they may have capitalised on a sort of, you know, slightly fortunate end to game 2, but at the end of the day, it's just unfortunate for Dusseldorf. Thankfully for them, doesn't really matter too much going into the knockout round.
Well, that's it for Beckett Bears and Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. Beckett Bears get second in the group. Dusseldorf will have to settle for third. We've got 2 more matches. UOB Badgers versus Berlin Basilisk is the next one. We'll be going to a very short break. You don't want to go anywhere.
We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down. We're gonna burn it down. Burn it down. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder. I killed it, it's murder.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
It's murder. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker.
I killed it. I killed it. I killed it.
I killed it, it's murder.
Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Show them. Change the station with a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit. Change the station. Change the station. Change the station with a new shit. With a new shit.
I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder, go crazy, berserker. I killed it, it's murder.
Go crazy, berserker.
And we are back. Beckett Bears will deny us our third Game 5 of the night, but I suppose, look, an overtime in Game 4 is better than nothing. And Atch, it was exciting. Beckett Bears, with that, have locked their second seed in this group over the Dusseldorf Dragons as well.
Yeah, it was a brilliant series, you know, for all, you know, we were sort of a little bit nervous about it in that it didn't really seem to mean that much for the overall balance of the groups in the knockout stage. It was fantastic to watch. Both teams put on some great show. Unfortunate, of course, for Dusseldorf that Timor had those connection issues, but nonetheless, a fantastic series.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tylacto, it looks like you finished your Welsh cake and you finished raving to us about them as well.
Welsh cakes without
An
them?
exciting look. I mean, he hasn't offered to share with anyone on the desk, and he definitely hasn't brought enough for the entire Twitch chat. So we'll move on from the Welsh cakes as quickly as possible. Okay. Beckett Bears fighting their way in. I'm pretty sure you're delighted about this as well. This is the team you were rooting for.
Of course, I mean, I can't help but always want to root for them. The only team really coming out of the UK that I would say is actually overperformed, and typically UK teams always underperforming on the European stage, and they're sort of what I would probably call the first of a new generation of teams that I hope the likes of the Salford Lions will lead. Of course, though, they are not doing amazingly in their group. it is fair to say, in Group D, which we are going to for our next game. They are at 5-2, and they're certainly going to be a fan of their fellow UK brethren, and quite the matchup we have here between the Basilisks and the Badgers. And I know Esports Team 20 will just as much be watching on nervously.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get rid of that talk of overperforming, underperforming, anything else, because Birmingham Badgers right now, they just need to perform. This is one series, do or die time, and as you say, this is it. Birmingham Badgers win, they are in. They lose, they are out, and it's Esports Team 20 whose necks are on the line as well. That's not to say that this series is without stakes. That's for the Berlin Basilisks. Because Berlin Basilisks, they win this series, they come second in the group. Ridiculously, if they lose, they're fifth in the group. They drop straight to that lower bracket, bottom of the teams that get through as well. And I mean, there is so much on the line. There has been so many series tonight where that's the case as well. And I'm just glad we're getting to see it continue here.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's just sort of a credit to the overall level of all of these teams from across Europe that so many of these groups have turned out so close, right down to the wire. Most of these teams, I believe, in fact, we're looking at the very last game in this group, and yet so much can still change, not just for the two teams who are playing, but obviously for all of the teams around them as well. So fantastic, note for the entire competition, and really, nerve-wreaking for both of these teams at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And I mean, when we look at it, this group has been up and down. Group C was the one we were talking about a lot as the problem child, the entire night, and they failed to deliver massively underperformed in that sense, just in terms of delivering the excitement at the end of it. But I mean, at least we're getting a second chance of it here tonight, and Group D has definitely been up and down as well. Portsmouth off stream have managed to beat Jyväskylä as well, so they will guaranteed top that group. That's why now Basilisks have no chance of actually getting that top spot. But other than that, based on the fact that Basilisks either go second or fifth, there's a lot of room for teams to jump around in this group, Dilacto.
Indeed there is, as it just feels like this matchup has been weeks brewing in the cauldron, in the making, ever since that Badgers Esports Team 20 series that had 3 overtimes, all of which were taken by Esports Team 20. The first of them, 3 minutes. The game, 5 overtime, 4 minutes, and every single time the Badgers fell short. And you think about the Mojitos, currently up, second in the group, sitting happy at 5-2. Who can forget that game to overtime with the Badgers again? That one over 8 minutes. And it's hard to imagine with a series that should be this close between the Badgers and the Basilisks that there won't be a single overtime. And it feels a bit like Essex in terms of the fact that they need to sort of face up to their demons in terms of Badgers. It's the overtime, but they don't have that lower bracket as a sort of parachute to fall back on. If they lose this series, they will be out of EURC and 6th in the group. I'm afraid that's just for them. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed, maybe not in the result, but certainly how it happened. But Basilisks will be just as hungry as they have their chance at the upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right. It's an exciting series. You could swing either way. It's crazy that both of those series for the Badgers that you mentioned as well, the Twente series and the Mojito series, both happened in week 1. And even at the time, we were calling them out as like, these could be series that the Badgers will be looking back at as what ifs. And especially if they lose this tonight, I mean, that will 100% be the case. It'll be the look back and say, we could have won these. We absolutely could have taken these series. But at the same time, I think that's exciting for tonight's series because it shows us that the Badgers are a team that can challenge these teams that are sitting at the top of the group at the moment. They've took the Mojitos to, some very close games. But with that said, look, we're going to move to predictions. And for me, I've never gone wrong back in the German teams. They've just been so good all across these group stages. And while it may not be the Berlin Phoenixes, they've got Berlin in the name. That's going to be enough for me. I'm going to back them all the way home on this one. And Atch, I'm going to throw it over to you. Do you think Badgers have what it takes to stay in this competition now?
In a word, yes. I think this time it's perhaps a little bit more calculated than hopeful. I do back them, I think, to turn up today, take this. It's do or die for them. That tends to work decently well in their favour when their backs are against the wall. So I'm hoping for their sake as much as anyone else's that they can turn up tonight. I think it'll be a close series. Probably get a game 5 out of it, but the Badgers take it for me.
That's true. Badgers in a corner, always going to fight hard. And let's not forget, they did beat their sister team, the Birmingham Beavers, to get in a very close series in the qualifier as well. So we've seen them in these tight spots, Dilacto. But, now you have the unenviable position. You have to break this deadlock on the desk. Is it going to be Badgers? Is it going to be Berlin Basilisks?
It's just such a little bit painful. I can see that my fellow Lancaster teammate, Deleterious Mac, has dropped a 20k stack on the badges. He has just pushed over the stacks of chips in their favour. It's 75% currently for the Badgers. But I have to say, my brain is saying the Basilisks, every time the Badgers have had to show up big, they've come up short. And I just can't help but imagine it's similar to Essex. It's not like that they have a Game 5 curse or anything, but they seem to have an overtime curse. And well, my heart is screaming for the Badgers, and I'm so desperate for them to win this, and it would be a huge win that would change them massively as a team. I can't help but think that the habits are there, and the professionalism, the efficiency there from Berlin Basilisks, just, it's really hard to deny.
There you have it. We're going to send it over to the casters, with the desk deciding that German efficiency is going to take it over the wild animals of the Badgers. Astral, take us away for this series.
Traitor Tylacto, traitor, letting down the Birmingham Badgers when they needed you most. What a shame, what a shame it has to be. But there's so much experience on this Birmingham Badgers team. They played together for such a long time. They know each other very, very well. They played together in other competitions. I think they're very close friends as well. So it's a real shame if they end up dropping out. All of their hard work, all their time playing together, to drop out in the EURC in such a close fashion as well would be a real shame. So I got to root for the Badgers. I got to root for the English team and hope they can get through this. But it's going to be a really tough game, isn't it?
It is. It is. If it's any consolation for those rooting for Birmingham at home, so far we've seen over the course of many EURC streams this season that Tylacto predicting something to happen tends to make it less likely to turn into reality. So he's predicted, maybe he's going for it. You know, he seems to be leaning into that conscious mentality a little bit lately, predicting the team he doesn't want to win. So that could work if you're, if you're of the superstitious type. You might believe that will work out well for the Badgers. I think either way, it's going to be a fantastically close series, and just got to hope that both teams really give it their all here.
Well, let's hope so. Every time he's on the endpoint stream, they usually lose. So maybe he's got a curse for picking the wrong teams. Let's hope he's done so here. Let's see what the Badgers can do as they make a fight back in this first game on Utopia Coliseum. They've not had the best of luck on the kickoff, but luckily the first touch went wide of the target and it wasn't going into the back of the open net, because that would have been an absolutely disastrous start.
Yeah, not the way you want to start. We saw it potentially in that Durham-Stuttgart series earlier tonight, where most of the goals that Stuttgart conceded were just more kind of sad and a little bit sort of frustrating than, ones that would fill you with respect or admiration. So you want to make sure that any goals you do end up conceding are at least ones that you can look at and go, yeah, you know what, fair play. Like perhaps something like that from Mocky, that's the kind of thing that you'd be looking for a bit more. But the fact that both teams are really aggressing again shows me that we're probably in for another fantastic series here.
Yeah, I think the start's been more in favour of the Berlin side, if I'm honest. They've had more of the aggression so far, and they tried to pull off that ceiling shot as well. So I think they're very confident coming into this, as Crown also gets beaten out, as first to the ball seems to be Berlin time and time again. Badgers trying to get the ball clear. They're slowly going to do it and work it upfield, but first minute, we've only had one shot coming in from Yato on Berlin Basilisk. So a very, very tight affair, and it might get very cagey. So we'll see who's got the finish in to step up as that one comes off the crossbar as well.
They're firing on all cylinders, the Basilisks, at the minute. Two really bold plays so far. You love to see it, and hope that the Badgers sort of rise to meet that kind of standard. We really want to see these big plays that can really shift the momentum, especially to get them early on in a series. There's one. Yato gets it on the second time of asking. Off the backboard it comes, and he spikes it down. Basilisks have their goal, which is, you must say, a fair reward for the kind of pressure they've put on so far.
Yeah, I would say in a way it was coming. If any team was going to score first, I think it was going to be Berlin. They were pinning Badgers in their half for the most part, and there's only one save coming in from the Badgers so far from Choco, so they're going to have to be a little bit more on point, getting themselves in front of the ball a bit more consistently on that goal line if they want to shut down the offense of Berlin more often. But they're coming forward. Dutch Matty with a great chance there to try and level the scoring, but Berlin have got these reads very well. They've got the backboard figured out so far, and they don't seem too troubled by these passes coming into the box.
No, not as yet, but it must be said there were a couple of sort of little signs there that Birmingham certainly aren't going to be infallible on defence. There was one touch out from the backboard that really wasn't particularly safe from them, and I think Yato might have made that a bit harder for himself than he needed to. Choco Gets a touch. Will he get it again? Not really like he would have wanted. Dutch Matty has to scamper across, and that's going straight over to the right-hand wall where a Basilisk player is waiting. He's waiting for a reason. That's a great piece of play. They really do seem to be doing really well on these sort of freestyle kind of plays.
They're very quick to close the ball down as well. As soon as there's the Badgers player in the air, there's a Berlin Basilisk player in the air to meet it at a pretty equal speed. And now this one's going hard on the backboard. It's difficult for Choco. The follow could be on target, but it's not. And Berlin Basilisk got to feel that one should have been put on target for sure, with a great chance of going 2-0 up.
Yeah, at the very least, like you say, you know, it's a tricky one to score, particularly when you're trying to generate power from that kind of angle coming down off the backboard. But you want to be working the defense from Birmingham a little bit more, like if you're, you know, a fan of the boys in red here. So it's been looking good from both teams. Obviously, Birmingham the goal down, but the offense that they have had has looked really good. It's just they haven't had as much of it yet as their counterparts on the other side.
Yeah, Dutch Matty gets his first save as well, and gets a demo, so maybe there's a chance now for Badgers to get upfield with a little bit of space on the play. And Crown's going to get it over too with a fantastic read, but they're going to have to be the third defender, and Sherman looks like he's going to clear it into the corner, no problem at all.
Yeah, that bounce, I think, was actually, I looked at it initially and I went, oh my goodness, that's so horrible for Berlin. But actually, with Crown breathing down the back of your neck like that, was probably a bit of a sigh of relief moment for them. They managed to get it round. Again, look, you see, when Birmingham managed to get the ball out, there do seem to be gaps if they can get the ball down fairly quickly to exploit in this Berlin defence.
Yeah, if they can spread out a bit more as well, that infield pass could have gone a treat. That might go all the way through. There's nobody back. Badgers are going to get an equaliser, and what happened to the Berlin defence? All three of them came upfield.
Yeah, I've noticed it a couple of times so far that there you go, Yato just sees that boost in front of him and thinks, oh, I can push up and we'll really set some offensive pressure in, but didn't quite communicate that well enough with his teammate. The pass goes into the middle, there's no one to collect it except Choco, and yeah, it's a bit of a gift, but you know, credit to the Badgers for being alert and they were ready to take a chance like that when it came. So 1-1 we have, looks like a good final minute of this first game in the off.
Look at Tylacto in the chat trying to cheer for the Badgers. You've already betrayed them. It's too late, Tylacto. There's no coming back.
Redeeming your reputation like that.
It's not going to happen, but the Badgers are going to do it anyway, just to spite Tylacto, if nothing else. I think they've been okay, though, since they've got that goal. There's 3 shots now coming in from both teams, which is not that many in a 5-minute game, to be honest, and majority of it gone, only 45 seconds left. So it's been quite a defensive affair, I would say, with both teams struggling to get shots off. There's one coming there. Matty's going to make a save. Someone else has got to make one. It's not going to happen. Sherman's going to get a second goal for Berlin Basilisk.
Yeah, you could see that one, unfortunately, when Matty just popped that one high. There's not much he could do. It was fired straight at him. Very hard to get, you know, that kind of momentum on the clear when the ball's not even bouncing in front of you. The other Birmingham defenders, apologies, were just a little flat-footed. Might cost them game 1 here. Like you say, not many shots, but then you do feel like there's been a lot of offense, just not much final product from either side so far.
Might be a little bit more. I thought that one was nearly hitting the back of the net. Dutch Matty does get his 3rd save, but the other 2 haven't really done much on the defense for Badgers so far. Choco's got 1 save, but other than that, Crown's got nothing. He's on 60 points, in fact. Really not got much going at all this game. Dutch Matty's got a demo, though. If there's a follow-up, it could open something up, but Sherman's quickest in the air again, and I think that's been a theme for the whole game.
Yeah, and that bump's going to seal it, I think. Although, Yato's just managed to keep that in the air, the exact opposite of what he wanted to do. Doesn't look like it'll bite Berlin in the end. In fact, I think that might go all the way in. Insult to injury for Birmingham there. Choco's going to leave. Perhaps just a change of car here at the end of game 1. But a 3-1 scoreline makes it look a little bit more comfortable than it was. At times, Berlin, I think, had their own little issues working out on defence.
Yeah, I think Badgers had to throw everybody forward at the end there, didn't they, to try and get that goal, which is obviously...
What are you going to lose, exactly?
They've had a pinch and it's gone back the other way and give Berlin an extra goal. They played okay, didn't they, Badgers? But I think they've certainly got some work to do in the defensive side of things. And when they came forward, they seemed fine. It's just there wasn't enough shots on target. I mean, if you only take 2 or 3 shots a game, you're not going to score more than 3 goals, are you? So
Exactly. And you know, in the end, Basilisk ended up with 7, but most of them must have been in the final minute or so from them. The offense they put on, similarly, you know, absolutely lights out stuff, particularly Yato's first goal for the Basilisks. He did really well, you know, off the backboard, fantastic double tap. That kind of stuff, both teams seem to be quite comfortable going for. Berlin seem to have had more success with it so far, but, you know, going into game 2, obviously, there's no reason for panic yet from the Badgers. They just need to keep it going and try and get Crown a little bit more involved, perhaps, in game 2.
Yeah, I have to agree. I think Crown was a bit isolated, struggled to find himself in the rotation, which is a shame because obviously when the three of them are firing all together, they can certainly get something going. But they're going to need more than a single goal from Choco, I think, if they're going to want to win the next game, because to keep this Basilisk team out, who look very, very dangerous on the offense, some of the goals coming off the ceiling, trying to tap it down from the backboard, it's going to be hard, and I think they're going to have to outscore the opposition, and I think Berlin could at least get 1 or 2 every game.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, we saw it in our last series, and I think the way the Badgers need to go is leaning in the direction of the Beckett Bears, you know, just sort of don't sit back when if they do get a lead. I think sitting back would be one of the worst things they could do. I think they will concede, and they just need to make sure that, like you say, you know, they have a couple of goals ready and, you know, some good offensive pressure sort of on tap kind of thing to make sure that at the end the scoreline's in their favour.
That's a brilliant
shot.
middle. Oh, and Crown gets there over the top of the defender, and what a great start for the Badgers. We said they wanted a goal. What a great time to do it. Just 17 seconds, to get the start.
That's a brilliant shot from him as well. I gave it no heed as I was just nattering on about general things about the series. Then I thought, Crown will get that off the backboard, but where's the on-rushing man? There's no one in the middle, so what's the matter? And Choco has shut me up again. Got more power than I thought humanly possible on that shot. The on-rushing, I think it was Yato trying to get back. Couldn't quite manage it. A great play from him. And as quick as you like, Birmingham 2 goals to the good.
Yep, 2 assists, 2 goals. Crown has already got more points in 20 seconds than he did the entire previous 5 minutes of gameplay, which shows that Badgers have had a much, much better start. Berlin obviously will feel a bit hard done by conceding off the kickoff. It's never ideal, but Badgers want more. They're not done. The shot's going to go from Dutch Matty just off the crossbar, but it looks like they're playing much, much more confidently now and realising they just need to go forward, and why not take more shots when they've got the chance?
Well, exactly. You know, it seems to be working out really well for them, this kind of, you know, no-holds-barred approach to the offence, and Crown really seems to have warmed up as well. Fair play to him, coming off that, you know, slightly underwhelming performance for him by his standards in Game 1. He's come out really fast in Game 2, and he's going to have to do some defensive work here. And, you know, with 2 goals, you could argue that perhaps Birmingham would maybe be a bit more justified in sitting back. But you've got to say, against this Basilisk side, offence has got to be the best form of defence.
Yeah, I think I agree. It could be an option, but certainly it doesn't look like it. Yato is going to get a shot very early on. I think that nearly could have been saved, but was it a pinch between 2 players on the goal line?
I'm not sure if Crown actually had it, or we think he might have done, you know, and unfortunately, you know, Matty's just thrown himself at it. You sympathise, he has to kind of, you know, you'd have to have some lightning fast communication on that Birmingham side to ensure that something like that doesn't happen. It was just a well-placed shot to create the confusion, you know, and that's a huge dunk again. 20 seconds it took Birmingham to get their lead. I think perhaps even slightly less for it to fall to bits. We're tied at 2 in Game 2.
Looks like about 15 seconds between the 2 goals to get back into it, and you got to feel for the Badgers. They had a great start. They got things going. They got the passes going. They were getting the shots away upfield, and then a couple of defensive mistakes has cost them. And Berlin, they don't need a second opportunity. They're very, very clinical in front of goal. I would say more so than Badgers, and usually need less shots to take their chances. And they've got forward once again, back level with only 1:30 gone, and we've already got 4 goals in this game.
Yeah, which, you know, for at least partially neutral observers like us is fantastic. You want to see some brilliant offensive play, which we have seen from both teams. It's the defence that worries me, particularly from Birmingham. Matty making me sweat a little bit there, but managing to get it out in the end. Choco gets a great pop into the middle. Crown's gone. Crown's now got no boost, so it looks like Matty will have to do it all himself. Will he get up? No, Crown's managed to yoink some boost from somewhere. Not quite sure where he managed to get that from. And Birmingham looking a lot more confident on the whole than they did in Game 1.
Yeah, I hope Matty can, obviously points on everything, but I hope Matty can get some more points on the scoreboard, because he's kind of taking over from Crown's position at the minute. He's down on just double digits of 30 points and struggling to get involved. So it's just 2 players at the minute, regardless of which game. I think we might have Choco not performing in the next game. We'll wait and see, but he's going to step up and make a save. Since those 2 goals from Berlin, it's been all Berlin for the most part, and Badgers are struggling to find a rhythm to get back into it.
And this could be the rhythm they need. Matty's got time and space on the ball. He lofts it high. No one was with him. I'm not sure if that was an attempted pass or just trying to flick it over the defence. He's going to get there because he's got plenty of boost. And Ito's going to actually put Choco under a bit of pressure for that. Shermer in the corner. Doesn't quite get a great touch, but nor does Choco with the shot. Needs a bit more height to make it really worrying. Yenko's going to get a shot. Matty in the right place at the right time. His quest for points rather sort of disrupted there by the fact he wasn't given a save, even though that shot clearly on target. He's going for the big play off the backboard as well. Bit more end-to-end now, both teams sort of getting into the offensive groove a bit.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Paul Matty deserved his 50 points for the save there, and yeah, Badgers having a few more chances getting forward. Yato's up for this one again, though. That might look like it's going in. A hat-trick in 2.5 or 3.5 minutes, sorry, and Berlin are looking better and better.
They are, and you know, you see them go up for things, and you think, yeah, they've just scored. You know, like sometimes you see the Badgers and they go, oh, they could score. You know, this might be a goal. A lot of the time you see Berlin going up, particularly Yato with his shooting as it is so far. You see him going up and you go, yeah, that's a goal. They've just scored, and you know, score it he did. Well placed in the top right. Nothing that the Birmingham defence, as they were, could have done anything about, but they've got to do something about it now. Just over a minute left, and they need to tie up this game too to avoid facing a reverse sweep.
Yeah, the passing doesn't always get credit either, but Sherman with 3 assists in this game set up all 3 goals. Choco might have a chance here if he can beat him out. That's going to go all the way downfield. Dutch Matty, can he get back? Oh, come on, off the post and in, and it's gone from bad to worse.
That's harsh. That is really harsh. Yeah, Crown perhaps a little far up, but I'm not actually sure that Birmingham did that much wrong. Choco just didn't quite get a piece of that challenge far up the pitch, and it just rolls all the way down. Horrible one to concede if you're a Badger. Now they've got 2 to get in just gone a minute now.
And considering the 2 goals that they have came in the first 20 seconds, it's been quite a while since they had a goal. They've conceded 4 unanswered, and that's got to knock their confidence a little bit as well. And Dutch Matty making another whiff like that's going to put them under more pressure. That shot nearly finding the back of the net. At 40 seconds, it's looking like all Berlin, and Badgers, they need to do something. They need to get their making their own dinner, but not looking great.
And that's much better, but oh my goodness, Sherman managed to get back to it. The Badgers must be wondering what they have to do to get this ball in the net. That was a brilliant play from Matty getting the demo off the post. Choco again up, but Matty managed to get the touch. Time really ticking down. That shot was open. I didn't know that, so I'm sure Matty didn't know that either. The Berlin defence does seem to just go on holiday at times, but with 10 seconds to go, it doesn't look like the Badgers are going to get 2 back here.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there on my end. I think having a little bit of a slight connection issue, but yeah, it doesn't look like Badgers are going to get back into it. They had a couple more chances there and really needed to take one to have any chance, but Berlin, they held strong once again, didn't they? And Yato and Sherman just look like an unstoppable duo at scoring goals every single game.
Yeah, I mean, look at, that's all you need to know, really, isn't it? That Yato has 3 goals, Sherman has 3 assists. He's also picked one up for himself there, so yeah, like you say, a really formidable offensive presence from the Basilisks at the minute, and it's do or die every game now for the Badgers. They've got to get 3 on the trot to stay in contention here.
I think it's going to be very, very difficult, of course. They had 6 shots in this game. I think about 3 came in that first 30 seconds and a couple at the end. So it's that middle point of the game where Badgers just were under so much pressure. They didn't get out much. They didn't create much. And I think they're perhaps a little bit fatigued. They need to play for a more consistent period of time rather than just playing in these short bursts and trying to sit back, because the defense just isn't working for them.
Yeah, it has been a little bit shaky on defense at times for the Badgers, and like we were saying early on in that game, we were really chuffed with them because they got those 2 goals so fast out of the gates in the start of this game, but then just sort of seemed to take it a bit more relaxed and try and soak up pressure. And it was very, very quick that Yato and Sherman and Mocky, of course, teamed up. Yato shooting fantastically in particular in that game. So you wouldn't want to see them, if they do manage to take the lead here in game 3, I think you want to see them chasing it further rather than just sitting on top of it.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Obviously, they got that 2-0 lead. They very, very quickly lost it. And you said potentially they could sit back with 2 goals, and then immediately they lost it one after another.
Exactly.
Choco was trying to go all the way by himself, which would have been an absolutely fantastic effort, and that pass might give the ball away, but Choco's come back, turned around and recovered at the halfway line to keep getting forward and keeping the pressure up for Badgers. So this is a positive start in the first 20 seconds and something that they need to try and maintain throughout the game.
Exactly, they seem to be coming out of the gates really hot in every game, the Badgers. They did it even in game 1, they didn't get much to show for it, but it was, really good from them. It was really good from both teams, but this game 2 and 3, Badgers seem to have had the run of the early play, but then they just seem to sort of almost catch themselves out at times, and Need to get something to show for all of their early dominance here in Game 3.
They certainly do. Their shooting has not been the best, and I think it was the same in the previous series that we had from Bears, who were constantly shooting over the crossbar time and time again. And now Badgers have got to try and not do the same thing, because they need to be very, very clinical with the few chances they get. They've only had one shot in this game so far, and obviously it's been denied by that save from Shermer. So let's see, they're going to try and use the ceiling. That's a great pass into the centre, but Yato's save equal to it. The first minute or more, Badgers look strong, but they've been caught on the counter. Shermer might go all the way through, and Dutch Matty does get back to make a save.
It is worth noting for Birmingham, they do seem to find themselves in a lot of situations of one-on-one or absolutely no one back from Berlin. The Basilisks have gone on vacation again here. Mockey's just left it for corner boost, left it for Crown, who's spotted the gap and found it, and that's all they need to do, you know? Doesn't have to be too sort of fancy or flashy. They just need to now keep out what they were doing, you know? They don't need to score again, but I think the offensive pressure is the best bet to keep their lead.
Yeah, I think they almost certainly will need to score again, though, just because of how unstoppable Berlin. Look at that pass that came all the way across and nearly found its way on target. Talacto's closed his eyes and activated the reverse sweep button, so let's see if it works.
Here we go. Yeah.
Badgers, just over 2 minutes gone, and they've been okay. They're playing more consistent throughout the game, but that Musty's going to go over the top. It's looking dangerous. The clearance from Crown, though, very, very good indeed to keep them maybe on the offense. Back into the centre. Is there a follow-up? Oh, they just can't quite get the touch, but positive stuff from the Badgers, and much better than we've seen, I think, in any of the other games so far.
Again, though, it must be said the Basilisks just went on holiday a bit on the defensive end. Dutch Matty might actually get back to this. Oh, it was so close. I think any touch on that would have put it very close to being in. Now he's out of position a bit. Mockey won't get back to that. That's another great clear. Birmingham's doing really well on their long clears. Big distance on that again. Just bounces down, unfortunately, for Matty. Means it doesn't get quite as far as it otherwise would have.
Oh.
Shermer is there. Flicks it fast into the top right. Badgers, familiar story. They had the lead, but not anymore.
Yeah, it was nearly a double commit in there for the Badgers. I think there was a late turnaround and a fake challenge from one of them, but they just lost out on the 50-50, and Shermer got that open opportunity. But it's the placement again. Shermer got that chance. It was in front of the net, but he made sure it was right near the top corner to make it impossible for anyone Badgers to get there. And I think that really is the difference, is Berlin just have this placement down when they get in front of the net. They don't waste their chances. As Dutch Matty's had a horrible miss there, which is going to lose them loads of pressure.
Yeah, it's like you say, you know, Berlin, they just look a little bit more clinical. It's these tiny differences at this level that will really make the difference, you know, and it does look like they've just been the better team at taking chances. Badgers, arguably, I would say, have generated better chances. You know, they've been very good throughout at putting offensive pressure up, making sure that touches are good, finding teammates, that kind of stuff, especially off the clears into transitional countering. But they haven't then found the final product as often as the German team on their position side.
That's a good save from Matty. I thought Berlin's third man there was going to get a shot and give them a lead once again, but they dealt with it much better. They seem a bit more organised in the defence, and I think this is probably the longest they've gone without conceding multiple goals. They usually let 2 or 3, and I nearly jinxed it. That save comes across.
Really nearly then. My goodness, I really thought you'd done it in for them at that moment. Shermer nearly gets a touch. Mockey's there. Mockey does seem to be filling in for quite a sort of dedicated third man role for this Basilisk side. And I'm not sure really if that might be the root of their issues, is that I think Shermer and Yato not really managing to rotate back fully a lot of the time means that Mockey needs to go somewhere at some point to get boost and things like that. So that might be where their holes in defence are coming from. Birmingham, for their part, will be hoping that one more hole in defence is going to come out of it first, but they've got to deal with this. Yato's up. That bounce might save them. It's not reached by Crown. End-to-end nightmare fuel for Birmingham fans, but Dutch Matty manages to get clear into the corner to buy a little bit of time.
Yeah, there was a really nice passing play in there from Berlin. I'm very surprised Badgers got away with it. I think they've got pretty fortunate, to be honest. But these Berlin players seem persistent on scoring a musty. I've seen about 2 or 3 attempts now for a musty from the sidewall and off the ceiling. They're determined to score a flashy goal to finish out this series and get the 3-0 sweep. But Badgers holding strong. This is the best defense we've seen from them in a while. That nearly drops in again, but it does come off the bar. And with 4 seconds ticking down on towards the overtime, they've just got to keep it on the floor. Can Dutch Matty do that? He absolutely can.
Good grief. Right. This will put their overtimes to the test. The definitive one, you might say, for the Badgers at this moment. 1 goal goes into their net and their EURC time is over for this year. Choco up. Will it reach the backboard? Unlikely with Yeto right there and ready. Shermer gets a touch. That's a great touch. And Yeto is up again. Matty has to make a touch. Matty does not make a touch. Where's the player? Just manages to avoid the bump, does Choco. And Birmingham survives, but they'll need to do a bit more than that for the rest of this overtime.
Yeah, that whiff from Matty nearly cost them badly. The bump at the other end. Crown's going to have a chance. He's put it over the bar again. Choco can't finish it off either. Mocky makes a very good save as once more into the danger zone, but Yato's up very, very quickly to get that one sent all the way downfield. And Badgers with an absolutely brilliant chance, but Berlin just got the clearance at the nick of time.
Yeah, it was much better heads-up play as well from Choco in particular. Getting that bump was really, brilliant work from him, and unfortunately just didn't quite get the shot on target. If that lofted ball high, I don't think they expected to shoot it. If that ball had been lower, it probably would have just gone in as the keeper got cleared out. But promising signs, whether they scored it or not, it's still promising for the Birmingham guys that they can put together plays like this. Choco again, looking to get aggressive here. Matty up, Yeto gets to clear. Crown, is he going to go? He is, but he's probably going to get beaten off the ceiling. Who's up to that next? Shermer gets beaten out by Choco. Choco might have that again. He does. Where's Crown? Crown, both of them miss it. He could have probably just left that and had the tap-in of his life, but he doesn't quite manage it. Matty off the sidewall. There's an open net, surely. There we go. They break the curse of the overtimes in EURC, and the Badgers have taken it here in Game 3.
They got the job done. It took them their 8th shot. They had to match Berlin on shots to get it in the back of the net, but Crown did a good job then to lay it off for Matty. And in the end, Matty's mistake in the defense didn't cost them. They went back up the other end. Maybe, actually, this is the start of a brilliant reverse sweep.
Well, wouldn't that be fantastic for those at home who aren't potentially from Berlin? It's been a great series. I think the Badgers, Game 1 was kind of shaky, but Game 2, they played well. They just came out, slightly less well than their Berlin counterparts. This time they've eked out the win. You have to say that I think in any given game, Berlin are probably slightly more likely to win. But just then, we saw it in our own little replay there. Crown found an open net. That was what forced that overtime, was the fact that, Berlin defense just sort of does seem to vanish into thin air at times. And while the Badgers defense does sort of crack a little bit, it doesn't tend to crumble like that. So that might be something they can look for going forward.
I think Badgers can take confidence in as well that they only conceded 1 goal in that game, which is a lot less than the usual. So I think they played much better defensively. There was a couple of mistakes, a few whiffs in there, but overall, I think they held a better structure. They got equal on shots, they made more saves, and it's finally seeming like they've got a bit of a game plan sorted as well. All 3 players got into the triple-digit points, which was a huge problem in the first 2 games, because whenever one was performing, somebody else wasn't.
Yeah, exactly, and I think, like you say, the fact that their team offense, the passing in the final third was a little bit more consistent, and that really helped them. Obviously, that's kind of a symptom and a product of the fact that so far they haven't really had all 3 people get some decent scores on the board. But they've managed to turn it around here in Game 3. They've averted the sweep, but they've got a little bit further to go before they're home and dry.
Yeah, they won on one of the default maps. Now we got another default map. It seems like the new Chinese map is a bit of a curse for them in a minute, but they'll try and get back into this again, and hopefully, we'd love a Game 5, wouldn't we? We like a bit of excitement, a bit of drama, but Basilis already on the offensive and looking like just because they've lost a game, they don't want to let it affect them too much. They want to come out early. They want to get an opening goal. They've not managed to get a shot away because Badgers have been quicker in meeting them, but certainly they're looking very dangerous so far.
Always look dangerous, Berlin, but one thing that I think is worth noting, at any level, you've got to have some really strong mental to take these kinds of series. And if Birmingham turn this to a Game 5, you've got to start thinking that actually this will be, there'll be real sort of seeds of doubt in the Basilisk's minds, because they had it all there. And I think every game that Berlin, lose, makes them a little bit more nervous.
I think that could certainly be the case. You don't want to lose back-to-back games after going 2-0 in the series, and especially with some of the mistakes they made with leaving the defense wide open. Let's see if they've ironed it out in this one. They'll try and get forward again. Yato's been so dangerous, but he's not got any boost, and that's not going to help him one bit as Mocky plays it into his own box very dangerously, and Sherman's touch is a pretty good one to deal with that
Yeah.
situation, it has to be said.
I mean, again though, Berlin causing themselves most of the defensive issues. That was a really strange touch to set up that problem. And has to scramble back again. Crown's missed it. That could be crucial. Dutch Matty chooses to go, and it was a great choice from him because he's managed to get the ball into their corner, but only temporarily. Choco up. Choco will get it again. No, Matty gets it out though, so that's okay for Birmingham. Bit of sort of more neutral play at the minute. Both teams kind of struggling to find long fought boost control.
Yeah, it's been a very quiet game, to be honest. We're nearly halfway through. We've only had one shot. There's the second coming from Crown, but Berlin yet to have a shot on target. They've got 3 saves, and it looks like Badgers have had all the shots. Berlin have had a few chances. That demo could be huge if they can keep getting forward, but there's nobody else there anywhere near it to try and pressure the ball quick enough. But Badgers looking strong unless they get caught on the counter. So as long as Mocky doesn't score here, I think they can say that it's been a decent first half of the game for Badgers. Yeah,
Crown sat back on that, and that made me panic a little bit. I thought he was just going to throw himself at the ball like Matty did then, but he didn't. And Yato's up. Yato's missed it. So's Choco. Where's Crown? Crown has to get a touch. Crown does get a touch. It wasn't the best. Now again,
Choco's
Berlin's just fallen apart. The bump. I'm not even sure that bump made much of a difference. I'll have to watch it again on the replay. Would that bump have... Maybe it would actually. Mocky was going to get that ball. I take that back. Fantastic work from Choco to set up that another open net for Birmingham to convert.
Yeah, I just caught a glimpse of it. I think Mocky probably would have got back. I think he had a little bit of boost and would have made it. So a great bump, great vision from Choco to spot that it was open other than Mocky on his way back. And they just needed a simple goal, don't they? You said it. Sometimes it doesn't matter how they go in. And certainly that's the best start the Badgers have had in quite a while. The question is now, can they hold on when Berlin bring a wave of attack of their own? And with whiffs like that, it's not going to do them any favours. But so far, with minute 30 to go, it's been a good period of time, and Badgers have not conceded. I don't want to jinx it.
No, wait until the ball's at least decently far away from their goal before we talk too much about that. But Crown, he's got another touch, and again, slightly awkward redirect off the Berlin player. Not much they could have done about that time, though. Yeah, so he's going to get to that quite comfortably. Over Crown it goes, and Sherman's straight up behind that. Matty has boost. Doesn't have the ball. That could be problematic. The pass comes out. Mocky's up. Should be a Birmingham defender there. There is, but only for a minute because he gets clattered away. But thankfully the ball drops back down to him and they manage to get the clear.
Yeah, Talacto needs to close his eyes for this final minute so the Badgers can hold on, because Basilis are going to go straight through and get a goal back. There was a big gap in the net there. I'm not sure what happened with the Badgers rotation, but Basilis took full advantage.
Matty's just thrown himself at a shot that he thought was going to be much more powerful than it ended up being, and then just couldn't get to the goal line in time for the actual P-roller that came out from the Basilisks' offence. It's a harsh one to concede, but maybe it was a bit of a taste of their own medicine, the Badgers here. They've scored plenty of fairly harsh ones to concede, so they just don't want to concede again. Crown's completely missed it off his own post. I'm not sure what happened there, but my goodness, it's disaster for the Badgers now.
Oh, that's devastating. Dutch Matty got the touch out, then Crown just turned on the wall very briefly back into the corner. I think if he'd have stayed in the same direction, he would have made that with plenty of time, but I think he thought the ball was going a different direction. Turned too soon, just thinking Badgers have got the ball clear, and it's cost them. And you've got to be careful to make sure the bullet ball is fully cleared before you start committing upfield as the third man.
I think, now they've got it all to do. They don't have much time in which to do it. That's a great clear to start it off, and they've completely missed it, has Yato there. So that'll give Birmingham a little bit of pressure. Crown, he won't be able to shoot that, but he'll be able to get it high enough onto the backboard that it'll make some people think. One of those people was Mocky, who didn't quite get a touch on it. Crown needs to be in that corner quickly. He's not quite there quickly enough, although he actually ends up being. Choco thought about diving at it, chose not to. Going to have to be a time, I think, where Birmingham just throw the kitchen sink and do dive at things like that.
Yep, and it's 10 seconds now, or Badgers are going to get knocked out and fail to make the playoffs on head-to-head, which is a brutal way to go out. They got to get forward right now. Dutch Matty makes a touch, but Yato beats him to it. That's going to go all the way into the Badgers half. It's going to touch the ground, and it's game over for the Birmingham Badgers. The Basilisks have taken it 3-1.
Beyond belief for the Badgers, who've played some fantastic Rocket League in this group stage, but couldn't quite pull it out in the clutch moments. So credit to the Berlin Basilisks, who played fantastically throughout that series, but unlucky to the boys from Birmingham, who unfortunately won't be progressing in this season's EURC.
Yeah, I think Berlin weren't perfect either in the defense, and you said a couple of times they were left open, and Birmingham did manage to exploit it, but 2 back-to-back mistakes within, 20 seconds of one another, and they threw the game away after looking so good, and such a shame because they were playing pretty well, and they just lost it in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, they did. It was unfortunate from them, and there were just a couple of... But both teams were making those mistakes, I think it was just one of those that, unfortunately, Berlin came out shooting like nobody's business. The kind of shots they were putting on and the clinical nature of their finishing was just a little too much for Birmingham today.
Yeah, it'll be interesting what the Des makes then of Baslis as well, because they obviously go up to 5-2. I'm not sure if they go up to 2nd, 3rd, or remain in 4th on the goal difference, but I'm sure they'll work that one out. I think they might jump up to at least 3rd over Salford Lions, but I'm not sure if they overtake. Yeah, you might be right.
2nd on that record, because I believe they beat the Fair Play Mojitos, who are tied with them on a record. So we will get confirmation of that for you in our break. And after this break, we will be going to our very final match of the night. We've got 2 British teams on stream, a rare occurrence to see them both concurrently. We'll be seeing our Group A match to round us off. It'll be Kiel Krakens against York Pun Name. You don't want to miss it.
Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I baby, why do I baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
with that series over, we are back on the desk once again. And just before the break, you promised the viewers a breakdown of exactly what that means for Group D. And I have the answers for you. I've done some quick mental maths, by which I mean we've spent all night staring at this bracket, and so I could probably recite it by heart at this point. But that will mean that in Group D, Portsmouth Paladins have topped the group. Basilisk will take the second place with that win, which will knock Mojitos down to third, but still in the upper bracket. Salford Lions will be dropped down to the lower bracket, and joining them there will be Esports Team 20 Blue, with Badgers now knocked out of the tournament altogether. So definitely an exciting one, and you know, fair play to Berlin. They got it done, and Badgers in overtime not getting it done, which has not necessarily been surprising in this series or in this tournament.
No, certainly not, though. At least they did take the one overtime in game 3. I was very excited to see, despite the fact that I couldn't bear to watch, and I'm going to be having nightmares about it for the rest of the day. So yeah, not only Badgers missing out, but as you say, Salford now down to lower bracket as well. But congratulations to the Berlin Basilisk making it through to the upper bracket. And by the way, I just wanted to point out that every single German team has made the upper bracket of their group without fail, because FHCW in Group A, where we're heading for our last matchup of the group stage, no matter what, they will be top 3, no matter what. Of course, Berlin Phoenix, we don't need to talk about them. It's York against Kiel with a couple of twists, and Kiel need to win in 4 games or less for them to make upper bracket, and of course they do so by kicking out York. But Kiel forfeiting their earlier game due to a lack of players, I believe, now coming in with the double substitution. Of course, Poddy, he is still moving house, still unavailable. It's very, very unfortunate. It's sort of grief their NSE season as well. And now Time Constant, meant to be constant, meant to be reliable. No, he's non-existent right now. And so big man Saxuma Kush, who I've had great fun commentating previously from officially the B team. They're called Kiel Team 13 for some reason. But I mean, he's certainly a very capable player, and likewise Dews, who is making a habit of stepping in right now. But previously, when Kiel have been the favourites coming into a series against the likes of York, I think York currently sat in second. If they can win into any scoreline, they'd be staying right there, and what a result that would be for them.
Yeah, absolutely huge. And I mean, look, they may be called Kiel Team 13, but luckily you don't need to be able to counterplay Rocket League. So these players coming up, we're still, expecting them to take it to York. This should still it has the potential for Kiel to win this. We're not saying that just because they have 2 subs in, that this is absolutely going to go the way of York. But, I still think, that we have to look at it and say, York, they're a very strong team. They have some very strong players who have the ability to pull out big plays when it matters. So are we looking a little bit York favoured coming in here potentially?
I'd say so, because to the best of my knowledge, Kiel certainly have played the bulk of their group games, as far as I'm aware at least, with a largely sort of full roster, or at least a roster that's more full than this. And yet they come into this game tonight underneath York in the standings anyway. Even if they had won that game that they had to so unfortunately forfeit earlier, I think they would have still been behind York by a decent distance. So York really, lighting up in York. They've come in as a qualified team, and it seems to be, working out really well for them as the underdogs.
Absolutely has been the case. As you say, coming in as a qualified team and getting that second place in the group is going to be a huge result for anyone, and York will be more than happy to take that one if they can. But with that said, we're going to move on to predictions as we're approaching game time. And this is where it gets difficult for me, because Tylacto, you called out how good the German teams have been. I've been finding great success all night by just betting on the German teams. This time around, it's 2 UK teams. That makes it a little bit harder.
Yeah,
but luckily, we, with Kiel having problems with both space and time with some of their players, we are going to see probably, I think, York coming in as favourites. I appreciate you laugh, actually. So one person giggles at me. I'm going to bet York. And because Atch laughed, he gets to go next on the predictions.
See, I'm getting places. Right, I have to back them as well. I won't lie. Obviously, I think, like you say, if Kiel were turning up at full strength, you'd have to back them. Tylacto was mentioning it earlier, the fact that they haven't managed to turn up at full strength on a couple of occasions domestically has really hurt their spring split there as well, and I think it will probably cost them a chance to get into the upper bracket here tonight.
Absolutely, I think that's entirely fair. Tylacto, sorry, I could have crossed you there. I'm going to assume you were going to say something roughly similar.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really help but agree, unfortunately. Well, it's just like, I feel sorry for K3. It seems like half the time his team is falling apart around him, and what a fantastic player. And I think if they pull out what I would consider a certain upset result today in this game right here, it will be a lot on a back of his, and there may be some heavy lifting required, which is unfair on Dues and Satsuma Kush. I do love the two players, and of course, maybe best name in the entirety of EURC to Satsuma Kush. But with that being said, I just want to give York some credit, because a lot of teams that were exciting coming into the season off Society Showdown results, they've done solid, but maybe not impressively enough to really get the sort of pundits that they could now be getting here with a second placement in a very difficult EURC group. To come second here and a 5-2 record would be absolutely fantastic. Their only losses of this group stage would be to the hands of Berlin Phoenix and FHDW, the German teams who, as we're finding out, no shame in losing to them right now. And yeah, putting down Kiel, albeit a weakened side, even if it's the only team in front of you that you can beat, York are a team that certainly have a high ceiling, and you know, alongside Beckett Bears, would be putting a good name out for the UK, unlike most of our playoff competition.
Absolutely. As you say, the only thing you can ever do on any given day is beat the team that is put in front of you. So for the last time tonight, we're going to throw it down to Astral to see if York can do exactly that against the Kiel Krakens.
Thanks, guys. It's hard to argue with the three of you, to be honest. I think York have to come in as the favourites, given that Kiel are using two subs. Like you say, you'd want to back Kiel, but with Satsuma Kush and Dues coming in, missing out some key players like Poddy, it's going to be tough, isn't it? And York, I mean, they've surprised everyone as well, actually, because they've been getting better and better on the European stage and really upsetting some big teams. So they're on the up right now, and they've got a long way to go still, I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's looking really good for York at the minute. I mean, I think they came in, I'm going to be wrong here, maybe 6th pool. As an open qualified team, it will have been something like that, might even have been 7th pool. Coming in out of 8 in that group, obviously people not expecting them to do that well. I can tell you, 6th pool they came in this group. The fact that they can now lose, as long as they lose in 5, and still make the top 3, shows just how well they've done so far.
Yeah, it's crazy that Kiel now, 2 main players down, and they've got to do this in a 3-1 to make the upper bracket. Is very difficult. They've already qualified, so I think that is obviously going to make it feel a little bit better, but York trying to start out very early. Dues forced to make a very, very good save, but Lady Penelope is not off to a slow start. York out for blood, I think is fair to say, in this opening minute.
One thing I think for anyone at home who hasn't seen York play very much so far this season, you will be expecting mechanical brilliance like that across the board. They are fantastically gifted players, and I wouldn't be surprised at all to see at least one top shelf play go in over the course of this game. But at the minute, they've been caught out on defense, and Kiel take a surprise lead thanks to Dues' dunk here.
Yeah, really smart from K3 as well. He was trying to take his time and fake out the York players to push him, and then Dues did the rest in the middle, won that 50, just slammed it in with a bit of brute force. And York's great attempt at the start, come back the other way and kill Krakens. Surprisingly, the first team to get a goal, but obviously a long way to go in this game. Still 4.5 minutes, and it was a very, very simple goal. I don't think we'll see too many defensive mistakes like that from York. But you just never know, because we've seen quite a lot tonight from Berlin and the Badgers as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this kind of level, on this kind of, stage almost, when I think teams will play a little differently when they're on stream. That kind of nerves, particularly you see early in the series coming out perhaps. So, yeah, you can watch out for it from York, but I think, like you say, it's unlikely to happen again and again from them. They're very mechanically good players, but there you go. As soon as I'm praising them again, Dues is capitalising. I think maybe it might be fair to say that Kiel are now capitalising on the very thing that York normally capitalised on, which is being the underdog and subverting expectations.
Clearance from York not coming out the best though. I think Jaffa got bumped by somebody from behind coming off the backboard as well, which put all 3 York players in the corner, which is why the net was left wide open for Kiel. I'm not exactly sure who got the bump, but Kiel won't care. Satsuma Kush just got 6 points. He's barely had to do a thing, but his team are 2-0 in front anyway. Not for long. 2-1 in front. Tinney's going to get the first goal for York.
Yeah, and again, it's a fairly simple goal. Penelope probably had the rule of the roost in shooting that, chose to put it off the backboard, and it worked out in the end. And yeah, like you say, none of the goals have been overly fantastic from either side so far, but they've gone in and they all count for 1 in the end. So a big miss from Dues there. like you say, I think it's going to be, for K3 and Kiel here, it's going to be a battle of trying to get everyone involved. We saw the Badgers fall victim to it slightly in our last series, We had 2 of them playing really hot and then one of them not quite fitting in as well with the rotations and everything like that. So, especially when you're playing with 2 subs, that's something that you really have to watch out for.
Yeah, K3 is the only player that I really know that much about on this Kiel team. Do you think that they're not expecting to be in the lead and that they should try and, perhaps obviously they've conceded a goal and it's only a 1 difference, but they should play more defensive and just try and see if they can soak up pressure from York and get a counter-attack, given that they are potentially the underdogs?
I mean, it's difficult to say, isn't it? Like you say, my experience of casting and playing Kiel in the past, I've seen Satsuma a little, I've seen Doos even less. He's deputised well for Kiel, well as any team fielding 1 or even 2 subs can do. It's not even about the skill of the individual players, it's the synergy you build up over time. So I think they could sit back. I think they could. I'm not sure they should, mainly because I'd just love to see them attack a bit more, but also I think because when you're playing with subs like that, gaps in your rotation much easier to come across and could really catch them out.
Yeah, I think that's a good point as well. Satsuma Kush got a demo in there, but Kiel Krakens are going to have to do quite a bit of defending, and it might go all the way through. Tinny does get the shot off the defender, but it's going to find the back of the net regardless. The bumps and the demos, they're starting to work for York.
It was a really good heads-up play from Jaffa there. It's what you love to see. Instead of trying to hook that ball out, he probably would have hit it way too hard, sent it flailing away into the midfield. Just chooses to go for the man instead. Didn't really make that much contact, but Kiel defender on the backboard, if they'd have jumped, which they needed to do to get the ball, they would have been absolutely clattered. So, put them in between a rock and a hard place, and there was no real way out of that. York have tied it up here with just under 2 minutes left to play.
Yeah, they've not been incredibly special so far, York. They've given K3, to be honest, quite a bit of time on the ball. He's had quite a few moments in the offense for Kiel, but so far they've only scored 2, and now they've conceded 2 back the other way, and obviously the momentum then in favour of York as they come forward again. And since those 2 kickoff goals, Kiel haven't really looked like scoring that much. Lady Penelope's going to go through with her flip reset, and it's absolutely disgusting, and York take the lead.
Yeah. It is interesting, just picking up on what you were saying there. Fantastic work from Penelope. I think actually probably got another flip reset off that, which is just, criminal. But it's the kind of thing that Lady Penelope does on a very regular basis. I wouldn't be surprised to see more of that from him. It's interesting though, you do say, they are giving each other quite a lot of respect. Both teams, I think, do sort of do that. Certainly, in matches I've seen from both of these sides, respect, space in the midfield is often afforded. And York, in particular, I think will love to play against a team like that because Lady Penelope will keep setting up plays like this with the space he's being given.
Yeah, certainly, but Kiel need to find an answer now. Doos has had 5 shots, K3's had 1. Satsuma Kush not really made an impact with a minute left to go. He's got 62 points. Hopefully he can have more of an influence in the next few games, or maybe he can come up with a clutch goal to bring them back level and take them to an overtime. That would be a way to imprint himself in this game, but for the most part it's been all York. Kiel though finally trying to find a spell. They obviously need a goal and they certainly know that, so do you think they've got it in them to get a goal back?
Maybe. It's very possible, K3 then showing that he could probably do it all by himself given a few tries, but I think they need to be looking for each other a bit more. It is so hard, of course, when you're playing with your roster that you haven't really practiced with as much. You're not really quite as aware of where everyone is on the pitch. Satsuma's going to try and loft this. Doos had the right idea, I think, trying to loiter on the backboard there for a fantastic dish. Doesn't quite get it. K3, time and space afforded for him again. Gets the demo. Going to cause some problems. What a flick! Gets underneath the ball with the wheels of his car on the pre-flip. And there you go. Kiel have it all tied up.
Phenomenal. You said K3 can do it all by himself, given enough opportunities. He gets the demo, he gets the touch over the second defender and the third one as well. He's got 680 points in this game match already. 3 shots, 5 saves and 2 assists. And he's walked Kiel Kraken's level with 20 seconds, which you would think could be an overtime. But you never know. We've seen back-to-back goals be scored many times tonight, so I wouldn't rule out a goal in the last 10 seconds just yet.
Definitely not. And I think, sort of, like you were saying there, K3 getting most of his points doing assists and saves, which I think maybe just a matter of personal preference, but for me, when you've got one player who's a little bit more sort of mechanically sound, and obviously this K3 is currently the only first team Kiel player out on that pitch tonight, I would personally want him to be that kind of defensive rock and midfield facilitator. You don't want them to be the one going for all of the fancy, flashy double taps and big plays that throw themselves out of contention, because while he's very good at the offense, I'm sure that they would rather have him back when he's needed.
Yeah, that shot coming in from Kiel as well. Lady Penelope was required to make a pretty difficult save. He got across and made it look easy, but it was a big effort. There's a bump in there from York, and it nearly exposed the back post, but K3 doing what he does best, helping his teammates out. Got his 6th save of the game, and a demo as well for good measure. Dudes, the shot gets saved, and Kiel looking strong now. They're really getting better and better, and starting to put pressure onto York.
Really are, and it's been end-to-end stuff so far. You know, they're actually, for a team, you know, that like we've always been saying throughout this game, that they're hard pressed when you're playing with so many subs and all of this kind of stuff. They're finding each other really well, the Krakens, at the minute. It's just tends to be more on the defensive side. You know, anyone can get their head up and look for a pass and look for the ball, but it's that rotation into net that can sometimes break down when you're playing in unfamiliar territory.
Yeah, unfortunately for Satsuma, of course, he's down nearly 10 times the points of K3 at the moment.
Goodness.
K3 up to nearly 1,000 points. Satsuma Kush yet to hit the triple-digit mark as Tinny tries to pull something off in front of the net. And once again, K3 is there. 8 saves for K3 now, and still going as they got 10 in total for Kiel. York is still looking for it. They've had some demos earlier on, and those bumps definitely help them score. So I think if they want to break this deadlock and stop K3 saving everything, just take him out, delete him off the line, and they might get a goal.
Yeah, he has now just passed 10 times the point total of Satsuma, which is really unfortunate for him. But, I mean, look at this. He gets one crucial touch like that, and it will all be forgotten. K3 barrels in. And again, he won't get registered anything on the board for that, but Satsuma did really well to set that play up. Kiel taking overtime in game 1.
Yeah, great stuff from Kiel. A much better reaction than what we expected. K3 does break the 1,000-point mark. Yeah. 2 goals, 2 assists, 8 saves out. 8 saves! York threw everything, and they couldn't beat him.
Fantastic work from K3 there. You know, I mean, you perhaps expect a, top of the leaderboard performance from him as the, the linchpin of this slightly undermanned Kiel Krakens, but to put up a stat sheet like that, 2 goals, 2 assists, 8 saves, I mean, absolutely incredible. Dues, must be said, outshot him and scored the same number of goals. Fantastic for him. Just need to get Satsuma a bit more involved in subsequent games. He's got ducks across the board at the minute, which isn't really what you want to see, but at the end of the day, Kiel have come out with the win. York put on some great offense, but it wasn't quite enough in game 1.
Yeah, certainly. Kiel, on demand, didn't look like it, did they? They gave a great performance. I think the 2 goals they got at the start really helped them, but and York came back into it, but York couldn't quite deliver enough despite all that offensive pressure. The question is now, I think York are obviously going to come out more aggressive, and Kiel, unless they're very fortunate, aren't going to get 2 goals in the opening minute. So it's going to be more a case of the goals are going to be more difficult to come by, and York are going to be even more ruthless because they don't like going a game down. But look, Kiel won the game. Let's not count them out. They're a very good team, and they showed that those subs can deliver just as well as everybody else.
Yeah, no, I mean, all credit to them. They've done really well to take that game 1 there, and it's going to be interesting, though. Obviously, they need it in 4, so as soon as York get a game, Kiel are going to be sweating. Making that top 3 needs perfect play from there on out, but maybe they're not too worried about it. It seems that they're playing quite confidently, especially for a team that's, so fresh and new. And that's a huge whiff from Tinny. The early goal comes in again from Doos, and they're 1-0 up.
Yeah, I wasn't going to expect it, but they're going to get another early goal. Doos is going to hit it from all the way downtown behind the halfway line. 3 York players under that ball. Yeah. Nobody could find it, and that is a real shame. And a messy start again for York. We expect better, and to be honest, with how all the other casters have been praising them, I was kind of expecting more. I don't think they've had the best start in this series at all.
Not so much, no, it must be said. I mean, I think they're quite a momentum-heavy team, this York side, and they haven't really had that big fireworks moment yet where, crucial play comes in or some brilliant teamwork comes across. And that was a good play. Jaffa probably could have just offloaded that down to the right again, would have really put Kiel in a difficult position. But they're getting somewhere now, York. They seem to be warming up into this game. They're only 1 down at this point in the last game. Of course, they were down by 2, so making small improvements. But obviously, I think they'd rather just strike first in the game to set the pace a bit better.
Yeah, they're looking for an early goal. Kiel Kraken, looking for another goal as they continue to go forward, putting the ball into the box. And I don't think York are a very defensive team. They don't like defending, and they're going to have to keep dealing with it. Satsuma Kush nearly turning that one in. It's going from bad to worse to York at the minute. They can't get the ball out their own half. Kiel constantly have a man there meeting the ball. Penelope is going to do what he can, but immediately shut down by K3 as they try and find the ball back into the centre once again. This is fantastic stuff from Kiel. Not what I was expecting, but wow, York have really got their work cut out for them.
They really have. And I mean, it's just these kind of touches, you know. Kiel are finding every possible way to make life incredibly awkward. Like Satsuma had a tiny run up on that ball, and he thought, yeah, I see exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to aim it straight at the waterfall. Makes it impossible practically for the defenders to get a good read on it before it starts coming down. And Kiel were first to it. You know, Tinny's done really well here to get distance. Jaffa, great positioning from him to read the 50 coming out, but didn't end up with anything. It's been much more open though since Kiel scored that first.
Yeah, and more importantly enough, it's the other two players contributing on the Kiel Kraken's team. K3 down bottom of the score with 40 points. There's a bump in there, but Dooz is going to be first one to get it away. But maybe now a chance for York to have a bit of aggression of their own. But Tinny should have made contact on that one. The pass could have been better, and York still lacking. Only one shot as we're nearly halfway through this game.
Yeah, exactly like you say, you know, Tinny will be wanting that one back. He just didn't quite make a good enough contact on it. K3 brilliantly avoids that. Demo would have been real problems for Kiel if that had come through. Satsuma, he's up. Is he over? Not quite. That touch isn't brilliant, but it's done enough. Dooz is going to get across. He's not going to score that though. Tinny into the corner, gets the Demo. Jaffa's up. Jaffa's really causing problems here for York with that loose touch, but they managed to get away with it for now. Dooz is up. Jaffa has to get a touch. Jaffa doesn't get a touch, but thankfully the shot from K3 weak enough to allow York to buy a little bit of breathing space.
Yeah, Tinny just scrambles across as last man to stop it, but they can't stop the Kraken, do they? York look like a sinking ship at the moment. They're going to have another chance to get forward. Tinny needs to put this one away. Once again, it's wide, and Penelope's shot can't get there quick enough to beat out the defenders. Kiel should get this one clear. All the way downfield. Satsuma could have with the redirect off the crossbar. What a great effort, though, and fair play to him for going for it. Kiel looking very, very confident.
Goodness, it does look a little bit to me like Kiel have come into this going, well, I mean, what do we have to lose at this stage? You know, we're playing with all of our subs. What, you know, let's just do it. And that's what they've done, you know, they've really gone for it, and it's really paying off so far.
Yeah, certainly. They look so strong. They've got so many shots on the board already, up to 8, only 3 from York. That Demo coming in pretty good from Satsuma, and York have only got a minute left. They've barely generated anything. K3 is going to clear it back upfield again and go for another chance off the backboard. An uncharacteristic like miss from him, to be fair, and then another whiff as well on the sidewall. Dooz needs to be careful as last man, but so far, Kiel's still looking good, but K3 is making life hard for himself right now.
I was going to say, if that had got any more dangerous, I would argue that that was York's most dangerous push caused by K3, although this could still be problematic. It's not looking pretty at the minute from either side, but managed to get it out, have Kiel, and Dooz has got caught out. Tinny's got no boost, so K3 manages to get across, being that defensive rock again. Satsuma needs a big clear. Not that big, but actually Dooz will get back to that, so it'll work out fine for the Krakens. Bounces high, K3's up, needs distance, gets some distance, but again, probably wanted it a bit higher, nearly gets the dunk. Jaffa goes long. Tinny, it's up. Tinny needs a million boosts to get back to that. Jaffa's got a shot, it's into the bottom left, brilliantly placed by Jaffa, and York tied up late again here.
You have to feel that Kiel kind of gifted them that, but credit to Jaffa, placement perfect, right in the bottom corner. Anywhere else in K3 would have saved it, so he took the chance very, very well. But Kiel are better, and they have been better throughout this game, and if they throw it away now, thanks to a mistake like that, and then another one, they will be kicking themselves, because they definitely should have scored more than one goal in this, and they should be 2-0 up in the series.
Yeah, I can't help but feel similarly to you there, Astral. It's got to be like if Kiel do end up losing this in what looks like an overtime coming up, they will look back on some of the chances they've had. Satsuma's going to get one more. Looked for the infield, which is, I think, a very meritable idea, but just bounced before it reached the on-rushing attacker. So, overtime now, Dooz has missed it. They don't want to let the nerves cost them this game.
Lady Penelope's going to get a double Demo to hopefully try and unsettle Kiel Krakens. We'll see if it works. He's up as well, trying to get a shot away. Yeah, it was well too high, but the follow-up from Jaffa nearly beating Dooz, and all of a sudden it feels like the momentum's switching a little bit, and like York are finally trying to find something going, but that shot nearly finding the back of the net as well. Satsuma Kush puts it back towards the middle, and Kiel aren't done. You just
missed it. Whoa,
does make the save, and they hang on.
Yeah, just about. That was brilliant work from Dooz. A bold commit, but it worked out, committing straight over York's on-rushing defense, and as last man he had to get a great touch, which he did. Made York panic a little bit there, I think it's fair to say, and Dooz again rushing in to try and cause a bit of chaos. Works though, doesn't it? I suppose you've got to think as well for York. They will have been expecting a Kiel team that they now don't have in front of them, so it might be a little bit difficult for them to reconcile what they're faced with.
They maybe could have been underestimating Kiel a little bit as well and expected it to be a pretty easy game given that they're using 2 subs, but if they did underestimate them, they're certainly regretting it now because Kiel are not looking like slowing down anytime soon. Another chance comes in, the demo from K3 as well really could open it up, but they've just about managed to get it clear thanks to Jaffa passing over to Lady Penelope. And a minute 30, end-to-end stuff. It looks like Kiel would score more likely than York, but York still have a good chance of getting a goal in this game.
Yeah, they do, and like you say, it's been fantastic to watch the end-to-end nature of this overtime so far. Is anyone from York going to be up for that? Tinny needs to look for his teammate down to the right. Satsuma! My goodness. Giving his teammates a little bit of a scare there, I think it's fair to say. No, just to get it away though. I'm sure he'll say he had it all covered and it's all fine. Penelope gets a touch. Does he have a carry? Not quite. The bounce is awkward. Gets the bump. It's really awkward. A lot of York's offense seems to just sort of crumble into general sort of pushing, but it's working out, you know, they're getting some sustained offensive pressure. Jaffa and Lady Penelope get caught up, bit of cross wires on the comms it looks like. Penelope still in that corner, choosing to rotate out. K3, not much boost, gets a touch, it's a great touch actually, and it's left Jaffa in a bit of an awkward position. Looks like Kiel might get a bit more of a sustained period on the offense now.
Yeah, I think York should have closed down that clearance from K3 a little bit quicker. That's fallen to Satsuma on the edge. Deuce is going to have a shot. There's not a third man to follow up, but once again, Kiel get another great chance. It's just a slightly too difficult angle for them to score. Another great chance here as that shot goes on target, but Satsuma Kush equal to it. 13 shots coming in from Kiel now, and they've got 7 saves as well. 7 saves on both sides, actually, as we're nearly into an 8-minute game. When's it going to break? The pressure is certainly building, Ouch.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Like you say, you know, I've been really thrilled with K3's performance so far. He's been up when his team need him, but been really aware that if they want to get caught in a, you know, multiple players from York on one situation for them, it's him they want in the net. But as I say that, the pre-flip doesn't quite come through for him. Perhaps he expected a teammate to get the read off the backboard. Deuce didn't get very close to it at all. Just pinched it in off his own post. So unfortunate for K3, and York take a game. We've got a series on our hands here.
We do, a very, very good one, a very competitive one as well. And I said Kiel would feel hard done if they didn't win the game. They didn't win it. They threw away that goal just before the end, and they should have seen it out. Look at how many shots they had in comparison. 14 on the side of Kiel. I think that's 9 on the side of York. So obviously 9 is still a good amount, but in an 8-minute game, it doesn't seem as much, does it? It's a shot a minute, just under. So
yeah, exactly. You've got to factor into all of this that we did have a lengthy overtime in that game, and again, K3, you know, not standing out, but I think that's the way to play it. I don't think K3 wants to try and stand out that much. Obviously, his points total was brilliant in that first game, but he wasn't doing all of the work himself. It wasn't like he was calling his teammates off to go for fancy flip, reset, double tap, kind of, you know, all of these things that you might be tempted to do as one of the most mechanically gifted players in the lobby, certainly on that side of the lobby. It's good from him, I think, that he's choosing to sort of play it a bit cooler, make sure that his team are fine, and, you know, you've got to remember that if his passing is good, these other 2 players on his team, substitutes or not, are fantastic players, and if K3's distribution is good enough, they will score.
Yeah, I think K3 didn't have quite the same impact in that game as he did in the previous one, but certainly I don't think they could have asked for much more from him in the first game. Satsuma Kush played a lot better, and they played well as a team. But I think we knew that York would step it up a little bit. But Kiel still had majority of the pressure, majority of the shots, majority of the chances. They just couldn't quite convert enough of them to get the victory. So let's see. I think Kiel now will have good pressure again. The question is, can they find the net consistently with those early shots? And that might be a very early one to get things going. An early goal in every game so far for Kiel. What is going on with York at the start of these games?
So the kickoff just seems to phase York a little bit for whatever reason. Satsuma, one of the freest shots of his life, and you know, it does sort of feed into that kind of thing. If you want K3 to be occupying that kind of, you know, midfield maestro kind of position, because if he can get the ball into a place like that for Satsuma to be shooting, Satsuma's going to make that shot. Obviously, K3 would make that shot as well, but if he's doing the passing, he can also be back in time if the team need him on the other side. So York have it all to do again, playing from behind for the 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, and it's got to be difficult. It has to set on your mental a little bit with how well Kiel are playing, and to go behind in the first 3 seconds is frustrating, I think, especially with how long it took them to score. It took them an entire 5 minutes in the previous game to get that very, very late equaliser. They might get one here, though. Tinny's going to force it through with a bump, and only one player going up with 3 on the line. You've got to think somebody else should have jumped for this, but the bump was fantastic.
Bump was fantastic. Satsuma. That's one of those, like, normally you see the player with the air dribble bump coming from underneath the ball, and the player in the goal might have a moment to shout it out that he's going to get taken away, but Tinny comes over the ball, which is just absurd. I don't think I've ever seen anyone do that in a competitive match like this before, and it's really paid off for York there. That's the kind of stuff they do, they're rogue players. They put on stuff that you wouldn't expect them to put on at all, and it's that kind of subversion of expectation that York really thrive on.
Yeah, I was thinking about Lady Penelope as well, because I think obviously he scored a flip reset in the other game. Dews is going to find a goal here. I think there was a bump in there on the back of the York line. I didn't see exactly where it came off of, but
I think JavaScript bumped the post.
Dews bumped Lady Penelope as well as the rotation came across, and Kiel just find it once again.
Yeah, I mean, for all we were, gushing about how beautiful Tinny's play was, Kiel have scored twice. Kiel's goals together don't even compare to Tinny's goals on its own, but it doesn't matter. It will compare on the scoreboard at the end of the game, so York has it all to do here. And remember, York can lose this game and still end up in the top 3, but they would need a 5th game to do that. So if they win this game, York, they are fine. They will make a top 3 out of this group, but they need to win at least one more here to ensure that.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Of course, Kiel Krakens have now dropped that one game that they can drop. Yeah. They need to win the next 2.
Yeah.
And they're on course to do it at the minute. We're in the lead in game number 3, but K3 not even made 100 points yet. Doesn't matter. Satsuma pushes his own. Oh, that touch is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And I mean, sub, what do you mean sub? Satsuma reads off the ceiling, off the wall, off the floor, still managed to slot it top shelf with his wheels. Absolutely brilliant work from him. And Kiel really, really looking good. It does look like York might have slightly underestimated these guys here.
JavaScript down on 4 points as well. 2 ball touches in 2 minutes for JavaScript is not what you want to see for the York team. Lady Penelope looking a little bit quiet, but Kiel won't mind. They'll keep going forward as they constantly go on the hunt for more goals, and a bit of a scramble across the York goal line there, as potentially Kiel could have got a 4th. It finally looks like Kiel are really taking their chances. I mean, they've had 4 shots and they've scored 3 goals. It's much, much better in front of goal.
It is. It really is. K3, look at that. He's confident that he can beat them. He does. His team weren't that confident about it, though, and that's going a long way over them. K3, again, look, there he is, back. As he's distributing the passes, he's back in time to make the defensive plays, and he might have to take a shot here. Just gets beaten out by the York defense, and that's a big demo from Satsuma. Is that going to be 4th? Looks like it will be. Dews capitalizes, and the subs are taking the show on here.
Brilliant use of the demo from Satsuma. Kush opens up the field completely, and the respawn was on the right side, but it wasn't going to matter regardless, and just gets better and better. These demos have been brilliant. They've opened the field up. That one in particular was great, and the finishing, superb stuff. York look shaken. They don't look like the York we expect. We said they weren't looking at their best already in previous games. They look even worse now, and 4 goals down. There's still 2 minutes left, but they've really not done anything in this game to look like they're going to come back.
No, they haven't. And I mean, the peculiar situation they find themselves in, of course, is that it doesn't really matter if they get put on match point here, provided they stay on it for at least another game. But you really don't want to be having that kind of mentality, especially when Kiel seems to just be scoring for fun here. It looks like something that doesn't look set to stop anytime soon. Dude's trying to push that into the corner. K3 up, K3 back down and pinching it out into the middle, but JavaScript comfortably there. Dews called his teammate off for the clear. That's not the best clear, but K3 again there to clean it up a little bit, and Kiel really haven't really looked like they're going to let up at all in this game.
I liked from Kiel there as well. They were just dribbling the ball out. Dews carried it for a little bit, and then Satsuma Kush as well, just to make York come and challenge it, as opposed to York's clearances seem a lot more like just hitting the ball downfield, giving the possession away like they've just done there. And then Satsuma Kush put it back in the centre. Dews could have finished that one off, but he did get disrupted a little bit. K3 is the last man back, but if there's anybody you want back alone, it has to be K3. Another chance though. Tinny will finish it. A minute to go. They're in with a chance now after that goal.
They are. Lady Penelope's done brilliantly here. K3 took that really far to the side, and Lady Penelope read him like a book. Nice easy shot for Tinny in the end, straight down the middle, but like you say, it would take some doing from here, but York now have much more of a chance in this game for it.
If they wanted to score, I think it was now or never, basically. Give themselves 30 seconds for 2 more. We saw them get a very late goal in the last one, but they need another one right now, don't they? And they need to make sure that there's no big gaps in the defense. As once again, they're doing this hoof downfield plays, and it would have worked, but Penelope couldn't read it on the wall, and then they're giving possession away. It's quite sloppy in possession for York.
Yeah, you're right. There was so much space afforded by Kiel in the midfield. You can't help but think that, you know, just carry it a little bit and then maybe bait one in and flick it. But they just hoofed it downfield. Penelope, yeah, maybe didn't read it. Maybe just couldn't even reach it. It was just a little far up, I think, for him. 30 seconds, time not on York's side at the minute. It's getting into kick-off goal territory for them, unless someone's up for this. 2 people are up for this, which is worrying. Again, I suppose it doesn't really matter if they concede again. They just need to score.
It's getting worse and worse. 15 seconds. I don't think they're going to do it. Even if they get one now, they're going to need a kick-off goal as well, and it might be too much. K3 pinning the ball on that back of York's backboard just to make things a little bit more difficult. One last counter-attack, and as the clock hits 0, it's going to be over. Kiel are going to go 2-1 up in the series, and because of how the table works, this makes this next game so interesting.
This is genuinely, this is a huge game for these guys, an absolutely huge game for them. I mean, both teams already qualified. Must be noted, even if Kiel lose, they'd be technically on the same record as the UWEC Stags, but because they beat them in that, you know, earlier league play match, that's really going to help them out here. They have nothing to worry about on that front. York obviously comfortably qualified one way or another, but they love that upper bracket spot. So, like you say, a huge game 4 here. These guys currently separated by 3 places in the group, and this one game could quite literally swap them.
Yeah, look, you want to get through, of course you do, but getting in the upper bracket, having that extra opportunity, because seeding can be rough, and if you draw one of the big teams, if you pull someone like Berlin Phoenix, you're automatically basically down a game, and so being in that upper bracket is incredibly important.
Yeah, let's just have a quick, while we load into this final game, a quick read through of some teams who are going to be populating that lower bracket. You have Tilburg, you have Loughborough Lions, Essex Blades, TUD, AES, you know, the ULB, they've been doing really well lately. Salford will be taking a slot there in that group. So, you know, there's huge teams right in that lower bracket. To have that extra lifeline, like you say, could be all the difference from a playoff run. So both teams desperate to come out fighting in this.
The lower bracket doesn't look much easier, does it, either? There's a lot of really close teams, and I think it'll just depend how some of them turn up on the day. Kiel have been turning up on the day so far. They need another victory for that upper bracket, and K3's looking to create it. Kush can't turn it in on the front post, and it was a very tough angle, but Kiel once again don't look like slowing down. They come out the gates firing. They
really have. York again going for that long ball. Jaffa's actually there though. That's a really good play actually. A bit awkward for him at the height it came to him. Satsuma's just completely missed that ball. Zeus is thankfully behind it, so Kiel can keep this offensive push they've just about started. Tinney into the corner. Now this is a bit awkward. Penelope has to get there quickly, which he does. And there again, look, York have someone waiting on the wall. That's a really good play from them. Found the person up high. Doesn't quite get the ball back down into the middle, but it's in the middle now. Tinney needs someone to tell him that the ball's rolling towards the net. No boost, but he manages to get there. York hold on for now.
That was very close to finding the back of the net. Satsuma Kush is going to get a demo as well, which should open things up nicely. K3 gets it over the top of Penelope, but then opts to turn away and concede a little bit of pressure. JavaScript will have to do his job. Aduz has got pretty much a free net. If Kush can get the demo, Lady Penelope jumped the bump and got the save. What a great play from him to keep York level.
Yeah, fantastic work, and turned it into some pretty decent looking offensive push, and Aduz is going to clear that away. Tinney's up, Penelope's up, plenty of boost. Had to go high, gets bumped out of it by Satsuma as well. Into the corner it goes. Is Jaffa going to get back to this? Not quite. K3's popped that very far over him. It's a horrible read for Tinney. He's done well. Needs to get it high. That's a huge musty. Dooz is last man back after that one. K3 in the corner. Gets it out. And again, look at this. It's his defensive work that's been mostly impressive this year.
Yeah, JavaScript's going to try and get towards the centre once again. Lady Penelope's there. Satsuma Kush opts to fake out Lady Penelope. The confidence is feeling good for the Kiel Krakens at the minute, but York have been a little bit more offensive, and one thing to note as well, Kiel haven't got their early goal. I might have just jinxed it. Yep. I absolutely have. It's not early, it's nearly halfway, but K3's got the opening goal once again for the Kiel Krakens.
I saw him going and I was like, oh my goodness, this flick's probably going to be quite good, and yes, there it was, being quite good. either York defender could manage to get to it straight down the middle of them both, and it's becoming a habit to play from behind, and it's not a habit that York have been liking very much, and they can only really do it once more. They need another win to keep their top 3 spot.
Yeah, and this is probably one of the hardest games they had of the group. I feel like they've played as well with their 2 subs as they have with their main roster. Kiel Dooz is going to squeeze it through. I didn't think that was going anywhere near the net. I thought it was coming out to the side, but the brute force touched it just enough, I think, to beat Lady Penelope, who couldn't keep it out.
Yeah, it's looking harsh for York now, and I mean you've got to think, you know, you offer them 4th or 5th place coming into this, they probably bite your arm off. But from where they are now, to lose it like this would be so harsh for them to take. And you know, they have played such brilliant Rocket League, even in this series. You know, obviously they're not coming out on top so far, but some of the stuff they've put together has been fantastic. Plenty of time to get 2 goals. They just need to maintain their composure, not overcommit too much, and above all, just don't let K3 do anything too outrageous.
Yeah, I think if they concede another goal, it could be game over.
Yeah.
Penelope, we know what Penelope has in his locker. It's now or never. He's got to show up and do something and show that mechanical ability, because it's been missing for a lot of the series tonight. And once again, he can't find it into the mid. Dooz will get it clear with a player on the left-hand side as well. And if K3's in the middle, it could spell disaster, as that clearance into the centre is, once again, not the best. York just not finding any kind of rhythm against Kiel, and a minute 30 to go. They need a goal pretty soon.
Yeah, they do, because it's not looking pretty for them at the minute. Penelope's up, K3's up quicker, and again gets to dunk. That's going to be awkward for Tinny. Tinny's got a good touch out into the corner, big demo. Jaffa just needs to get a touch for K3. Even with no boost, it's no problem. Satsuma's going to loft that one high for K3 again. Again, York just getting pinned back here. K3 off the backboard. It's high, it doesn't matter, it's in the right place as the final minute approaches for Kiel to take this series.
Kiel might struggle here on the defense. K3 missed 2 boosts on the way back, and he's not got any, I don't think. He did get 12 from the middle, but this is York's best chance, I think, to get a goal. There's a whiff in there on the goal line. K3, can he keep it out? It's on the net.
Oh my goodness,
he
he
can't
has
finish it off. What a save from K3. I can't believe York didn't score there, and that really has summed up the series. If they can't score in that situation, they're not got a chance. Satsuma Kush has got a demo. K3 should score here to finish it off, and he absolutely will.
K3, absolutely heroic. Again, this goal, fantastic, but the defensive work from him, somehow managing to get that ball out, not expecting the whiff, reacting quickly. I was convinced he was going to hit that into his post for the easiest finish of York's life, but he manages to get out around the post, and that was what stopped York from scoring, and that will be what stops York from getting into that upper bracket. Looks like Kiel are going to take it in 4, which was their recipe for success. They needed it in 4 and no less. Top 3 looking safe for Kiel.
York aren't going to be very happy about it, are they? I think they were probably thinking, coming into the evening, all we got to do is win, even if it goes to game 5. We're playing against a team with 2 subs, and that save from K3, he's up to 750 points again. Yeah. What a performance from him tonight. What a performance from the dream team of subs. The duo of Satsuma Kush and Dooz have really stepped up to the plate, and Kiel Krakens, they're going to take down York 3-1.
Yeah, it was a fantastic performance from all of them. Like you say, the subs really stepping up, doing really well, working surprisingly well as a team. I was constantly impressed by how well these guys gelled together. They can't have had that much game time together as a unit of 3, so you know, it's really promising from them. And if Kiel can manage to, you know, get their full roster back going into this knockout bracket with the upper, you know, they've got 2 lives at it, and I think they could go a very long way. Yeah,
they look good. I've been impressed with Kiel, and I think York, we know that they're good. I don't think they played as well tonight as what they showed, and it's going to be difficult for them now in the lower bracket, given that they don't have a second chance. I'm interested to see now for Kiel who the next team is going to play, because these guys played good, and they made a contention for potentially wanting to play in this roster after getting a brilliant 3-1 victory over York. But maybe we'll see. K3 might want to play back with Poddy and the others if they're available, but certainly a good performance from Kiel, and maybe some selection headaches to come.
Well, yeah, you never know. You know, these subs have really shown up today, and far as I can tell, that upper bracket match, Kiel snatching 3rd here in Group A, means they'll be facing 2nd in Group C, which, if I'm correct, would be the Bournemouth Barracudas. A fantastic top of the UK matchup for them there. It's been brilliant. All of these group stage matches have been fantastic. We couldn't have asked for more from any single group. All of them going right down to the last. Nothing decided until the very last match had been played. So I think, that is just a fantastic series to end it on out of a series of fantastic series.
Yeah, we had some great games tonight. I think that one probably was the best series. I really enjoyed it. That's going to be the final thing for me. We do have the analyst test to break down the action coming up after the break, but it'll be all from me. I'm casting an RLCS regional tomorrow with God Smiller's team, so if you want to check that out and get involved in the RLCS, it's always fun to see what goes on in the regionals. But it's been fun, Atch. You'll be on the analyst desk when it comes back, but it's goodbye from me, and they'll be returning just after a very short break.
Welcome back to the desk, and that is a wrap. We've done it. We've made it all the way to the end of the groups for EURC, and it's been a bit of a wild ride, and it didn't slow down until the very end there, because Kiel Krakens, with 2 substitutes, managed to take down York. With it, they managed to clinch 3rd in the group, and we have an interview. I mean, how's it going? How's it gone?
Hello,
How's it feel?
hello. It feels very, very. We went through an emotional roller coaster, my team. So it feels good to actually make it, because I thought we weren't going to at first.
Yeah, I'd say you have to be absolutely delighted on that one. And listen, I have to thank you as an Irishman for giving NUIG their 2nd win of the group, whatever the circumstances may have been. But I won't take too much of your time. I'm going to pass you over to Tylacto and ask him if he has any questions to follow up with, K3.
I mean, to be fair, K3, the entire panel predicted against you guys, Kiel. You had to win in 4 games. 5 wouldn't have cut it. And I don't know if you know the exact specifics of the situation, but there is a 3-way tie at 4 and 3 between you guys. That's Kiel, in case you forgot. Tilburg, York, and those three teams, of course, including you, all have a +2 game differential. But you know, 2 of your wins may have come against York and Tilburg, which means you actually win out the 3-way head-to-head tie, then followed by York, then followed by Tilburg, and that is exactly how you just sneak in to the upper bracket. And I think it's fair to say it's very good to see. It would have felt like your season was just unfair. Does it feel like half the time your team is crumbling around you? And how is it playing with big man Satsuma Kush today and getting a huge result like that?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a bumpy ride, I'll be completely honest. Initially, I didn't actually think we'd have the need for a sub, so I wasn't actually planning on signing up with one. But we've just had Poddy's just been having problems with his moving house. He's still not even moved into his new house yet, so hasn't been aware there. And then we've got TC, who I'm pretty sure he's just sleeping at the moment. He's just not answering Discord. So yeah, we had to call the big guns out and called out Satsuma, and he, fair play to him, he stepped up to the plate. I knew he had the ability to compete with the teams like York, 'cause they are a really good team. So I'm really, really grateful that he stepped up and we actually came out on top, because we knew the stakes, we knew what we had to do, and we came out and performed.
You absolutely did, and I think you're right. It was exciting for me to see. I mean, Satsuma Kush, you're right, called up at the last second and just went for it. I think absolutely took it to York in every part of the pitch at times. And I think K3, obviously, you had a fantastic performance as well. Atch was there casting, and I'm sure Atch has plenty to say about that one as well.
Yeah, I mean, I can echo that sentiment about, you. And I mentioned a few times on the stream, I was really chuffed to see you sort of carrying your team as much from the back as from the front. I just wanted to know if that was sort of a conscious decision from you, because it's very easy, I'm sure, when you're playing with players you're not familiar with, to sort of try and take all of the offense on your own back and go for really fancy mechanical plays. Did you really try and sort of set yourself as that kind of facilitator in the middle, or was it just something that kind of happened?
It's a bit of both, really. Like initially, I haven't really played much of Archie recently. I did play with him last year on the first team, so I do have a bit of experience playing with him. Dude is actually new to the uni, like he just arrived this recent semester, so been playing with him a lot, like in terms of like just helping him with his 2s and his ranks. So in terms of actual just play style, I kind of knew where they stood, but when it come to the game, I kind of just felt like a 3rd man was kind of my role. I know what Penelope and Tinny are capable of, and I just feel like I can probably handle, I don't know if that's the right word, but I can handle their kind of mechanics and stuff a bit better than the other 2. I don't think they'd argue with me saying that. So yeah, I think that's where I was strongest, and that's where obviously worked. So yeah,
absolutely worked indeed for you. And as we pointed out, it's managed to net you that 3rd place. You will start in the upper bracket. So Kathy, congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoy the celebrations tonight, but it's still the middle of the week, so don't go too wild. And we will be back with you have to actually play in those playoffs next week. So recover before then for us, please. Give us some good series then, and we will say goodbye to you from the desk. And thank you very much for joining us here.
Thank you very much.
So that was K3 from Kiel, and with that, that's the last time we're going to talk to a player during group stages, but we're going to do a little bit more talking here, guys. We're going to talk about these groups, and then we're going to take a quick look at that playoffs bracket. And if we look at Group A, You know, this group we were just talking about, no surprises there really. Berlin Phoenix at the top. FHDW do, with that win by Kiel, managed to sneak second place. Kiel Krakens in third, York Pun Name fourth, and Tealberg in fifth. And I don't know, are there any big surprises that either of you guys want to jump in there and point out? Was anything really shocking to you in this group?
Just how close it ended up being, realistically. I mean,
Exactly.
York nearly did so fantastic. FHDW, certainly the team that overperformed the most, in my opinion. I'm kind of disappointed for UWE. I'm kind of disappointed for NUIG, but, you know, it's kind of unfortunate, but two of them teams were always going to miss out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it is, you know, it's a bit harsh for them. And I mean, coming in, obviously Berlin Phoenix practically had that top spot sort of locked in from the very beginning. At least most people thought they did, and it turned out to not even be close for them. So they're obviously still very much a team to watch. But then again, you know, all of these teams in the middle, like you say, so close, and yet it's going to make such a huge difference for them going forward.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So if we then jump over to Group B very quickly, you know, run down the list there, see what's been going on. Erasmus Rotterdam, fairly early on in the day, had managed to lock in that first seed. They'll be followed by Beckett Bears, Dusseldorf Dragons, clinching that third spot, and then Essex and Loughborough Lions following them up. And I think if I was looking at it, actually, I think Loughborough Lions probably the team that people expected to do a little bit better in this group than they ended up doing.
Yeah, I think a big thing from them coming in from pool number one, you know, clearly people at the start expecting them to really lock in that top three spot, and they did have a couple of jitters. You know, some of their series that they lost very close. Beckett Bears, Essex, obviously big game 5 series, very, very close, but it wasn't the kind of Loughborough that we saw dominate absolutely everything in Winter Split. They did seem to come back towards the end to their kind of old ways. You know, we saw them as well domestically yesterday. Those of you who were watching that saw Loughborough do very, very well there. So promising signs going into the playoff stage for them, but starting in that lower bracket puts the cat amongst the pigeons for everyone else, and does make it a little bit more nerve-wracking for them as well, of course.
Yeah, the cat may be among the pigeons, but I'm sure Loughborough won't take it lying down. And of course, Beckett Bears, we saw them do everything they needed to today to get that second spot in the group as well, Tylacton. Big performance from them, and they'll be happy with where they've managed to get themselves.
It certainly will be. At this point, it's honestly just a shame they couldn't get the 7-0, because I think that'll put them on the same side of the bracket as Berlin Phoenix, and I think they'll be going up against the Mojitos. But of course, we'll touch on that when we look at the bracket in general.
Yeah.
As you say, Loughborough, certainly, I mean, unfortunately for them, you know, they still had a good game differential despite their record, but at the top seed in that pool coming in initially, in that group, I should say, you would have expected better. But playoff Loughborough is certainly a different team, and unfortunately we'll be losing Sapienza Roma and PXL, so really still continuing a lot of domination at the top by the UK, German and Dutch teams.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there. I think PXL could have performed a lot better in this group. They had close series with a lot of the top teams, but unfortunately we are leaving them behind, and that'll be goodbye to Group B for the moment, as well as we'll keep it rolling. Let's get on to Group C and take a look at the results here. GEA Fair Play Martini topping this group. You know, they came out strong from the Dutch league, so not many surprises there, followed by Bournemouth Barracudas, Engine Stuttgart, TUD Apes, and then ULB, kept in by Stuttgart earlier this evening. And I think Durham and especially UEA, two big surprises in this group.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Durham obviously coming in as a late qualified team as well. I think one of the last two teams to make it through. Expectations fairly, you know, minimal for them going into this. I think if you'd have given them the option at the start, you say, look, you'll still be in this right down to the wire. You could really easily qualify and even make top 3 in your final series. They'd have probably grabbed that with both arms. But the way it ended up for them is really very harsh. But, you know, they've done really well. All of these teams done really well. ULB in particular, I must say, having not kept up as much with the Belgian league in Winter Split, I was very pleasantly surprised by the kind of standard they put on in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, you're being very nice to all of the teams there, Atch, but Tylacto, I think we have to have a few maybe slightly harsher words for UEA in the run they've had. 7th in the group is not where I think any of us would have placed them coming into this tournament.
Pretty much UEA just perfectly rounding out their garbage couple months that they have had as a team. Nothing but disappointment after the number of times we have put our faith in them. Previous championship final in NSE last split, coming down this low below Durham defenders. I don't think we need to say anything else. I mean, the TUD Apes, I'm very happy for them. They'll have a hard run in the lower bracket, but it's nice to see them making it through as well. And as you say, alongside ULB, Bournemouth certainly threw many spanners in the works with when they used their subs, and certainly managed to screw up UEA's season just a little bit more.
Just a little bit harder, as if they needed the help. But look, that's it. Group C, done and dusted. And finally, our last group, Group D, where it was all to play for this evening. Berlin Basilisks, they had the choice. If they won, they got that second place. If they lost, they got fifth, and they chose to win. They got that second seed. They'll be beaten out just about by Portsmouth Paladins, followed by the GEA Fair Play Mojitos, Salford Lions taking fourth, and Esports Team 20, courtesy of Badgers losing that series, will get that fifth spot as well. And again here, I don't think you could call it unfair. I don't think it's necessarily surprising based off the results we've seen, but Tylacto, your head is in your hands. I mean, Badgers could definitely have gotten in here if they just, left a little bit more on the table in some of these series.
They just won overtime more. Just one. Only needed to be one more overtime.
Yeah.
Just would have been completely fine. But, just no. Just one more overtime was just too much to ask, and if they can't win that, then despite the lower game differential, credit to Twente and their varying roster in their games, they will get in with the 3-4 record, to be fair, and they win the head-to-head. You can't really argue with that. And yeah, it's just fair enough, really. Salford, I'm a little bit annoyed at missing out in that top 3, though. To be fair, they were relying on the Badgers for a favour, and they're unfortunately let down. The Mojitos, strong performance from them, but honestly, Berlin Basilisks, the massive gainers from today, they leapfrogged 3 positions up into second. So realistically, credit to them.
Yeah, and the German teams, all a very strong showing in this tournament. A lot of them have made it through, and I think they've done very well. But you said it, Groningen Mojitos are here as well. The only university with 2 teams is still in the tournament. And Martinis are technically the B team. We've said it enough times in this tournament, Atch, but Mojitos still have that upper bracket start. They're both up there, and while they could run into each other later on in the tournament, they're both probably going to be looking to make a relatively deep run based off how they've been playing.
Yeah, they've both been playing really well. They've been, really doing well. Them and Erasmus Rotterdam sort of, cementing the reputation. Obviously, we see in this very group as well, Team 20 as well. They sort of pipped in a little bit. It was a lot more comfortable for some of the other Dutch teams in this group stage. But when you go back to things like you're saying, Salford Lions, teams like Salford, who are on top of their game domestically at the minute, I think to rely on other series going their way right down to the wire to make that top 3, you've got to look at it and you've got to think, well, perhaps something's gone a bit wrong that they're in that situation to begin with. But like Tylacto said, Basilisks Berlin got to be the big surprise for me. Fantastic work from them the whole way through, and they've been playing some fantastic Rocket League, so you can't take their placement away from them.
I totally agree, but with that, it's time. It's the Crab Rave group stages is over party. We're gonna head and reveal our playoffs bracket. As a reminder, all of the first seeds from the groups will have a bye all the way into that quarterfinals. The second and third teams will be starting in this upper bracket, and then all of the fourth and fifth seeds will have dropped to that lower bracket. And we can show you this upper bracket for the first time, where teams from Group A will be taking on teams from Group C. So it'll be second seed from Group A will be taking on the third seed from Group C, and vice versa. And then it will be Groups B and D playing each other in the same format. So here we have it: Beckett Bears versus Groningen Fair Play Mojitos, the Berlin Basilisk versus Dusseldorf. FHDW will be taking on Engine Stuttgart, and Bournemouth Barracudas taking on Kiel Krakens. And there are some matchups to be particularly excited about there, Tylacto. But, we've already got English teams running into each other. We've got Mojitos taking on the Beckett Bears. There's some teams that are up and down throughout this tournament, and it'll be good.
It's so unfortunate. So many UK teams running into each other, and so many German teams also running into each other. So actually unfortunate, but with how the teams will sprinkle down into the lower bracket, who knows where it goes. I already have my eyes on the lower bracket because I can see that current NSE upper bracket finals in championship playoffs is Salford versus Loughborough. Now, currently in EURC, that is a lower round 1 matchup. Salford are playing Loughborough. An interesting matchup there for sure. Of course, the bracket is populated by 8 teams coming out of the UK. Of course, 12 came into the competition. We've already lost 4. Should we have lost that many? I would say no, but that is where we are at right now. All of the 5 Uniliga teams making it through, not to mention all in the upper bracket currently. Fantastic from
Incredible.
them. Yeah, Dutch teams also 5 while spread across. And of course, we got 1 from Ireland, TUD Dublin. We got 1 from Belgium, the ULB. And so interesting to see who can make a run and where. And realistically, when you look at the size of that lower bracket, I would not want to be going down there.
Yeah, you don't want to be dropping too early there, and of course some teams starting in there. It's in the name, round of 20. There are a lot of teams still in this tournament. There's a lot of games left to be played, and if you look down across these matchups, I mean, there's so many paths through it right now. It's a little bit difficult actually to pick one and say, yes, this is the team that has it tough. I think it kind of goes without saying, anyone who has the potential to run into Berlin Phoenixes, which right now is Beckett Bears or the Mojitos, is going to have a rough time with it. But is there anyone else that catches your eye and you can say, this is a team that is potentially going to have their run stopped a little bit earlier than we would have expected?
Well, yeah, I think I have to agree with you. Beckett Bears, Fair Play Mojitos, both fantastic teams. The winner of that going up against Berlin Phoenix is a bit hard,
Fair.
but they're in the upper bracket, so
True.
they get, probably a little bit annihilated by Berlin Phoenix, who have been doing that to everyone for fun so far. So they still have another chance. That's fine. Again, like Tylacto, my eyes dropping down to that round of 20. You come into this tournament of 32 teams and you say that either Salford or Loughborough will be out in one game of playoffs.
Yeah.
No one's going to believe you. There are some fantastic teams down there. Esports Twente, Tilburg, ULB as well, a team that have played some lights out stuff. And they are all, half of those teams are going to be gone by the end. Bournemouth Kiel, a horrible matchup for both of those guys who I'm sure will have seen enough of each other domestically, but Kiel, I think, really need to reform their team as well as the subs did. Can't see that working out going forward for them if they have a tough round 1 match like that.
Yeah, potentially not. And this is it. This is now the business end of the tournament. It took us 3 weeks to cut just 12 teams, and now they are going to start dropping like flies week on week. So, I'm ready to wrap it up and go to bed and start sleeping. It's only a few sleeps left until these playoffs actually start. Do you guys have any closing comments on this bracket before we sign off for the
I want to read through the matchups in case they can't see. As I understand, our producer has tried to fit it all and fair play, but I don't know how good people's microscopic vision is. I can tell you that the round 1 matchup is Beckett Bears against the Groningen Mojitos. The winner of that will play Berlin Phoenix. Rest in peace. So the next round 1 matchup, Berlin Basilisk going up against fellow countrymen Dusseldorf Gaming Dragons. And it's honestly going to be a shame to see one of them two drop. And the winner of that will play the Martinis. Honestly, I reckon the Martinis might have quite the match on their hands following one of them 2 German sides coming out of the Uniliga, coming off of a win.
Yeah.
Then a likewise all-German matchup between FHDW and Engine Stuttgart. The winner of that will have to go against Esports Rotterdam, who are probably the most informed team, I would say, in the competition outside Berlin Phoenix, of course. They don't count as a team. They are aliens. And Bournemouth will be playing Kiel, as you say, in an all-UK matchup where the winner will play Portsmouth. So the UK teams will be dropping like flies, absolutely, as they always do in Europe anyway.
But they do get to sneak one into the semi-final. Guaranteed UK team in the semi-final.
Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, guaranteed,
Well,
yeah. No, not 2, because I thought that was... No, that's the callers, you're right, sorry.
Yeah.
Hard to keep track
in
of.
the lowers, the first game for the TUD8 will be going up against Tilburg, and that'd be where they'd be looking to start their run, or if Tilburg can keep the concentration of Dutch teams in the competition to a very high. And of course, York, following their loss at the hands of Kiel here, will be facing up against ULB, trying to keep the flag of Belgium into competition. Of course, then it is Salford Lions versus Loughborough Lions, and one of them will have quite the embarrassing placement finish in a EURC for their high standards, it's fair to say, with the bracket being rounded out at the bottom by Essex Blades and Esports Team 20, both looking to probably start a sneaky run through that lower bracket and see how many scalps they can claim.
That's absolutely it. So lots to be excited about there, Atch.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, really, if it's all right with you guys, I would just like to ask 2 very quick questions of you both. I think we'd all potentially say Berlin Phoenix will probably make the final. I think, they've got a strong chance, certainly if I'm asking you to predict now.
Gun to my head, I think, agree.
Who, if we're assuming that Berlin are the team that make it there, who's going to be facing them in that very final match? And which of the lower bracket sides is going to get the furthest? Which of those starting in the round of 20 do you reckon is the most likely to get fairly deep in obviously
gotta be the
we
winner.
haven't got
The
yet
winner of
a-
Salford Loughborough, it has to be.
You think they'll go the furthest?
I would like to say 2D Apes. I believe in them, but my goodness, they are messy sometimes when you have to watch them. It would be crazy not to predict Salford Lions or Loughborough Lions after kicking that other one out of the bracket, not to start kicking people out left, right, and centre.
Should they make them the final?
I wouldn't go that far. I think Erasmus Esports Rotterdam are probably favourites to make the upper final against any of the UK teams, unless full roster Kiel make a reappearance. I do have strong faith in. I think they've been a little bit unfortunate this season with availability, and full roster Kiel, I do not believe has lost domestically, or even full roster Kiel did, I believe, lose to FHTW. So that is their only loss that I think of in person. And it's quite the chip on the shoulder, but I'd like to see that match up against Bournemouth for sure.
I'd have to agree mostly with what Tylacto has said there. Unfortunately, even the bit about TUD Apes sometimes getting a little bit messy. If they're having an off day, they aren't always the best team in the tournament, but on their day, they can absolutely come up against anyone. A team I think is potentially still a little bit of a wild card, even though we've seen everyone play everyone at this point, is Engine Stuttgart, who were very close to topping that group. They did drop a game to TUD Apes. They did that with a sub. If they hadn't dropped that series, they were just undisputed top of that group. And I think with their full roster, they're a team that could potentially surprise us and go a little bit deeper in this tournament than maybe we're expecting. They are on the same side of the bracket as the Berlin Phoenixes. So, they will probably run into them. Or sorry, no, they're not. They're on the other side of the bracket. So they're not going to run into them for quite a while. So they're safe. And I think they have a decent chance to go quite well, but they will run into Rotterdam as well. So that's a matchup. I think that whoever wins that quarterfinal, whoever comes up against Rotterdam, there are sparks will fly in that one. As I'm beginning to lose the run of myself. Anyone, any final words to save me from myself?
I was just going to correct myself and say that Kiel did not have their full roster playing against FHTW. The only team that full roster Kiel have ever lost to this year, outside Society Showdown, is in fact Berlin Phoenix, and so that literally doesn't count.
Entirely fair. Yep. So there you go, and that is the note that we will end our group stages on. Any loss to Berlin Phoenix doesn't count, but unfortunately it will count in this playoff stage where teams will be going home. But it's going to be exciting. It's going to start next week. Set your calendars. Make sure you tune in. Give the Twitch channel a follow if you're not already following, because you do not want to miss any of this action. And we will see you all back here next week for what promises to be an absolutely stellar playoffs.